Hello everyone! It's been a short bit since I talked to you regarding my books. I've recently begun uploading the audiobooks for the 12 Monoliths books, and have started preparing to make more of them available, beginning with my first release book, Radical-9. While doing that, I had an idea. I make Explain series detailing the lore and important story events of stories that I like. Why don't I do that with my own stories? I've already done an Explain series on the 12 Monoliths ARG, which of course touches on the events of the books, but I can understand it can be daunting to get into a story with a reading list of all of these books. So I wanted to come in here and offer a shorter investment method to catch up on the stories of the Radical-9 Saga and the 12 Monoliths series. Now, I've uploaded a video that details my writing history along with a short synopsis of each book as they were written. It's available on my channel in the Lore and Story of playlist that this video is a part of, titled 11 Years of Being an Author. But this video is going to be something different. Today, we're going to be tackling the events of the Radical-9 Saga, the first ever set of books that I began to write, but we're going to be doing this in a chronological timeline versus a book-by-book basis. I'll be marking here which book the information is originally from, so it's clear which story we're talking about. With that said, let us begin by starting with the origin of everything. The Radical-9 series begins here. Humans have many names for the space where God resides across space and time, but for the purposes of this explanation, we will consider it the dimension between dimensions. Some call it the fulcrum of all reality, where multiple timelines are created and managed by an existence known as the Pit. The dimension between dimensions acts as a vast ocean amidst multicolored space, where universes are interacted via large bubbles that house previews of their containers. What is the Pit, you may ask? Well, inside the dimension between dimensions lies an abyss that extends as far as one could possibly imagine. Lining the walls of the Pit are various slots meant to house human souls. Each slot is individualized for the lives the souls inhabit. You see, the origin of human souls is similarly the Pit. From the Pit, the souls are scattered far out into the various universes by way of the ocean currents of the dimension between dimensions. And the universes they land into, they are born into, becoming a person. Let's say we have Person A who is born into a universe. When Person A dies, their physical body dies, and returns to the Earth as one might normally think. But their soul is then called back to the dimension between dimensions. The soul is dragged up and breaks through the universal barrier, where it is cleaned of its memories and personality. It is here that those memories are fitted into one of the slots running down the walls of the Pit. It is here where your traditional ideas of heaven or hell come from, as those memories then live out what would traditionally be considered an afterlife. This would mean that Person A, after their death, would be brought back to the Pit, and then deposited into its records. And the soul that used to be Person A would then be sent out back into the ocean's currents, to then become Person B in some other new universe. And when they died, they would return to the Pit and deposit the consciousness and memories, and then be sent out again to become Person C in another, yet new universe. This is the origin of life, and it has been running up to this point autonomously. Yet, for some unexplained reason, the Pit sought further intervention, as certain futures seemed less certain as time moved forward. So, the Pit had sent forth an avatar of itself, the Father, to be born onto the world as Friedrich Adata. We've got a little side tangent before we reach Friedrich, though, as first we're going to travel to one interesting universe we'll dub Universe A, in the year 1911. Jesse Anderson lived in the northern coasts of Weymouth, Massachusetts. His suffering began when he was just 5 years old. He was on a family trip with his father, Duncan, and his sister, Isadora, Isa for short. They had been a family that had an affection for the water. Duncan had taken his 2 children out on their modest boat one summer day, and had been on the path to being an extremely fortunate formative memory for the pair. But everything started when Isa had gotten her teddy bear taken by some seagulls who'd confused it for food. Jesse had stepped in and tried to get his sister's bear back, but they felt threatened at his approach and began to attack in return. Jesse was hospitalized after the gulls began pecking and slashing at his skin with their talons. They dislocated his eyeball from its socket and gouged big chunks out of his arm. Jesse remembered feeling every ounce of the pain. None of the medication worked. He started drifting out of his own head. He began to hear less and less, and soon his parents would visit his hospital room less and less. A few weeks later, he would become more lucid, but he had to agonize over the pain of his attack. He begged God to make the pain stop, and that he would give anything. This continued for the next 6 years as he was finally allowed to go home, but he grew despondent as God never responded to his pleas. His pain had barely subsided. He could still feel the singeing pain inside his head, and no matter how he had voiced his complaints, everyone else said he was fine. He thought different, but nobody believed him. Life meant very little outside of the pain he felt, and he thought things were going to remain this way. That is, until one day, not long after his 11th birthday, a rip in time appeared before him. It was a portal unlike anything he had ever seen, and from the depths of the rip in time came a voice. "You wish for mercy. Let's see if you're willing to earn your keep. I already know your worth. It's time to show your stuff." We're gonna move ahead 3 years to 1920, and all the way across the planet in Germany. Otis Adata and Akira Namaguchi gave birth to a child they named Friedrich. This child was special in the fact that since his birth, he was blessed and cursed with foresight. He was connected to a higher plane of existence separate of all of reality. You will remember this as the dimension between dimensions I previously mentioned. Otis and Akira do not know this, of course, but the son they've just given birth to is the avatar of the pit's own machinations, dubbed the Father. The Father has existed since the beginning of time as an inner function within the pit. He is the distributor of souls into their various end places we mentioned previously. Friedrich is different than most people, as most souls when they are born to a universe are wiped clean of their previous existence. This did not happen with Friedrich, and so the knowledge of the future that the pit operates on, Friedrich had access to. It is with this knowledge that we then move forward to the months before the Second World War in 1939. Friedrich Adata, now 19, has knowledge of the oncoming war, and so chooses to evacuate the country before its bloodiest battles wash ashore the German seafront. During the time of the war's beginning, Friedrich had begun research into human genomes. He researched what made humans human, long before research on this level could become public common. During the height of his research, he had exercised his connection to the pit to open a gateway to the past, a rip in time before his own birth. This act wasn't something he wished to do often. It had to be considered most secret, of course. Normal people discovering this ability would drastically change the course of history, and those weren't the kinds of changes Friedrich was interested in making. Through the portal, he connected to the year 1917, and called out to a small boy, "You wish for mercy. Let's see if you're willing to earn your keep. I already know your worth. It's time to show your stuff." Friedrich Adata knows of the boy situation, of course, knows of his specific attitude toward higher powers, and knows exactly how he can get this child to do what he wants. "Hello, Jesse. My name is Friedrich. Do you want to go to space?" And so the boy is intrigued. "So, you can really go to space?" He laughed. "Most in your place would ask how they could get back home to their loved ones. Most don't consider how this could be good for all," Jesse said. "Oh, do explain. I already know your answer, but I'd love to hear you say it." Jesse smiled, for the first time in a long time. "My parents treat me like I'm fragile. My sister loves stories about adventure. I don't care to go to school tomorrow. It's a win, win, win." The smile remained on his face and disappeared briefly after. "All right, works for me. So, here's our plan." And so, Jesse walked through the portal. Friedrich then began to tell him that in order for his trip to space to come true, he would need to wait 20 years, so that he would be there with Friedrich in 1939. Mom and Dad can stay back and watch over the house. They just tell us not to do all the fun things. It's not going to be like that when I grow up. I asked Friedrich. He told me I was going to be much better than that. And then he smiled. I liked it when he smiled. He tells me that I'll be ready to go to space in 20 years. I groaned and moaned as anybody would when told that, but he told me everything about it, which helped the wait, I guess. I'd be getting inside this metal ship that uses explosives to propel itself up to the sky. He tells me that nobody else knows about it yet, so I shouldn't tell anybody about it. I asked him if I could tell you, and he said it was fine, because you come from a time where people already know about it. I didn't get what he meant, but I shrugged it off and assumed you know what he meant more than I do. Jesse would then prepare back in his home life, with Friedrich available through the portal that would appear whenever he needed him, and he swears himself to secrecy as to not ruin the chances of him going to space. At night, Jesse begins to dream of creatures he's never seen. They seem to be speaking languages he doesn't understand, and all seem to be cloaked in shadow. By the time 1939 comes around for Jesse, he did end up meeting with Friedrich in his research lab, just as he'd promised all those years ago. Now, 33, Jesse was no longer a small child, but a grown man who had to deal with the consequences of the choices taken in his life. I've spent my life researching things far beyond those around me, and I have to this point dedicated my entire existence toward furthering advancements into space. And now I was to give it all up. There was something Friedrich didn't initially tell me about my trip to space, something that anybody wishing to venture out to the out there, as I once called it, should most definitely know. He told me exactly how it would happen. I would breach the atmosphere in our homemade rocket, a term that horribly undervalues the amount of work I put into perfecting this space cub. I lie into the stars. As soon as I left Earth, I would be redirected onto the gravitational orbit of our moon, and would then be pulled away from the moon using my ship's hypernate thrusters to swing myself around and launch myself directly into hyperspace, technology that wouldn't be discovered for another 300 years, mind you, and thrust my ship straight into a wormhole. He told the plan to me with the straightest of all of his faces. The most normal thing he'd said all day to someone, probably. I, of course, didn't take it the way I think he wanted me to take it. Or maybe I did. He knows everything, of course. How much did I have to act to be outside of his knowledge? Does he know that I'd oppose it? Or even think of being for this plan now just to see if I could one-up him? I'm sure of it. Why all of this? I broke out of my 22-year-long reverie. Never once did I ask that question. My burning desire to see the stars up close and my faith in the man who knew everything blinded me to see what I had been working toward. I had no life, no friends. None of my family ever regarded me outside of necessity. This man, Friedrich, was a knowledgeable face that had a sinister agenda. I understood it finally, and I realized that the faces of the creatures that I'd seen in my childhood nightmares all belonged to this one man. I'd never wanted to admit that the darkness had been so close to me, but here I stand, being told that my life as I know it is gone, and that I must go on and pilot the ship that will most certainly kill me. I can't say no, because I know that it is my destiny to pilot that ship. I have no life to return to, no person within. I'm just a boy who got his eye ripped out inside of an adult's body, with no place to go but further down. And so the only question that I can ask, one that I'm sure he's the only one he's waiting for. Why? Your actions here are important, he reassures me. I know it's bullshit, and he knows I know it's bullshit. This is to prepare for another story. A boy named Devin Kempton, who will be born in the years to come. I'm but a prologue. He turns on his heels. Now come, you aren't the only one that's going to be making this trip. Consider yourself half of a prologue. Friedrich then introduces Jesse to the other half of a prologue, Rose Linden. Jesse knew that his life was nearing its end, considering neither Friedrich nor Rose saw it fit to introduce Rose past her name. They loaded into the ship, and Jesse begins to feel uncomfortable. He begins seeing visions, but they aren't of a life he recognizes. I didn't have a moment in my life flashing before my eyes because I had no life to flash. Instead, I saw his life. The boy whose life was predicated on the waste that was my own. It makes a twisted sort of sense, but his was the last that I wanted to see. I started to get angry. Angry at myself, angry at Friedrich, even angry at Rose beside me, who I couldn't notice more than her protruding stomach. Even angry at the budding human inside her body. And then we gravitated toward the moon. I found that the one person I could stay mad at was the one that the anger flowed the easiest to. I was angry with him. That anger flowed through everything that was left of me as we swung around, and it never ceased. I don't know how long we were inside of that ship. It felt like years. I don't know how I would have lived that long if possible, but nothing else seemed to matter. I saw the wormhole before my eyes, and it was the most horrible-looking beauty that I'd ever seen, but it still could not defer the slightest bit of rage from my boiling blood. As the ship passed through, I screamed for the first time in over 20 years. It was the most blood-curdling scream that tore itself at the seams. My body was completely and wholly disintegrated. Our ship split in two. Rose accomplished a great feat for a man, but one not a surprise to Friedrich. She landed on an uncharted planet in a far-off galaxy, where she would soon give birth to a healthy baby boy. His name doesn't matter, and Rose wouldn't matter in the long run, because the both of them would be renamed by history as Adam and Eve, by some cruel reference to the origin of a completely new species on a planet that hid its sun like a prized commodity. Of course, this planet would be known as Tetros in the Black Eye Galaxy, and Eve would raise her Adam to grow up to be healthy using the various sources of food and shelter across the empty planet. What happened to me was much less of an easy story. We'll return to Jesse and the result of Rose's trip out into space much later, but first we must return back to Friedrich on Earth, but we're going to speed along to 1950. Friedrich has returned to Germany after the end of the war. I do want to make an important note here that the way time plays out in this universe is different than ours, as World War II actually ends with the United Kingdom coming out as the clear victor as the world superpower. This will come up later, but is important as background information for now. Friedrich sits on an abandoned bus, for he has an appointment with someone from the future who is connecting to this point in time now, similar to how he connected back to Jesse almost 11 years prior. Friedrich shows his guest around the ruins of Weimar, the beggars of those that struggled to survive after the war's devastation and ensuing reparations. He talks about his successes in reaching space before anybody else, the secret he keeps from all else. It was a one-man journey, and I saw the takeoff myself. To think, a man in the world beyond. It was done with complete and utter silence, and I'm one of 3 people alive who know of this event. Our correspondent, who shall remain anonymous, found interesting things up there. That is where my research truly began. Friedrich then returns to the flat he's transformed into his new laboratory. Something unassuming from the outside, but inside hosts his new project, the Human Genome Project, otherwise called the Schroeder Experiment. Friedrich had since been renowned for his work on human biology, and as such amassed a collection of 10 notable scientists across the globe for his biggest project. Friedrich walks into the laboratory to find 10 prison cells where the test subjects were locked up when not being actively tested on. I walk across the room, my footstep echoing off the walls. I turn and open the hard metal door. Inside is a small room that is not unlike a prison cell in looks. A metal bench is chained to the wall, hanging. A lone stool sits in the corner of the room, and on it is the hunched body of Ken Schroeder. He's wearing nothing but his undergarments and smells absolutely rancid. If I'd taken a quick look at him, I'd have assumed him deceased. But he stirs. He sits up and inhales deeply. What? He screams, his eyes darting around the room. Why, hello, Ken. Here! I smile and walk over to him. The reason Ken and all the other scientists are in here is one reason, simply. I've run out of chromosomes to test on, and it isn't like there's a supply for people to readily take in or test on. So I gathered some of the smartest minds across Europe and Asia, and I began to study their genes. I've kept them down here, against their will, I will admit. Of course, they wouldn't have agreed for the tests if I'd asked, Ken specifically. I would perform tests on him while he slept. I'd keep him down using sedatives, and then I took live samples through very, very invasive surgery. He's mainly okay. His mind is a little messed up, though. Ken twitches slightly, and looks over to me and then down to his little brown notebook beside his bed. I know what that little book will do to me in the times coming. Ken's son Casey will use it to prove my guilt in a court of law, and bring me to my demise. I'm not going to stop it, though. Those who can see the future are gifted, and those who wish to change it are fools. My time for this world was never infinite. My job still needs doing, and that job is keeping this world going until it can no longer go. Interrupting the young scientist's crazy scrawlings would surely go against the plan. Friedrich then confirms the death of another of his test subjects, Natasha, a Russian scientist who died choking on her own bodily fluids. She wasn't showing positive signs of mutation, so she was merely a result of the process. He confirms that each of them are destined to die in these cells, except for one survivor, a German scientist named Sonja von Kleist. She was only 10 when the Second War begun, and her family had the luck of leaving the country before things got bad, just like he had. Although her fortune soon led to her misfortune, as being part of this experiment was her fate. Now she was 21, and her brain had adjusted to the tests and new living adjustments. It doesn't matter to me. I know she lives past me, so her well-being now only gives credence to her survival. I need her for later, and she'll keep this ball rolling. Sonja cranes her head and gives an expectant look towards me. You took a little longer than expected, she said, letting her head fall back onto the wall behind her. You don't seem the least bit surprised to see me, I reply. Of course not. You said you'd be back, and here you are. You are many things, Friedrich Adata, but a liar you are not. She is correct. I may have done my fair share of questionable actions in the past, and present, and future. One thing I can claim, too, is I've never lied. I know how everything goes. Why lie about it? I also happen to know when I'm being lied to, of course, knowing all of this. Are you here to do more tests on me, Doctor? Going to rip my heart out again? Once was enough, and I'm sure you know why I'm here. Or can at least guess, I ask. The others are gone, aren't they? Ken was the last to go, just before I came in here. He lasted longer than I thought. You may be wondering how Sonja is so calm throughout all of this, how she was able to survive for so long with no brain damage at all. The answer is simple. I made it so she could. Her testing was different from the rest. She's barely even human anymore. Her thoughts are hers, but they're mine too. Her will is hers, but it is mine too. She is an organic synthetic, but also a synthetic organic. She is a lovely little paradox which continues to live and not be alive all at the same time. All of this because of my study. My chromosome research led to the development of custom synthetic human organs and systems. That's what the other 9 subjects were for. They provided me with the extra cells to test on and use for my most perfect creation, my own creature. New blood, new insides, none of the unnecessary human weaknesses like the heart or the lungs or anything else that can fail. All that remains is the ever-growing chromosomes powering the suit of electronic connections. She is like a monitor, and the server is being run directly by me. Of course, her skin shall age like any other, and she'll have the look of an elder, but her insides shall be as good as they ever were. Why don't we get out of here? I'm sure we have so much to talk about, I say. Why, of course. I'd do anything for you, Friedrich, Sonia says, a wink on her face. Now, like with Jesse, we're going to be checking back with these two later on, as we have another factor of the story to move over to. We're going to meet a small boy named Larry George in the year 1971. In 1971, a small boy named Larry George celebrated his 5th birthday with his twin brother Stephen. Larry lived in Greenbush, New York, with their parents Teresa and Gilbert George, and the twins' older sister Heather George. The George household was not well off, but they were able to get presents for both of their growing boys. Presents that, as presents to small children do, begin to warp their interests and personalities around. Young Stephen received his father's baseball glove, and Larry received a small black box. It had been a tape recorder. When the birthday celebrations were over, Larry turned the tape recorder on, put on the headphones that came with it, and listened to the tape. But what played back for Larry wasn't music, but instead was a voice calling out to him. Hello? Hello? Larry asked out loud. Stephen turned to face Larry, a confused look on his face. What? No, I didn't mean you, Larry said. I was talking to, Talking to who? Got an imaginary friend? I think, Larry said, equally confused. Huh, that's cool, Stephen said, and was instantly bored of the topic. There's no need to speak so loud. I can hear you just fine from in here, said the voice. It had an airy quality like it was uttered by a spirit of the wind. I am here for a very important purpose. I am here to be your guide. Guide? Larry thought, looking back out to Stephen to judge if the sound was spilling out from his headphones. It still sounded so surreal that they were talking to someone trapped in the tape. Stephen, lost in his own world, surely wasn't making any sounds. He would pull a prank like this, but he isn't doing it. He pulled the blanket over his knees and crawled into the darkness. Who are you? I am not sure. I just know that I am supposed to be a guide. Will you help me? Can I help you? Help me? I don't think I need help. Larry thought back to the voice, and then he thought on it more. Was there anything he needed help with? He closed his eyes and then thought up to the starry sky, and he knew sometimes his mom and dad were sad. They never told the boys what they were sad about, but sometimes he saw the looks when they tried to hide them. He wasn't sure what they were so sad over. Are you a friend? I want to be. I want to help. Okay, I'll be your friend. I guess I could use some help. What do I have to do? Larry thought it was odd at first, but came to understand that this must be the reason his father gave him this present. Maybe this was his father's way of telling him that he and his mom were sad? Like in offering to help them out, but if that were the case, why couldn't they just speak to the guide and help themselves? It wasn't that he wouldn't do it, he was just confused on a great many things. Fortunately, since Larry was only 5 years old, these concerns lasted the entirety of 12 seconds. When he was downstairs, he was initially jealous of Stephen's present. He thought it looked a lot more practical. You could do a lot of things with a ball and glove. Lots of activities outside would be played with a ball and a glove. By comparison, the cassette player had seemed dull. But now, just like the concerns that bore over him, those feelings washed away as if they had never existed. He can play with the ball all he wants, but he didn't get a friend for his birthday. I need just one thing. I need to make a bond. I don't want to lose you. Why would you lose me? I'm scared. I had a friend once before, and I lost them. It makes me so sad. Well, I don't want to lose you either. What do I need to do? I want to know your name. Once I know your name, I'll tell you mine, and that will be it. Then we'll be all set. That was it? Larry was almost scared over the word bond. In truth, he hadn't known what it meant. It almost sounded scary, but if they were just exchanging names, then he'd definitely want to bond with other kids as well. Oh, well, my name's Larry. Larry, do you accept me as your friend? Your guide to life? Sure. What's your name? You can call me Cappy. Cappy? Alright, it's a bit of a strange name. I like it, though. Reminds me of a baseball cap. There's one more thing, Larry, that I need to ask of you. Larry struck up another confused look. He looked around his mini blanket fort, waiting for the rumbling sounds of the cars outside to cease. They were always so loud. I wish Mom could go turn them off. What is that? I need you to listen to my advice. If I'm going to be your guide, it comes with giving advice. Sound fair? Yeah, sounds fair to me. Good. The first piece of advice is to get some sleep. Nothing good comes from staying up all night. Aw, but it's not even all that late, and the cars outside are still so loud. Larry, the cars outside will not bother you once you fall asleep. I promise you that. It will be very... Cappy seemed to hesitate on the word choice. You need to be able to listen when I give you advice. I am only looking out for what is best for you. The voice that introduced itself as Cappy, in fact, has some history on this planet before 1971. I try to keep some sense of order as the early 1900s have a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to keep some room for the Jesse Anderson Friedrich Adata plotlines to let them breathe. I will now begin to cover Cappy's history up to this point in the story. It was late in the summer of 1903 when a meteor crashed into a southern Kentucky grasslands near a farm owned by an old man named Theodore Bagg. Inside the crater, a protoplasmic specimen crawled on gooey appendages before shifting its appearance to that of a human infant before being discovered by a man. Confused of the child's origin, his hospitable side took him to take the child in, caring for it as if it were his own. The infant aged slower than a normal human. After 25 years of caring for the child, the farmer passed away, and the creature looked like that of a 15-year-old. It had no gender, and no name which it was called. The farmer had only referred to it as you. Once the farmer passed, you stayed in the farmhouse, as it was the only home it had known on Earth. It was able to stay here until one of the farmer's exporters, confused with the mysterious cease of shipment, arrived to investigate. The exporter discovered the farmer's corpse, and the creature he believed responsible for the act. The farmer never made public knowledge of the existence of the child, so the exporter believed that the creature had murdered the old man to take his home. He confronted you, accusing it of murder and theft of the man's home, which caused the creature to become upset. The exporter called the police and drove the creature out of the old man's home. For the next 11 years, you would live off the streets and on the run, only visibly aging about 4 years in that time. During its experiences with the Great Depression, you learned how to deal with sorrow and how to survive on the smallest amounts of food. As Germany invaded Poland in 1939, you took notice of savagery of the German Blitzkrieg. It sympathized with those they terrorized. It listened to a lot of blues around that time, concocting a new identity based on one of its favorite singers, Alonzo Johnson. It shifted its physical appearance to be more masculine and enlisted in the army, remembering the stories that the farmer had told about his time in the war. It was put on reserve under the alias of Alonzo Johnson. It succeeded in its training to join the United States Third Army. It was sent to clean up Germany in the invasion that took place in 1945. It acted differently in combat as it was trained, as it didn't care about protecting its fellow soldiers. It instead focused on defending those who couldn't defend themselves, such as with the Polish and German Jews who were stolen away into the concentration camps. You saw the war through to its end. It witnessed the trials of the German soldiers in the aftermath of all of the fighting. Yu's sense of justice over humanity waned as it came to terms with the atrocity of the war crimes that these humans could inflict on one another. As Yu dedicated itself to rebuilding the lives of those destroyed by the war, it saw that the victims it tried to help also carried darkness within. Cries of revenge and bloodlust were common whispers that traveled through the night. During this time, you began to fully understand human nature. It only served to wrong and hurt one another, rather than to live and coexist. It was also during this time that the creature discovered its ability to project its voice through certain human electronics, but only devices that the creatures personally touched could be made into a channel for it to communicate through. It spent its time through the second half of the 1940s and all of the 1950s creating 95 different channels through which it could communicate through. You decided that if humanity was willing to fight itself to extinction, it would stop fighting it, and instead, it would be its guide to the bitter end. It had sent the channels it created to guide certain individuals to turn the tide of the planet. Unfortunately, the first listeners of used devices did not last longer than 3 months without ending their lives. Disturbed, you had been shocked to learn that the human mind was quite more fragile than it initially believed. Most people that listened to you ended up dead sooner rather than later. And then one of its channels came into possession of a small boy in Greenbush, New York. Larry falls asleep to his new friend's advice and dreams of farm animals and all sorts. A fact that disturbs Cappy, but one that seems to signal that this could be the connection he hoped for. He started off small by advising Larry to thank his parents for the gift he had received, and letting Larry know that since he'd forged a bond with him, only he could hear his voice. A few weeks then passed by as the two boys began for kindergarten, and Heather got ready for her first day of the 3rd grade. In his new environment, Stephen adjusts relatively easily, being the more social of the two boys, whereas Larry faces more difficulty, turning to Cappy for help. Larry's teacher begins asking him to put away his present, and to this Cappy bids him to stand up to authority, and that just because they're authority does not mean they're right. Later, at home after Larry's parents were called, and he was inevitably scolded for his insubordination, Larry convenes with his new friend. What you did today was learn firsthand that authority isn't the end. They aren't always in control of you. Sometimes you need to stand your ground to them. But it was just wearing a pair of headphones. Today, yes, but there may be some day where this piece of advice comes singing back to you, and you really need it. You never know when the formative years of your childhood will come back to you later in life exactly when you need it. There will be times this may get you in trouble. Today could have ended up differently with you being sent home. That is the risk of the world. I am instilling the building blocks in hopes that it shall be useful. I see. Larry looked up to the ceiling in the dark. He really didn't see, but if Cappy had said so, he must have had his reasons. He sighed and rested his head on his arm. I just wish I could be better at talking to people. I know, Larry. I know. This is something that shall get easier with time. I promise. We're going to pause with Larry's story for now, as we need to wait a few years before we catch back up with him. We are going to be moving ahead 3 years for some new faces, and then some old. Next up, we're going to travel across the country to San Diego in the year 1974 to visit 2 children who are laughing gleefully. Their faces are blurred as the fogginess of memory hides their identities. They look to be about 12 years old. The boy is swinging on a children's swing set with the girl pushing him from behind. Their faces start to fill in as their voices begin to fill the space. Higher, Devin, higher! The girl's voice calls out. We gotta go as high as possible to reach space. Mission Command needs to go higher! I'm trying! The voice belonging to Devin replies back. The girl sees him kick his back legs out from under him and flies out of the swing. He reaches his hands out as if reaching for the clouds. Unfortunately, he ends up falling back toward the earth, and you hear something precious break. It was his leg. Oh, come on, Devin! Astronauts can't travel to space with a broken leg! Come on, now what do we do if we get hurt? He stops crying for a moment to look up at the girl. He was trying really hard to keep up from bursting again. We get back, he says, sitting up, but it was too much. Ah, Alex, it hurts! He burst back into his loud wail. Come on, Devin, my mom's going to hear you, and we won't be able to go to space anymore. Alex says, her voice is strained. A few weeks pass, and the two children have played hooky to visit the library. It was clear the two children couldn't be older than 12. They have each gathered books of all sorts of various topics relating to space, and the travel to such. It is clear they have a massive interest in the subject. All the other ones on the shelves were too confusing for me, Devin's voice called out, bringing Alex back to focus on the memory. What book did you get? The Martian Chronicles? Dev, that's science fiction. That won't help us get to space. I told you there wasn't anything else I could understand, he says, prompting a hushing sound from the librarian, reading a magazine at the other end of the room. An older man peeks out from his book and stares at Alex and Devin, then returns to his reading. What do you have there? Devin asks. It's a book on space and time, at least what I think. How are you going to understand that? I don't know, just thought something this big would help. It looks like a smart book, and that's how people get to space, right? They're smart. You have to be able to understand it first, dummy. This is a stupid idea. We shouldn't have skipped school for this. Come on, Alex, you can't give up that easily. Your parents haven't been the same since they lost your sister. Don't you want to find her? Find out who she is? Of course I do. Well then, come on, put that stupid book away and let's go find a better one. Excuse me. They see the man in the corner look up from the book once more. I seem to have overheard your conversation, and it piqued my interest. You two are interested in heading to space? Devin's eyes lit up at the recognition. Oh boy, yes! Come on, Devin, we don't know this guy, Alex says. It's to look for your sister, right? Forgive me my intrusion, but how did she manage to make it all the way up there? I'm a science professor, so I happen to know a little bit about space, and I'm just curious. See, Alex, this could actually be way better than looking at those dinky books. Maybe you could ask this guy about it. I don't like this. Come on, let's just ask him some stuff. Something wrong with that, right? Maybe he can even help us if we tell him about it, okay? Guess so. So you see, Devin begins, Alex here is gonna have a sister. That is until one day they lost her. I don't think we were supposed to know then, but we mistook it for something else entirely. This was a few years ago. Is there something special with that period of time? He asks. If it had been that long, why wouldn't they have found her by now? A flash of recognition passes in the man's eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have mistaken. I mean, Alex's parents haven't so much as talked about it since it happened. I mean, I know it's bad to lose a kid, but they've gone completely silent about it. So, we've been thinking, where could a kid go if they got lost? Where would be the perfect hiding spot if he never wanted to be found? Space! Devin cut in. The man was silent. So, you see, we've been trying to find out anything and everything we can to get to space. Maybe if we can find a way to get there, we can find out where Alex's sister is. I see. And so that is why you were searching through those books on space, the man says. Yeah, he quietly replies. Can you help us? You're a professor of science, right? What do you know about space? And so the man introduced himself as Noah Marshall, and suggested they stop by his Sunday school classes. They'd be much interested to learn about the world and such topics like space. This enthralled Devin, and, at his excitement, Alex would soon join along. Also in 1974, Gregory Daniels is born to two parents in upstate New York. 1 year later, in an undisclosed location, Friedrich Adata and Sonia von Kleist gave birth to a baby boy, and Friedrich names him Jack. As a child of the father and the world's first automaton, he would have complications in life due to the level of dark matter inside his system. And then in 1975, Mason Radica is also born in upstate New York. These two, among others that have yet to be born, will be very important for the Radical-9 Saga, so I want to make note of them here. Now we're going to head back to San Diego for a few years later. Alex and Devin surely have learned the mistake of their logic concerning traveling to space with time, but visiting Mr. Marshall's classes did remain something the pair would do together. Albeit for a time their schedules didn't align, so they had taken opposite classes with Mr. Marshall. And now we're here in 1978. I don't know what to do, Dev. For so long, I thought she was invincible, Alex says. Her voice is shaking. Hey, it's okay, dude. Cancer sucks, but she'll get through it. She's your mom. I know how much she's been through and how much as you have. The pneumonia, the miscarriage, the suicide attempt, and even whatever happened before I knew you. Listen, she's gonna get through this, he says, pulling her closer. I can't lose her. When my dad died last year, she absolutely lost everything that made her shine. Dev, I can't lose her too. Alex started to break, with tears running down the side of her face. Hey, come on, okay, you know what? Let's go see Mr. Marshall then. We can see if he has anything to help, Devin says. Okay, I think I could use it. I haven't seen him all this week. You said you were going to go on Wednesday. I know, but I've been so busy with my mom and school and everything. Well, we're going to go, and we'll see if I can't switch back into your session. That way, if we go together, you might have more motivation for it. Mr. Marshall runs his classes out of his large manor, and his house has teachings for those of all ages. The two join in on a session unfamiliar to both of them, and they are welcomed with open arms. They begin by reciting prayer, led by Noah Marshall himself. In each and every one of us that spirit dwells, yet it is not our spirit. It is a fragment of a spirit that came from heaven's gate, and since we are not whole, our whole lives go out to searching for the rest of those fragments. My children, do not end up like the millions of others who waste their lives to never find their fragments here on Earth. I shall not waste my time, the chorus answers. To find our fragments, we must wait for our time to ascend beyond human. It is in the beyond that we find our true selves. Now today we also speak on the topic of our vessels. They are nothing but, and as such we treat them with respect, as they are only ours for a short time. Of course, this isn't speaking for accidents, but this message is one of the most important for you to keep close. Under no circumstances should you intentionally harm your own body. If you are expected to ride out our journey to the very end, then we must keep our vessels in top condition. This includes suicide, of course, for that is a direct refusal of the next level. Now, from this point, a woman enters the scene and begins the next part of the session. A systemic sacrifice of a personal belonging. Now, if you're getting cult vibes, good. You're supposed to be getting cult vibes. Noah Marshall is running a social community that mirrors the Heaven's Gate cult from our world, and he's preparing his acolytes' vessels so they may transcend their reality to ascend to the next level. Now, we're going to put a pin in the story of Alex, Devin, and Noah Marshall as we return to Larry's story as it picks up 2 years later in 1980, and also a few more faces for the modern day of the Radical-9 Saga. Stephen and Larry woke up around the same time that Heather's acceptance letter to Yale arrived to the George household. Their parents were ecstatic, but they were also troubled by the thoughts of their first child going away to college so soon. Both Gilbert and Teresa were sucked into a workforce just after high school to make ends meet. They had no personal experience of what higher education could offer their daughter, and they would be lying if they said they weren't immensely grateful for the scholarship she'd earned. Larry's guide was still with him after all of this time, nudging his direction and being his one person to talk to when it all came down. He was thankful for Cappy, not knowing what he would have done without him. Larry's grown up since he was a small boy. He didn't carry around his headphones everywhere anymore. He has his own sort of courage within him, even if it wasn't quite at his brother and sister's levels yet. He did choose to speak with his friend at least once every night. Things weren't all good, however. His grades slipped the first half of the year, C's and D's replacing the B's of old, and his father most of all didn't know how to process that fact. Both Heather and Stephen were getting fantastic grades, sure. Stephen would slip once in a while and get a C on a test, but he usually brought it back up by the end of the quarter. Gilbert didn't know how to deal with the sudden slip of one of his kids, when up to this point, things were doing just fine. There was a mistake somewhere along the way, and he couldn't bear to think that he had anything to do with it. His other two children were doing so great, so it had to be with Larry specifically. Things came to a boiling point during Christmas break when Larry's boy grades had angered Larry's father to the point where he'd stomped into his room and broken one of Larry's records. "Don't let your grades get you down. There's always a chance to raise them," his sister Heather said. "I just don't think it's fair. You and Stevie are treated so much differently than me, just because of some stupid tests." Larry crossed his arms looking at her. His heart is in the right place, Larry. He knows that your grades are important. They decide your future, she said, looking down. I don't see how numbers on a piece of paper can tell me how smart I am or how successful I'm gonna be. I didn't either, Larry, but look where I am. I just did my work and now I'm going to college in a few months. She tried for a reassuring smile, but he quickly changed course. I know you can pick up to at least a B. You're a smart kid. I'll replace the record and add one more onto that fact tomorrow when we get out of school. But you gotta apply yourself. Sound fair? Larry groaned, but he complied. He already knew that numbers don't define him, and Cappy told him as much as that 2 years ago. And I want to mention that during this time, another important figure is born in 1980 in the Denver, Colorado area, being Jay Ryan. Now back to Larry. His grades continue to slip as the school year continues. He's been seeing his school counselor more, and who often recommends a doctor for Larry to speak to. Gilbert got frustrated with this. My son has told me for this for years that some friend lives in this damn cassette player. I should have never gotten it for him. He threw his arms in the air, looked aside, and shook his head. What do we do to fix him? We must stop this before it gets too deep. His mind was wrapped around the idea of music. This unhealthy association. Now, it was impossible to remove music from his life, obviously, but he cannot have any memorabilia. Any of that reinforces that grip it has on his life. Dr. Abbott mentioned. His bushy eyebrows bent down and his beady eyes stared at both Gilbert and Teresa. Oh, we can't take it away from him, Teresa said, her eyes wandering around Dr. Abbott's office. Larry sat back in the office with a hastily marked 1 on the door. He never liked this place. He called the doctor a quack and a half. He was 100% that Dr. Abbott wasn't a licensed doctor in any way, shape, or form, but he knew that he was the only person his parents would be able to afford. He sat in the room, sat away in an effort to keep his discussion with his parents private, although the good doctor was quite a loud speaker naturally, so the flow of conversation from his end was at least audible. He didn't know what to feel inside. You baby him, Gilbert said, making a sort of sound at the end that sounded like it spat. It was suffice to say that Gilbert was up to his shoulders in stress over the whole situation, and desired to see the end of it immediately. I care about him, Gil. If you do, then you must let him grow without it. You will keep lashing out because all of this crazy, rebellious music these kids listen to. It isn't good for them. Dr. Abbott spat himself, craning his neck, cracking it loudly. They have no respect in that gobbledygook ain't helping them one bit. They're kids like Lawrence that take it to the next level. If this continues, I'm afraid to say he might go out and kill someone. Teresa gasped. Gilbert shook his head and crossed his arms, letting out a deep breath. You got it, Doc. We'll take care of it right, dear. He looked off to her. Yes. Same time next week? Gilbert asked Dr. Abbott. A crooked smile crossed his face, teeth missing and darkness filled the gaps. Sure thing, Mr. George. I do wish to hear how the treatment handles good Lawrence. Larry didn't adjust to the treatment well. It was an obvious fact to anybody involved that would have been an inevitability. As soon as they got home, Gilbert hobbled up toward Larry and Stephen's room. Larry, knowing what going on from his eavesdropping, ran up the stairs after his father. Dad, you can't do this! It's my stuff! To Gilbert George, all of Larry's things were his things. He provided the roof he lived under, and so until he was 18, and out of that damn door, he was gonna have to deal with it. Gilbert then destroys all of Larry's records, and then moves to confiscate Larry's cassette player. This here is an immensely chaotic moment that completely severs Larry's trust in the parental unit, and something he's fully not wanting to go through with. This causes unrest in the George home for the rest of the day, as everyone is on edge from the altercation. Stephen even temporarily rooms with Heather to avoid the tension emanating from his brother. However, not all is off, as a few minutes later, a despondent Larry finds the cassette player back in his pants pocket, and discovers that Cappy had somehow found his way back to Larry. What is going on? He asked aloud before he could think any more. He unwrapped the headphones and plugged them into the cassette player. Cappy, are you there? Hello, Larry. Oh, Cappy, thank God. I thought my dad broke you. I saw him throw you out. He did because of that doctor who told him to. I have a bond with you, Larry. So if that means I'll always find my way back to you. I'm supposed to be your guide. How do you do that? I mean, the cassette player should be broken, though. How it happens is another story for a future day. I'd love to tell you that one in person. In person? You're actually someone out there in the world? Larry asked. Yes, everybody is someone out there in the world. Guess I'd never really thought about it. I sort of thought you'd be like a ghost or something. I am no ghost, Larry, but we both know that at the current moment the only thing dead here are those records of yours. Larry sat back in his bed and groaned, letting out his entire chest worth of breath. God, it sucks so bad. You can't let him crush your dreams, Larry. You love music. I know, Cappy, but he's my dad. Without him, I wouldn't have met you. Yes, I understand that you love him, but you must also love yourself. Here's what I think. You should go out and get a guitar. A guitar? I don't have that kind of money. Besides, my dad would probably just smash like all my records. I can help you with that, Larry. Don't you worry. How are you gonna do that? Larry asked, but Cappy didn't reply. He was left to himself for the rest of the night, and so he took in a deep breath and rested his head against the pillow. So many things in his life were out of his control, but Cappy seemed to be the one thing that was very much the opposite. Someone who knew what to say to get him feeling more at ease. He dreamt of many things that night. His father, his records, but the prevailing image that came to him was a starry night sky. He dreamt of sailing across the stars and wondered what kind of music they liked down there. He wondered if he would someday get to go to space to know. Speaking of traveling to space, we're going to be shifting back over to 1982 to meet back with Alex. She has a private meeting with Noah Marshall. She's 19 at this point, and based on her responses to Mr. Marshall, it is clear that years of sorrow have harrowed her experience. She's proverbially drank the Kool-Aid at this point. When a student turns 19, their earthly body is seen as complete, as a vehicle to the next level. That is the minimum age requirement you to handle the full ascension process, but it's not the only requirement. Of course, all of what I've told you and shown you up to this point has been in help for you to see the beyond, to see what we can become. All of that is useless if your body can't make the trip. I've shared this information with Dante a few years back, since his body was getting old, almost too old for Ascension, but he was lucky. He made it in time, and now he'll be joining us for Ascension, whenever the call is made. Sherry became ready on her 19th birthday almost 3 years ago now, and now it's your turn. I must plant my seed within you, with my body as the chosen progenitor of the next level, shall all our spirits ascend. Larry is now a high school junior, and his grades have since picked up considerably. Mysteriously, the George family household received a package, supposedly signed by Dr. Abbott, containing an acoustic guitar inside with specific instructions for Larry to take up making music to satisfy his fixations. A note beguiled by Gilbert George, but after speaking with Teresa, he relented. Coincidentally, after this note and present arrived, Dr. Abbott went missing, and had never been seen from again. Larry's rising grades and the disappearance of his therapist both gone hand in hand for him to no longer see anyone. A fact that had eased Gilbert George and lightened the tension on the George household. During junior prom, Stephen easily found a date, and Larry had stayed more in the background, Cappy telling him not to worry if he doesn't find a date, that things will inevitably work out. At the prom, Larry meets with another socially outcasted student named Stanley Tix, or Sticks for short. He bonded quickly with Sticks, and was eventually invited to come hang with some of his friends, and eventually join the garage band. Larry found himself at Sticks' trailer after the school the next day, and was introduced to the rest of the band, Rosewood. Paul Polly Knox ran the drums, Thomas Tommy Boy Bentham on lead guitar, Marianne Wilhelm on lead vocals, with Sticks himself on bass. Larry begins to form a crush on Marianne, but notices that she seems to be involved with Polly, bringing forth a dilemma as they take Larry on as the rhythm guitarist. This year is when things started to shift for both George brothers, as Larry's grades would continue to stay consistent from this point on, and he would find his own niche with the school band. But Stephen, on the other hand, would begin to slip from honor roll, and his parents would discover a stash of LSD he received from his prom date, Lainey De La Rue. This would lead to an increase in calls home for the rest of their junior year. In September of 1982, David Kress would be born in Aurora, Colorado. We next see the George brothers on their graduation day in 1983. The whole George family was in attendance of their overly sunny Saturday afternoon. Larry's grades had never been better than his last quarter of his senior year, and his parents didn't know it, but inside his pocket underneath the robes sat the cassette player with Cappy by his side. Also by his side was Marianne, also dressed for the occasion, who had definitely led to a disgruntled Polly who had not just split from Marianne, but also from Rosewood a few months back due to creative differences. They've also since replaced Polly on drums with one of Styx's neighbors, Kevin Whaley. In the time since Cappy advised Larry to follow his heart and ask Marianne out. The two clicked instantly. They had already been fast friends, so it only made sense that once her relationship with Polly ended, Larry would fill the role he left. Stephen had managed to graduate, but his grades were lackluster, only coasting on the fact he earned a baseball scholarship at NYU the following year. Both George boys were called up and received their degrees that both of them packed away from their high school memories, eager to move on for the next step of their lives. After Larry and Stephen's high school graduation, the George household is left feeling empty as the children embark on their separate paths. Heather is thriving at Yale, living on campus and balancing her studies with an externship at a prestigious law firm in New Haven. Meanwhile, Stephen is also living on campus at NYU, but his college experience is darker. He frequently parties, and unbeknownst to his parents, his drug problem is escalating. Larry, the youngest sibling, has taken a different route. Instead of heading to college, he decides to hit the road with his band. Influenced by Cappy, Larry chooses freedom over traditional education, a decision that drives a wedge between him and his father, Gilbert, who had hoped for a more conventional future for his son. Larry's ecstatic about the opportunity to travel and perform with the band Rosewood, which includes Styx, Tommy Boy, Marianne, and Kevin. They tour in an RV, performing gigs that slowly increase in size and reach, helping the band gain a foothold in the music scene, especially in the capital region. As Rosewood begins to find success, they face the challenge of maintaining their unique sound. After a particularly successful show in the city, Styx proposes they evolve their style to incorporate elements from the more popular rock bands, arguing it could help them secure more gigs. Larry firmly opposes the idea, believing in their distinct sound, rooted in melody and funk. It's what makes them special. Tommy Boy recognizes Larry's perspective, but is also worried about their dwindling opportunities for performances. Kevin takes a neutral stance, avoiding involvement in the growing conflict. To Larry's dismay, Marianne sides with Styx, expressing her belief that the band is stagnating. Frustrated, yet understanding the importance of unity, Larry seeks advice from Cappy, who encourages him to compromise. Ultimately, they decide to evolve their sound, rebranding themselves as Hardest Times. Despite this change, tensions continue to simmer. The wedge that would ultimately drive them apart comes on August 23rd of that year. They had a big show, the biggest they'd played in quite some time, for an upscale club who had paid extra for them to play longer than their usual. Larry's world turns upside down when he unexpectedly walks in on his bandmates Styx and Marianne having sex in their RV. This shocking discovery reveals they'd been engaged in an affair since the launch of their band in the city. Moments before their encounter, Marianne had confided in Styx that she was pregnant with his child, igniting a whirlwind of emotions that led them to be intimate right there in the RV. Conflicted about her situation, Marianne isn't sure whether the baby is Styx or Larry's, but she hopes for the former. As Larry processes this betrayal, he feels bewildered that Marianne hadn't ended things with him before pursuing Styx. Overwhelmed by the sight and sound of their intimacy, Larry leaves the RV, abandoning both the band and his former life. He wanders the city streets with Cappy, seeking solace in music and companionship. They find a low-budget hotel called the Squatch to crash for the night. Although he has some cash left, it's not enough to sustain him in the long term, and he reflects on how the upcoming show was meant to be their big break. Now it was overshadowed by his departure. The thought of his former band potentially embarrassing themselves without him brings him a bittersweet sense of satisfaction, as he recalls how Hardest Times had always been centered around him. In a twist of fate, though, Larry is recognized in the hotel lobby by Aaron Lowey, a member of a local band called Caraway Hearts. Larry knows of them and has labeled them a drug band, notorious for losing their way due to substance abuse. They strike up a conversation, and Aaron offers Larry a position in Caraway Hearts, having just kicked out their own guitarist for said drug issues. The opportunity is a dream come true for Larry, but it comes with a heavy implication. Larry is haunted by a promise made to his sister Heather after their brother Stephen struggles with LSD. She encouraged him to pursue his passion for music, but asked him to stay clean, knowing the temptations of the road. Larry recalls her words, affirming that he wouldn't want to hurt his family, especially seeing how it affected Stephen. Larry, against the decision of Cappy, decides to join the band and follow his dream. Larry then wakes up in an unfamiliar hotel room some time after, disoriented, shocked by the chaotic state around him. As fragments of the previous night flood back, he recalls the colorful lights of the club where he performed. The celebration didn't end there. It spilled into the hotel room, transforming into an orgy involving people he barely knew. Amid the wildness, someone had introduced heroin, and he had shot up along with the others. His heart sinks as he examines his arms, seeing the marks left by the drug use. Overwhelmed in shame and fear, he realizes he's alone. His bandmates and the partygoers have left him, taking his belongings with them. In that moment, he remembers he had been conscious during their departure, but his body had betrayed him, rendering him unable to move. A chilling thought strikes him. He was having a seizure. The physical stiffness he felt now was an all-encompassing ache. Despair washes over him as he contemplates dying in this room, but he feels something in his pocket. It's the cassette player with the headphones. Reluctantly, he puts them on, hearing the familiar voice of Cappy. Cappy's tone is accusatory, reminding Larry of the advice he ignored about staying away from the band and its influences. "I don't want to hear it right now, Cappy," Larry groans, feeling miserable. But Cappy presses on, stressing the seriousness of the situation. He informs Larry he only has $100 left and suggests he go visit his family, ominously hinting that something terrible has happened. Confused and alarmed, Larry presses for more information, but Cappy remains cryptic, eventually revealing, "They're gonna want you there for the wake." Panic sets in, and Larry processes this news, fearing the worst. He demands to know what has happened, but Cappy refuses to divulge any further details. After an hour of futile questioning, Larry reluctantly gets out of bed, still reeling from the revelation. He confirms the money in his pocket and knows it's all he has left. Stumbling out of the hotel, he makes his way to a nearby car and rental place and spends half of his remaining cash on the cheapest vehicle available. As he drives back home, his mind races with the thoughts of his brother Stephen. He knows Stephen's been partying more than their parents realize. He's filled with dread about the possibility of an overdose. Larry grapples with guilt, feeling hypocritical for judging drug use when he himself was under the influence of heroin. Desperate, he prays that Stephen's okay, hoping against hope he can still find his brother alive. Heather George, 27, has passed away this past weekend from serious injury sustained in a collision with another driver who was under the influence of alcohol and other narcotics. Heather was a cherished daughter to Gilbert and Teresa George. She was finishing her senior year at Yale University and working at the Hobbs & Carlton law firm. The news of her passing is a terrible tragedy for her family, who wishes for prayers in these tough times. Services shall be held on Sunday, September 9th at the Harmony Hill Funeral Home. Larry was unwelcome in his own home. He could feel it plain as day. Happiness was unwelcome in the George home on the day of the news of Heather's death. She was coming home to surprise her parents with a weekend of what was supposed to be good times. She was sideswiped by 30-something who was driving 40 over the speed limit on I-87. He had just lost his job by being drunk on the premises for the last time. He didn't know what to do about the mounting debt he had, so when he emerged onto the highway, absolutely nothing else mattered, not even the girl who he slammed into. Larry only stayed so long to hear the news before he took off again. It took that long for the reality of the world to fully set in. Heather's death was real. She was gone from this world, and worst of all, he knew his father blamed him for being the surviving child. He wasn't sure what he felt about Stephen, but he was sure there was absolutely no love he would receive from Gilbert George. So, to avoid any conflict for his mother, he skipped out on planning for the wake and started driving in the rental car. He didn't know where he was going, just that it was anywhere but his home. There was no stereo in the car, but it had a cassette player. Larry shook his head and reached into his pocket. He knew the cassette player would be there, and it was. He ejected the tape and slid it into the car's cassette player. "What the fuck did you do?" Larry asked. "You chose not to listen to me.
I told you there would be consequences. I'm not giving you advice for no reason, Larry. If you would have listened to me, this terrible tragedy would have never happened. So you're telling me 100% that you're the one who killed my sister? Is that fucking it? This whole time you've been trying to lead me down the right path, but you pull a stunt like that? Larry, you are missing the point. I did not kill Heather. If anyone can be blamed, aside from the drunk driver, it was you. You made the choice that led to her death. So you're blaming me then? Oh, that's just rich. Fuck this. We're done, Cappy. I'm done talking to you. I would not do that if I were you, Larry. We would not want any more accidents in the George family, now would we? Is that a threat? Larry couldn't believe it. All of this time he'd kept Cappy close to him and never realized just how manipulative he could have really been. I am only trying to help you, Larry. If you break our pact, then I will have to be forced to get you to comply by any means necessary. Pact? I was 5 years old. I can't legally make any sort of pact or contract or anything like that at 5. Larry, do you assume I live by your rules? You live by the law. It's the fucking law. I do not care about the law. I care about you. I would recommend you not mention this to the police, however. I am more than sure you'll be detained for clinical insanity. Trust me when I say we both do not want that. Larry pulled to the side of the road and threw his head in his hands. What do you want me to do? Just listen to you forever? Is that so bad? Have I told you to do anything that breaks your laws? Have I told you to kill other people? No, Larry. I have been looking out for you from the very beginning. But you were difficult. You live with a rebellion in your heart. You believe it's in rebellion of those who keep you down. But that is not true. You keep yourself down, and you rebel against yourself. Just like when you joined up with that drug den of a band. All I want is to help set you right, to ease your pain. You ease my pain by killing my sister? I will tell you again, Larry. You killed your sister. Your rebellion against yourself pushed those balls into motion. If she were to remain living, then you would not learn your lesson. You would not grow. And that is what you must do now, and I will help you. My next piece of advice is going to require a big sacrifice on your part. But you have to believe that I know what is best for you. What is it? Larry asked, shaking his head. You were going to join the army. Larry signed up for boot camp that very same day. Next, we're going to move ahead to 1986 and meet back with some familiar faces back over in San Diego. In a time that can only be described as a horror movie made real, Alex finds herself outside in the harsh winter elements, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions and physical sensations. The cold rain and crunching snow amplify her despair as tears streak past her face, mingling with the blood. Dressed only in light petticoat and a skirt given to her by Noah, she feels woefully unprepared for the freezing weather. Consumed by regret and self-doubt, she berates herself for her previous actions that have led to her current situation, alone and vulnerable on New Year's Day. In a moment of anguish, she screams in frustration and drops to her knees, crying into the snow while cradling something tightly in her hands. The opulent Marshall Manor looms behind her, a stark contrast to her despair. In their heated exchange, Alex expresses her frustration with their situation, declaring everything feels wrong. She rejects Devin's plea to remain quiet and compliant, insisting that they don't truly belong in this chaotic environment. Her outburst signals her struggle for autonomy and truth in a life that feels increasingly suffocating. This moment encapsulates the emotional turmoil that drives her to the brink. Devin looks away from her. I'm done, he says quietly. What? She says, a hurt look crossing her face. I said I'm done. I'm done trying. I've tried this whole damn time to be your person. I've given up my whole life to grow with you. I helped you go when you were at your worst. Seems like that wasn't worth anything, huh? Alex looks at him with a hurt, confused look. I said go! Get the hell out of this house. I don't want you. I don't want you here anymore. Leave, like you said you never would. Devin, I've been afraid for my life these past 5 years. You cannot play the guilt card on me, she says, her being replaced by newfound courage. Devin turns around, nearly stumbling over. Listen, go. Just get the hell out of here. I don't need you. Devin, go. Just go, he says, not turning. She turns and walks to the door, but a slight hesitation stops her. She turns around. So, this is it. You're really done? You're just gonna let everything end like this? No matter how much better you think you've gotten since you've come here, you'll always be Noah's bitch, stuffing you like his pig until you learn all of this is a scam. He's breathing heavy now, shaking even. He reaches up and grabs for the cord around his neck, yanking on it until it snaps. The crystal necklace dangles at his side, the shining blue alluringly calling for attention. Nothing but a cunt, he says before his face grows grotesque, and he lobs the necklace at her. She sits in the snow with a bloody nose, broken from the impact, crying her heart out as she clasps the necklace between her fingers, memories of the past flashing through her mind as she wonders where it all went wrong. She stands back to her feet, running farther into the cold winter morning, running and running without end, passing not a single soul. She had no journey, no goal, no life to return to. Her mother and father were both dead, no siblings to speak of, no goals in life to pursue. She was no longer a person. She hadn't been since she stepped foot in Noah Marshall's mansion. She just kept on running. She ran until her feet would allow her to run no longer. She collapsed on that side of the highway as she was slowing near the corner, falling finally into a ditch. She could cry no longer, run no longer, feel no longer. Her whole body ached, and she only wanted it to stop. Alex. She woke to her name being called, moments before death most likely. She knew she was going to die, and now she was hallucinating. There was nobody awake at this time in the morning, not even on the highway. The whole world had become silent to her pain. It is unfair. It was unfair? What had been it specifically? Life? Alex could testify to that. She slowly did what motion she could in her ditch, and she nodded. It is unfair. The voice in her mind was more reassuring this time. It was almost like a soft pillow she were resting on. Yes, she strained. It is unfair. You deserve justice. Justice? Alex asked. Yeah. She feels a warming sensation in her hands. She looks into the crystal, a smile forming on her face. Inside, the crystal looked like a man made out of metal. He offers her warmth, and she decides to take it. She feels her body glow with a magical warmth she'd been missing for a long time. It is a nice transition before her body grows cold for a final time. The crystal, a mysterious artifact kept close since he gave it to Devin when they were young children, would glow for a final time as a sort of light draws from Alex's body. Her skin grows white and she lies silent for good. A body enters the frame. A slender Noah Marshall walks on the side of the highway, getting closer and closer towards Alex. He strolls up right toward her body and bends down, picking up the necklace in his own hands. He pockets it and turns around. He walks back toward the mansion, beginning to whistle a tune with a spring in his step. Now, with those events behind us, we're going to be moving forward 4 years to 1990. 4 years have passed, and Larry is now stationed in Panama under the command of Richard Dick Haddad and First Lieutenant Robert Paz. They have been stationed out by the British Embassy for an act of self-defense against the Panamanian Defense Force. Their mission was codenamed Operation Just Cause. On his very first night out in Panama, Larry wasn't the only soldier that went to his solitary quarters clutching a cassette player. Dick Haddad also had one. It was strange, his cassettes were starting to get old when he was young, so to see them still used by anyone normally was very strange. Larry's mind drifted. He wondered if Dick also had his own guide to listen to, but wrote it off as preposterous. The man was easily twice his own age, so it made sense that he'd stick to what he was comfortable with. Suddenly, the quiet of the night was shattered by the sounds of gunfire, jolting Larry back to reality. It was his watch, and he instinctively began to shout for everyone to form up and prepare for action. The chaos escalated when a private, a fellow soldier accompanying them, is shot and falls to the ground, his life snuffed out in an instant. The sight of the young man's face hauntingly reminds Larry of Heather, making it difficult for him to focus on the immediate danger. Desperate to shake off the painful memories, he takes cover, heart racing. As the night unfolds, Larry and his team, led by Captain Bartholomew Barry Rainwater, work together to defend their camp and repel the attacking rebel forces. The atmosphere is tense, but they manage to regroup and discuss their reasons for being in Panama over a meal. A few days later, Larry and the rest of his squadron are relocated to the Fort Clayton military base northwest of Balboa. Larry didn't get much of any chance to settle inside the base, as he was immediately invited by Barry, Dick, and Robert for a nice dinner at the nearby Marriott Hotel. Larry asked Cappy in private what he thought of the idea, but Cappy had stopped entertaining irrelevant questions by this point in their relationship. No answer meant Larry was free to decide on his own accord. He agreed, and so the four of them leapt out in a civilian vehicle. Four of them dressed in their finest and headed out. Trouble arose along the way when Panamanian civilians, alongside PDF members, ambushed their car, convinced they were armed and dangerous on a recon mission against the PDF. People surrounded the car and hammered on the sides of the windows, demanding they stop and surrender themselves. Larry felt a claustrophobic feeling as all the bodies were packed around the car. One of the PDF soldiers outside opened fire in the sky, which erupted the rest of the bullets to begin flying. One shot pierced the driver's side window and stuck Dick in the shoulder. Another shot, this time from behind, shatters the back windshield and sprays Robert's blood across the back passenger seat. Larry, horrified, leaps up in front and laid into the horn as Dick got control of himself enough to drive out of the panic. The crowd scurried away as they redirected to the Gorgas Army Hospital. Robert died the instant the bullet scattered his brain, but otherwise the group survived with their lives. We then move forward a year as we cross into 1991. Larry was honorably discharged after his time in Panama and returned to America at the start of the new year. He was homeless, but his time in the army provided him with the funds to get himself something small to crash in until he figured out what the next step in his life was. Cappy was silent on the days he returned to the States, so his time was largely spaceless, weightless. He felt like he was floating on nothingness with no way to move forward. Near the end of the month, a letter arrived in the mail from Dick asking for a meetup to discuss some personal matters. Larry didn't want to respond to the letter at first. Seeing Dick would only bring back terrible memories of Robert or every single dead body he'd seen while in Panama. Which would only go further to bring fresh memories of Heather back into his mind, but something inside him urged him to follow up on the meetup. The two went to an upstate New York diner, and the two friends greeted each other as they sat down and ordered a couple of coffees. "Why'd you write?" Larry started off the conversation. "I don't think you want to strike up friendly conversation just like that." "Sharp as a tack, George," Dick said, and took an apprehensive sip of his coffee. "I haven't been sleeping lately, but not for the obvious reasons. I keep thinking back to that night we were all talking, all hours of the night, and you said you felt like you've had a guardian angel. I didn't think much of it into then, but I've gone back to that conversation so many times in my mind now, and how you said it, how you believed it, it stuck with me. Made me think you weren't talking about a hypothetical figure." "What do you mean, hypothetical figure?" Dick looked like he was conflicted about sharing, but decided to in the end. "I've seen you eye my Walkman more than once. I thought at first you just klepto eyes, but when I got to know you, I pushed that possibility out of my head. It still seems strange to me. I feel stupid for not realizing it now, but since coming back, I've been thinking, and I finally put two and two together. You hear the voice too, don't you?" Larry didn't respond, not at first. It felt like he was playing a tactical game of cards, and wasn't sure if he should reveal his hand. In the end, he did, and the two talked about their shared experiences. Dick, too, had been following the words of a voice, although he was never given a name. The voice assured him that he'd be able to help him in life. Larry shared that his experience was just as similar, and asked if he had his Walkman on him. Dick nodded, saying it's with him wherever he goes. Dick brought out the Walkman and handed it over to Larry. "Go on, try the headphones. Tell me if the voice is the same." Larry did, sliding them over his ears, and his body felt hot as he slid his fingers over the play button. He pressed it and waited. He waited some more, and then the drum beat of the song kicked in, driving in the melody of the track. There wasn't any voice, just the song that was originally recorded on the tape. Larry excused himself from the table and left the diner, leaving a distraught Dick holding the Walkman and sitting alone with the two coffees. Larry was on the road faster than a jaguar in a jungle and slammed his own tape into his beat-up car's stereo. He turned on to I-87 and started driving north. "What do you really want, Cappy? You talking to Dick, too?" "Larry, I talk to many people." "You never said that. Not once." He slammed his fist on the steering wheel. "Why would I need to tell you that? I'm done, Cappy. I quit. I did everything you asked me to. I signed up for the army. I'm done. You are far from done. You do not want your father's cancer to become terminal. Cancer? Terrible thing, really. He was diagnosed on Christmas Eve of all times. Poor man is too proud to tell you, because it's a sign of weakness. You're lying. I have never lied to you, Larry. You lied to me about talking to other people. No, I did not. I did not think it was important that you know, so I did not tell you. I never lied about it, though. It's basically the same thing. It isn't, but wouldn't you rather worry about your father than argue pedantics? Larry didn't have a response for Cappy. I am growing tired of your attitude, Larry. If I'm going to continue being your guide, I need to know that you will listen to me when I give you advice. Larry gripped the wheel tighter and gritted his teeth. What do you mean? I need to see if you can follow directions. Larry, stop the car. What? Stop the car, Larry. I can't. We're on the highway. Larry groaned and pulled the car into the rightmost lane and slowed off to the emergency stop lane. What? What do you want me to do? I'm going to exit your vehicle. We'll walk into the woods and strangle what you find. Whoa, what? Larry sat straight up like a lightning rod. What the fuck, Cappy? Time is ticking, Larry. You have 5 minutes to prove to me you're in this. The radio turned off. Larry heaved a sigh and rested his head on the steering wheel. He thought he was alone in the car, until he finally convinced himself to unbuckle and barrel out onto the highway, hurling himself over the railing and stumbling into the woods. He cursed and looked around in a panic as the mental timer continued to tick down. He finally saw what Cappy had in mind. He had no clue how Cappy knew he'd be there, but here it was. It was a stray dog, scrappier than most he'd seen. It looked about how he felt. Its back leg was bent at an odd angle. Looks like it was broken. The dog must have been here suffering for a long time because it no longer cried out. It only looked at Larry and thumped its tail weakly. In that moment, time seemed to stop and a world of indecision flowed inside him, like a whirlwind. Next, we're going to travel forward 7 years and return back to San Diego. 1997. Sirens. He thinks he's just heard an ambulance, such a familiar noise. He wanted it to come just a tiny bit closer. Devin is much older now, looking like he's in his mid-20s. Devin Captain, it'll read on the autopsy. His won't be the only one filed, not even close. Bonnie and Noah Marshall, Dante Ramsey, Craig Portsmouth, Sherry Chimes, plus several others whom he never met. He remembers. March 18th, 1997. It was a nice and breezy morning. He woke up feeling particularly energized. Alex was long gone. Their falling out was almost 10 years ago now, not long after his last memory of the mansion. Devin tried to reason with her, but she just wouldn't listen. He remembers getting angry. Really angry. He tried calling her every day. Nobody ever answered. He couldn't leave the mansion to look for her because he loved him. She left. He loved her. It was an impossible choice then to leave or to stay. He was sickened by that knowledge, knowing how stupid everything sounds, and yet he still made it. How could it have gotten so messed up? Time begins to rewind, the drool on his lips begin to resalivate and slowly climb back up into his mouth, and the life returns to his eyes. All goes backwards until the phone comes out, and everything resumes when you press the dial button. Phone begins ringing. He was alone in his bedroom in the lofty mansion, long upgraded from the shared room of years past. He was sweating profusely and pacing around with a large phone craned in the small of his neck, pressed up against his ear. At the beep, please leave your name. The automated voice froze out. Fuck! Alex, you stupid cunt, answer your goddamn phone! He calls out, breathing hard. I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry for what I just said, but you need to answer. I know it's been a long time since we talked, but you need to pick up your goddamn phone. There was a silence as he reached his desk at the end of the room. Lying on top are 3 pills of varying shapes and sizes. He said, if you won't pick up, which I know you will eventually, I'm gonna start getting mad. I really fucking hate it when you ignore me. Gosh, I'm so sick of you when you do this, you know? No, no, he said to himself, putting the phone away from his ear. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm so fucked up. I'm in too deep. I don't know what to do. Is that what you want me to say? Do you want me to beg? I beg you to pick up your goddamn phone, because I need to talk to you. If you don't, then all this will be your fault. The bell rings off in the distance. Once, twice, 3 times. He looks off through his window to the balcony in the center of the courtyard. Bonnie's figure is silhouetted by the moonlight behind her as she rings the bell. This was the signal that Noah had prepared for, the beginning of their ritual. Once the bell had rung 3 times, each of them would, from their own quarters, ingest the 3 separate pills and supposedly move on to the next life. This is all your fault, you fucking cunt. I did everything for you, and you threw it all away like it was nothing. After all this, I kept your present to me. You know the one. Consider this the end. I'm through. Fuck you. With that, he tosses the phone at the wall, smashes against it, and falls to the floor in 2 pieces, and then picks up each pill and ingests. Now, we're gonna move to 1999. Friedrich Adata is sentenced to death for his crimes at the Schroeder experiment in early January of 1999, and it is with his death that he returns to the dimension between dimensions to act as its overseer. And it's also at this point that the timeline splits. We will be focusing on the timeline I've entitled Apocalypse for the rest of this video, as is featured in the later chapters of Telos. But during this next explanation, I do want to slot in details from 2 novellas that I've never released that feature extra details during this time period. So when we get to them chronologically, I will fit them in and add the small details that I have to give you a little more context into this world. In 1999, Gavin Daniels is born in Athens, Ohio, on March 1st in 1999, to Gregory and Lorraine Daniels. In Aurora, Colorado, Andrew Kress is born on July 4th, 2003, to David and Elena Kress. Both children's parents work as freelance scientists for NASA. They are part of an elite and unique research sect that experiments on foreign materials discovered on missions throughout space and the otherwise unknown. There had always been rumors spreading of NASA finding life-changing materials on a more recent trip to the moon, the trip that had begun the installation of the Sostenio series of lunar bases set up for life and research up on the moon. These reports were misleading in truth, but they caught the attention of the Freeland's Word, a group of freelance journalists whose mission it was to combat corporation scandal and investigate private information holds as it spreads to among the public, a new age of yellow journalism. Brian Jackson, founder of the Freeland's Word, tasked Jean Armando, an associate of his, to research NASA and the evidence of the unit's creation to study extraterrestrial material. Jean begins her work undercover, applying as a bookkeeper to the organization's unit in Denver. Turns out they'd previously been holding office space under the name of the American Lung Association as to keep attention away from the work they'd been doing. If anybody had any serious inquiries about the ALA, then the head manager would direct them to inquire about their eastern branch over in New York. They would then repeat the process and redirect them back to the western branch, and keep it going ad infinitum until the inquirer lost interest. Jean Armando was not one such inquirer to lose interest so easily, so after the initial redirect of the in-time secretary, Jean posted upon herself to remote hack into one of the building servers using a custom-rigged computer to break into one of their secure networks. Inside, she discovers a plethora of encrypted information, much that looks to be way too complicated to belong to the servers of the American Lung Association. Jean's new discovery doesn't last long as the building shuts down in defense from the cyber attack. Her hack is countered as it locks her computer up, and subsequently begins displaying her location from the counter-hack, unknown to Jean. She begins driving away from the building. She is sure that there are massive secrets being held by those that work in the Republic Plaza. She doesn't know why else they would need that level of security. As she continues to drive back to Colorado to San Francisco, she doesn't realize she's actually being tailed by hired guns from those that worked in the Republic Plaza. It turns out that those working there were an origin project of the idea of testing new chemical weapons in the depths of space, weapons that would be kept by the United States government as a trump card, should they ever want to formally give up their title as a democracy. It also turns out that the workers inside the building had been communicating with several war veterans who knew the high and low of weapon severity, and had used their information in accordance to their designs. These two are Gunther Ward and Leonard Stone. Once their security alarm sounds, they realize they are being attacked through one of their networks. They hop onto the action double time and shut out the attack. Confused as to how someone had broken through their signal, they trace the origins of the attack to a computer signal, most likely not natural. They run a counter-trace and begin searching out the one that had attempted the hack. Not wanting to risk the information of their work being leaked out and causing World War III, they send the veterans well armed to take care of the possible threat. And they're happy to oblige. Ward and Stone track Jean all the way back to San Francisco. It is here that they realize where Jean works. Ward signals his info in and receives a call back saying to torch the place. They do as they are instructed. Fire is set to the Freeman's Word, and it spreads quickly, unknown to the workers inside until it's too late. All but Brian Jackson perish in the fire. Brian manages to make it out alive with the fragments of the data he had pulled from Jean's computer. He realizes he's potentially in more danger than he could have ever believed, and begins packing up his things. This causes conflict at home, as Brian forces himself to keep quiet about the fire. He doesn't want them to know of the danger he could be in, and thus involve his family. He leaves without another word, keeping himself together as his wife screams at him from the inside. He knows that she'll take good care of their kids, while he goes on what could very well be a suicide mission, to spread the truth. Brian hops towns and frequents several smaller cities and towns surrounding San Francisco, posting bits and pieces of the data he found online anonymously, as to not give his location. He realizes it must be important, and someone must be on the lookout, because not long after he posts the information and specs on the chemical bomb, it'll be taken or hidden from public view. He changes up his angle, and begins working his way over to 4chan, posting there, then moving on to Reddit, and then finally spreading it out over various popular internet boards. The news finally begins to gain traction. It begins receiving sub-mainstream coverage. Of course, the news has its share of doubters and naysayers, and it quickly becomes one of the most quickly debated topics on the underside of the internet. Turns out back at the Republic Plaza, the workers who had been testing the chemical weapons have long since deserted their workstations. Both Leonard Stone and Gunther Ward are nowhere to be found, after a piece of cloth with their DNA is found at the scene of the Freeman's Ward building. The building is listed as in renovations, but no real changes are made to the layout of the interior. Instead, NASA buys out the building in the middle of August 2006 and designs a unit to research materials from space, what eventually ends up becoming the research lab for the Prometheans. Now I'm going to quickly talk about the first of the unreleased novellas. This is called The Promethean Tale. This story was going to dive deeper into the bonds between David Kress, Gregory Daniels, and Jay Ryan. These are all of the parents of the main characters of the first 3 Radical-9 Saga books, as they have known each other in their past. But we don't specifically ever learn about that past. This was going to be told through the first-person perspective through Jay Ryan. It includes important events from their lives, such as Jay meeting Karen Sanderson, his will-be wife, and it was also going to showcase the events that split up the 3 friends for 5 years, until they all eventually find a way to become part of the Radical-9 incident as freelance scientists under President Hal Valhart. And next we're going to make a detour to the second unreleased novella. This one's called The Burned Girl. This story takes place in Denver, Colorado in the year 2005. It is the backstory behind a previous inhabitants of the Republic Plaza, as we just described with Gunther Ward and Leonard Stone, who were under orders from Hal Valhart, and also of the girl who was burned alive and found by both the Prometheans and Gavin years later. The year is either 2005 going into 2006, and it was told from the perspective of a 16-year-old daughter of billionaire lawyer Oscar Gray, named Madeline. The story begins with news reports of tragic deaths. Maddie's Gray's death is what causes the Freeman's Word to become interested in the activities of those in the Republic Plaza before the Prometheans. Madeline Gray is rich and a popular teenager. She hasn't ever had to worry about much in the way of school or money. Everything's been worked out for her. Her father's a lawyer and her mother's a banker. And she's also got a lot of friends. She's very friendly towards everyone she meets, not wanting her wealth to determine how others see her. She has a crush on a boy in her class, Seth Stone. Seth never gave her the time of day. He always seemed hip to hip with Maddie's best friend Jordan. Everything seemed to follow a sort of routine until out of the blue one day, Seth and Jordan get into a big fight. Seth accuses Jordan of cheating on him, and the two break up. The next morning, Seth begins to put the moves on Maddie, causing a rift in their friendship with Jordan. As Maddie goes along with it, the two go back and forth until Seth says she can meet up with him by the park in the main plaza later that night, not really asking. She nervously accepts the not invitation and can't stop thinking about it for the rest of the day. She gets a ride from her father, who chides her the whole way down to not go too fast with the boy. They both know what happens. Maddie doesn't date much because she gets attached too quickly. It really does become a problem, but she knows the only way she can get over it is by working through it, and that requires practice. It's near 8 o'clock, and Maddie has trouble finding Seth. She begins to get worried as she scolds herself for not getting his number. Out of the darkness, Seth appears and scares her, laughing. She tells him it's not funny, and he replies that it's hilarious. This is when he punches her stone cold in the face and falls to the ground. She thinks her nose is broken. Seth steps over her and says that was way too easy. Maddie tries to ask what is happening, but then she feels a sharp pain in her abdomen as a loud shot rings out. Seth's holding a gun. She sees a blood pooling around her and passes out. She awakens in a dark room. Voices in her head all scream out, but one in the real world keeps him there. Seth. Maddie asks him what's going on, and he says it's what needs to be done. Her parents are going to need to pay a lot of money to get her back, and depending on how long it takes will determine her condition. Seth bends down to her level, saying if things go smoothly, she'll be back home by the end of the day. She can accompany him to class on Monday. Maddie spits in his face, and his anger overcomes him. He smacks her across the face. Just then, Seth is shot in the shoulder, and he falls to a knee, screaming out. An older man comes out, magnum in hand. He tells Seth that no unnecessary harm must come to her, undeserved. They still need her as leverage. Seth nods and whimpers off, and now the man fully comes into the picture. He is Seth's father and a veteran of war, but turned hitman by a third party. He then takes out Maddie's phone, which he had taken from her when she was knocked out, and searches through it in front of her, finding the contact named Dad. He calls it once and then picks up almost immediately. Maddie screams out, and the man tells Maddie's father the terms of the ransom, $5 million. Now, this is as far as I got in the development of this story. Obviously, it never got written, and you can tell that Seth is the son of Leonard Stone. There was going to be much more fleshed out in sense of getting Gunter Ward, the rest of fleshing that out. But I'm sure with the end result, with her being burned alive, you can fill in some of the blanks from here. Now, let's return back to the story of the Prometheans and released stories. 2008. Gregory and Lorraine Daniels were split up due to the nature of their work. Lorraine was hired on as a project director on the Eastern Branch, located in the newly renovated Empire State Building in New York City, so that more work could be accomplished. This led to Gregory taking Gavin to Denver to live in an apartment while he worked with the Western Branch of scientists hired by NASA in 2007. Gregory is then handed the task of joining up with Jack Adata to research 2 new elements called lantrate and dicoberine 1 year later, promising a hefty paycheck in return. Gregory accepts. He wishes to have the money to give his son a good life, not realizing how dangerous these elements truly become. Jack had obtained the 2 elements from his father and rediscovers more of the elements on Mars when he orders his space crew to investigate in 2008. During an experiment, Jack accidentally burns Gregory's arm with sulfuric acid due to a mistake caused by his prosopagnosia. Gregory, alongside other scientists, Jay Ryan, Mason Radica, and David Kress, and Jack all begin to work to research the new elements under the name of the Prometheans. Gregory was promised a pay raise alongside the potential to do good for humanity to join up with the project, much like the others. The fact that they are assigned to the task of their jobs for almost all hours of the day, most of the Republic Plaza is renovated, so that the scientists can live within the lab for continuous work on the project. This includes their children. Mason's 16-year-old daughter, Kate Radica, is the one put in charge of looking and taking care of the other children while their parents are hard at work. This includes Gavin Daniels, Megan Adata, Andrew Kress, and Jennifer Adata. During the testing, it is discovered that both the lantrate and dicoberine cause a chemical reaction when combined with calcium and radium. Jack presses on with the testing after the qualms brought on by Jay, and it ends in catastrophe. There is an explosion that blows them all down. It isn't explosive enough to kill any of the 5 scientists in the room, but it does end up leaving anti-energy as a byproduct, except it is given another name in this timeline, Radical-9, after the names of the elements used to create it: radium, dicoberine, calcium, lantrate. The Radical-9 spreads through the air in a gaseous state. The 5 scientists become victims of Radical-9 poisoning. Jack experiences the largest amount of side effects considering his lineage and of being composed of anti-energy himself, and him being closest to the chemicals as they react. Radical-9 also spreads to the lower floors of the Republic Plaza. All of the scientists inside the Republic Plaza are poisoned by the Radical-9. In this timeline, Jack and the 4 other scientists are unable to contain the Radical-9 inside of the Republic Plaza. It slowly begins to leak out into the city of Denver. But it isn't until the Radical-9 in Jack's body begins to overwhelm him does it begin to do damage. Jack's human side does not mesh with the overload of Radical-9 in his system, so it causes an explosive reaction, destroying the Republic Plaza and the entire city of Denver. It is Jack's explosion that causes the Radical-9 outbreak within this timeline. The Radical-9 spreads out through the West Coast and into the Midlands, and on March 18, 2029, there are more explosions that go off in the Midlands of the United States, further spreading the poison further east. The East Coast is wholly poisoned by Radical-9 by 2030, and the people begin panicking, hiding themselves in bomb shelters as they begin to learn that it's the people that are infected with Radical-9 poisoning that explode once their bodies have had enough. Humanity realizes their impending doom on Earth, so they ship off Radical-9 survivors up to the Sistinio series of lunar installations that have been in development. They have limited time and fuel, so they can only reach the 10th base. On the rocket up is Gavin Daniels, Andrew Kress, Grace Jackson, Thomas Hadley, and Kate Radica. All but Gavin are being preserved in cryogenic stasis, as they each have a bit of Radical-9 poisoning within their systems. Gavin was chosen to oversee them as he was gauged to have the least amount in his system at the time of the decision. In 2042, there is an explosion which causes a chain reaction all throughout New York, Massachusetts, and several other East Coast states, which rips through America like wildfire. They rival the bombs dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, multiplied by 10. The chain reaction rips the entire planet in two, and what are left rip it to tiny and tinier pieces in the coming years. For the next 18 years, Gavin tends the 4 bodies in cryostasis aboard the Sistinio 10 base. He has enough food and water to sustain an entire colony, so he doesn't need to worry about keeping himself alive. Luckily, the Radical-9 does not cause his body to explode, as it's gotten used to coexisting within the corruption in his system. Gavin wakes up every day to adjust the power cycles for the cryopods, to keep those inside at a consistent pressure within the machine. He uses magnetism to supercool the body and preserve essential brain function, but as each of the contained is different in both mass and composition, they need to be manually adjusted daily. This puts Gavin into a schedule of constantly tending to the preservation of those inside the pods. Gavin sees the Earth explode in 2042 from outside his bedroom window. The sight is unlike any he'd ever seen. The place he'd call home was utterly obliterated in front of his eyes. In the 2 years he'd been up there, he'd been fearful, but there was a tinge of hope in his system that there'd be another rocket up someday to wake up everyone and tell him he could go home. Now that Earth was destroyed, he had absolutely no chance of that happening. He and the 4 in the pods were the last humans surviving. This is where his demeanor begins to shift. He loses his grip on insanity, and continuously doubts whether he should let the others out of their pods or not. On one hand, he wouldn't have to be so terribly alone, and maybe they could have been in the process of procreating. On the other hand, what if their Radical-9 levels are too unstable? What if letting them out causes their bodies to blow up and kill them all? These are the questions that endlessly run through Gavin's mind for the next 18 years. It's what causes his hesitation. In 2060, Gavin is approached by Jack Adata, seemingly from out of nowhere, just after he finishes daily calibration of the cryopods. Turns out this is a Jack Adata from another timeline entirely. He's actually come to offer a proposition to Gavin. He tells him the existence of the multiverse, and the possibility of him being able to go home. A different, but similar home. Gavin reacts just how Jack wants him to. It's clear Gavin of this universe has lost his mind, but Jack knows exactly which buttons to press to convince him to work alongside him. Jack tells Gavin of the horrible nature of humankind, how he shouldn't bother keeping up with those survivors alive. It wasn't like humankind left him in any better state. Gavin's thoughts become more vicious, and he entertains the thought of growing stronger, ditching behind the identity of Gavin Daniels and instead taking up the moniker as Micah. Micah asks Jack of his plan, and he says, like his counterpart in this universe, he'd been overloaded with Radical-9. He'd managed to avoid the fate in this timeline by stroke of luck that turned to be the way of how the Radical-9 had spread. He absorbed much less into his body than the version from this timeline, and didn't immediately explode. His problem, though, is he was still hit with a large chunk of it, so his body is actually decaying at an alarming rate. The plan is to set up a suitable host for him to take over, as his poisoning had enhanced his mind several times over, more than a normal human's, and he has the ability to hijack the brainwaves of another and insert his mind alongside it, taking control. Micah asks why he needs his help if he can just take over someone's mind. Jack says he loses all connections with his old body when he does it, so he only has a single chance. He'd be giving up his body and all the effects of the Radical-9 with it, both the good and the bad. So he needs to get into one that has approximately the same power, if not greater, with not as many drawbacks. He needs Micah's help in staging an event called the Natos game. It is going to bring the Gavin Daniels from his timeline into play, and Jack is going to try to hijack his mind. Specifically him, because he has already had some Radical-9 in his system, but not enough to be catastrophic in Jack's case, as that's why Micah is not in the cryopods with the other survivors. So, if Jack takes over, he'll have full control over Gavin's body and his subsequent abilities. Jack also explains that the Natos game is going to be a simulated death game, something created to bring out Gavin's full powers so that once Jack takes over, he'll be at full capacity. Explains this is necessary because the human body's inner fight-or-flight mechanism is in conjunction with Radical-9, reorganizes the body system around like a theoretical slot machine. They can trigger that response over a long period of time that can get the desired traits to rise out of Gavin like a spiritual sort of energy. Jack describes the leftover automaton research that Mason Radica had left unfinished in his timeline, and now he plans on utilizing the research to create an army of automatons. He leaves the actual development up to Micah, while Jack sets up the first Natos game, but he waits until the first automaton is completed, the one made in the vein of Jack's first daughter, Megan Adata. Once the Megan Adata automaton is completed, Jack travels back with it to his timeline, leaving Mika to resume work on the constructing of the automatons just as Jack had shown him. This causes the cryopods to be ignored, and due to mismanagement, all 4 survivors die, as the supercooling goes too far and stops their hearts completely. It isn't until a few months later that Jack returns with news to bring about an automaton, and quick. Gavin's consciousness has left his body and began interdimensional travel. By Jack himself going before, he carved a path that Gavin's consciousness will take to this timeline. Out of the numbers of automatons that Micah had created, he'd assembled a few in his own image, one even of him when he was younger, mainly out of his remembrance. Brings it out, and the dimensional tear opens as his consciousness comes through, still whole and held together with the Radical-9 mixed in as pure anti-energy. It is bonded with his existence. Gavin wakes up in control of the automaton created in his likeness. Unbeknownst to him at the time, he wakes up with other automatons in a talking bay of the Sestenio 10 base. The other automatons he wakes up with are the ones in likenesses of Thomas Hadley, Grace Jackson, Jean Armando, Andrew Kress, and Kate Radica. It is here that the events of the Natos Game 2 unfold after the reported failure of the original Natos game. The game concludes with Gavin learning the identity of the one who had gathered him, Micah, and learning that his mind has been transplanted in that of an automaton, and his original body has actually gone nuclear back in the other timeline, making ruins out of Dever once again. Michael tells him that he is the consciousness 41 years in the future, which isn't totally false. Micah plays on Gavin's insecurities and pleads for him to help save their world, his world. To do so, he needs to continue to develop his ability to jump into other universes. This ability is called jumping, but it is more accurately projecting your consciousness throughout the multiverse. Micah shows Gavin a project he had waiting in the wings. He calls it ICARUS, which stands for the Infinity Core Amplifier of Research Under the Sun, a collective stream of consciousness containing a database of memories of the survivors. Micah tells Gavin it had been built in case of an emergency with the 4 in the cryopods. The truth is, he'd actually constructed memories along with several automatons to program artificial consciousness within them to reflect those they were created after. Gavin begins to explore each of the survivors' memories as he begins to learn more about the circumstances surrounding his own powers. Seeing that he is developing, Jack intervenes in the situation and confronts Gavin personally, and reveals Micah's betrayal to Gavin's surprise. Jack tells him that he must continue with looking back into the past. Gavin believes it so he can learn the full story. Jack threatens to kill the survivors if he doesn't cooperate, and so Gavin agrees. Unfortunately, though, these survivors have all long since been dead. Gavin's powers fully develop, and he discovers his ability to explore the depths of the multiverse throughout the dimension between dimensions. Through this ability, he sees Micah conversing with Jack, and Jack revealing his plan of what he intends to do with Gavin once he comes back to the Sestenio base, which is, of course, to hijack his mind and take control of his body. Jack gives Micah a mission to search out a child he only calls the Dreamer. Gavin witnesses Jack's ability to create anti-energy from his body, which he's been self-generating. He fuses the anti-energy into Micah's body to raise the power of his augmentations to unforeseen levels. His DNA begins to change, and he begins to grow more feral. He grows a couple feet taller and broader, hair growing all over his body and becoming more wolf-like in appearance. He becomes the first ever Leffia, a feral creature that is created when humans become overexposed to anti-energy. This term will not go on to be used in any of the released novels, but is instead a concept that will be talked about as we bring up information from my unreleased novel, Habit Unto Instinct. Micah opens a dimensional rift and travels through it to the new timeline in search of John Ryan, the dreamer himself. Gavin realizes he has to do something, and he has to save the 4 survivors and get them out of Jack's hands. He returns to the Sestinio base and confronts Jack. He's severely outmatched as Jack begins to suffocate him using telekinesis, throws him against the wall, and then shows Gavin that the 4 survivors aren't actually survivors, and have actually been dead this whole time. He demonstrates on the cryopod that contains Andrew Kress, crushing the metal until his blood spills through the spheres. Gavin freaks out and lashes toward Jack, his emotions surging his abilities. It carries them both into the new timeline. Humanity is completely wiped out in the Apocalypse timeline at this point. Earth is destroyed. All other existence ceases to have meaning, as humans aren't there to observe it. The universe ends. And that's where we're going to leave it for now. The next time we'll be heading back to 1999 to observe the timeline our ferocious Jack Adata really begins to prosper and grow into the villain that we see him here as. We'll be tackling the front stories of the 3 novels that begin the saga, Radical-9, Telos, and Dreamer, and we'll be right in line to follow up with the stories in the time after that of the George family and Cappy, as well as Devin Campton and Alex Sharp. If you like this, you can check out my novels for free over on my Royal Road page, linked in the description. I have also downloadable ebook copies for sale over on my Ko-fi, and finally paperback and hardcover physical books over on Amazon. With that, check you guys next time.
Hello, one and all. It's about time we get back to talking about the lore and story of the Radical-9 Saga. Last time we covered the end of the Apocalypse timeline. If you haven't watched the first 2 parts of the series, you definitely should. Otherwise, you may be a bit confused on certain aspects. With that out of the way, we're going to be returning to the year 1999, as we have a new timeline to investigate further, which I'm going to dub as the Logos timeline. We've got some important context to get out of the way, though, before we move forward, and additionally, given the fact that this is an alternate timeline to the one we were following from before, that means some details are going to remain the same for the content we've covered, so if something sounds familiar to last time, that's why. And when any changes crop up, I'll definitely be making that clear. Now, before we actually do tackle the beginning of this new timeline, there is one detail that I brought up a little bit in the first part of this series, but since events moving forward are going to be dealing with it more, I think we should cover it in more detail. This world is much like our own, but there is one major point in convergence that I've hesitated going into a lot of detail on, and that is the state of the world after the Second World War. I'm not going to be getting into the weeds of this, but instead of the United States of America being the global superpower at the end of the war, in its place is the United Kingdom. From this, the 30 years or so after the end of the war were a very tumultuous period, where I'm still open to writing new stories in, but I don't have any specific ideas at this exact moment, so I'm going to call this a nebulous zone, as what exactly happens in this period could be one of the many things, but will only be determined when it's actually been given time to look upon. However, in the 1970s, the United Kingdom, under rule of its new queen, a character who we'll be going over in much more detail later on, has designated rule over the United States by way of established leaders that are still denoted as presidents, even though they are the furthest thing from a democratically elected leader. Starting in 1972, the President of the United States is Hal Valhart, of which in Telos, Gavin recalls seeing a television broadcast of his inauguration speech. President Hal Valhart. He was a rather charming man. He was who England gave to us after the full annexation of the United States to the British Empire. This was back sometime in the 70s. I remember seeing the recording of his first time on the podium in front of a live nation. I'm certain you've all heard the rumors that I'm being sent here under the direct authority of blah blah blah. Listen, I volunteered for this position because I know you're all going through a rough time. It isn't easy going through change on this scale. I know you see me as the bad guy, but I want you all to know that I have what is best for you, so that we can all get along. They could have sent over someone way worse who could have ruled with an iron fist, but I want us all to be open. So I'll be taking questions now to help ascertain anything I need to do
to help make this whole thing work. A single hand in the crowd goes up. It's a reporter who seems to nearly be jumping out of her seat. Yes, the lovely lady in front. A microphone is passed around to the crowd and it reaches the woman. Yeah, I'm sure you're a nice man and all, but that means jack diddly to you are as a leader. What if we don't like you or what you do? Valhart smiles, but it isn't menacing. It seems warm. He's radiated this sort of security at almost all times. You see, I know I'm not going to be able to please everyone, so for those of you who dislike how things are here, I'll give you one piece of advice. The Queen isn't as forgiving as I am, not by a long shot. If word gets around to her that things aren't going well here, she's not going to hesitate to pull the plug in this country. Do you understand? The reporter is speechless. I don't want that to happen. I was an aficionado of pre-war American culture, and would absolutely hate to see such beautiful memories be erased forever. I'm on your side, but, and this is a big but, if you do find your new living conditions unbearable, find a way out. And with that said, we're going to now go back to 1999 to cover the Logos timeline, with all of this in context. Gavin Daniels is born in Athens, Ohio, on March 1st, 1999, to Gregory and Lorraine Daniels. Megan Adata is born to Jack Adata and Pamela Foster in Denver, Colorado, on May 25th, 1999. Grace Jackson is born to Brian and Sharon Jackson on December 20th, 2002. In Aurora, Colorado, Andrew Kress is born on July 4th, 2003, to David and Elena Kress. Aria Avery is born to Oliver Avery and an unknown mother on February 14th, 2004, in the United Kingdom.
There had always been rumors spreading of NASA finding life-changing materials on a more recent trip to the Moon, the trip that had begun the installation of the Sostenio series of lunar bases set up for life and research up on the Moon. These reports were misleading in truth, but they caught the attention of the Freeland's Word, a group of freelance journalists whose mission it was to combat corporation scandal and investigate private information holds as it spreads to among the public, a new age of yellow journalism. Brian Jackson, founder of the Freeland's Word, tasked Jean Armando, an associate of his, to research NASA and the evidence of the unit's creation to study extraterrestrial material. Jean begins her work undercover, applying as a bookkeeper to the organization's unit in Denver. It turns out they'd previously been holding office space under the name of the American Lung Association as to keep attention away from the work they'd been doing. If anybody had any serious inquiries about the ALA, then the head manager would direct them to inquire about their eastern branch over in New York. They would then repeat the process and redirect them back to the western branch, and keep it going ad infinitum until the inquirer lost interest. Jean Armando was not one such inquirer to lose interest so easily, so after the initial redirect of the in-time secretary, Jean posted upon herself to remote hack into one of the building servers using a custom-rigged computer to break into one of their secure networks. Inside, she discovers a plethora of encrypted information, much that looks to be way too complicated to belong to the servers of the American Lung Association. Jean's new discovery doesn't last long as the building shuts down in defense from the cyber attack. Her hack is countered as it locks her computer up, and subsequently begins displaying her location from the counter-hack, unknown to Jean. She begins driving away from the building. She is sure that there are massive secrets being held by those that work in the Republic Plaza. She doesn't know why else they would need that level of security. As she continues to drive back to Colorado to San Francisco, she doesn't realize she's actually being tailed by hired guns from those that worked in the Republic Plaza. It turns out that those working there were an origin project of the idea of testing new chemical weapons in the depths of space, weapons that would be kept by the United States government as a trump card, should they ever want to formally give up their title as a democracy. It also turns out that the workers inside the building had been communicating with several war veterans who knew the high and low of weapon severity, and had used their information in accordance to their designs. These two are Gunther Ward and Leonard Stone. Once their security alarm sounds, they realize they are being attacked through one of their networks. They hop onto the action double time and shut out the attack. Confused as to how someone had broken through their signal, they trace the origins of the attack to a computer signal, most likely not natural. They run a counter-trace and begin searching out the one that had attempted the hack. Not wanting to risk the information of their work being leaked out and causing World War III, they send the veterans well armed to take care of the possible threat. And they're happy to oblige. Ward and Stone track Jean all the way back to San Francisco. It is here that they realize where Jean works. Ward signals this info in and receives a call back saying to torch the place. They do as they are instructed. Fire is set to the Freeman's word, and it spreads quickly.
All but Brian Jackson and Jean Armando perish in the fire, as in this timeline she is able to make it out alive. Brian manages to make it with fragments of the data that he had pulled from Jean's computer. He realizes that he's potentially in more danger than he could have ever believed, and begins packing up his things. This causes conflict at home, as Brian forces himself to keep quiet about the fire. He doesn't want them to know the danger he could be in, and thus involve them. He leaves without another word, keeping himself together as his wife screams at him from the inside. He knows she'll take good care of their kids while he goes into witness protection. Turns out back at the Republic Plaza, the workers who have been testing the chemical weapons have long since deserted their workstations. Both Leonard Stone and Gunther Ward are nowhere to be found, after a piece of cloth with their DNA is found at the scene of the Freeman's Word building. The building is listed as in reservations, but no real changes are made to the layout of the interior. Lindsay Barrett is born to two parents who are such awful people they don't even deserve to be named on September 24th, 2005, in Aurora, Colorado. In the middle of August 2006, NASA buys out the building and designs a unit to research materials from space, which eventually ends up becoming the research lab for the Prometheans. Gregory and Lorraine Daniels are separated for work in 2007, with Lorraine as a project director at the eastern branch of the Empire State Building, while Gregory moves to Denver with their son, Gavin, to work with NASA's western branch. A year later, Gregory teams up with Jack Adata to research two new elements, lantrate and dicoberine, for a lucrative opportunity. Unbeknownst to Gregory, these elements pose significant dangers. Jack, who originally obtained the elements from his father before his execution, discovers more on Mars during a 2007 space mission. During an experiment, Jack accidentally burns Gregory's arm with sulfuric acid due to a mistake caused by his prosopagnosia. Now, I realize I dropped this condition on you last time and didn't give any further context on it, so I'm going to do that now. Prosopagnosia is a cognitive disorder that makes it difficult for people to recognize faces. A layman's name for this is face blindness. Now, some people think that people with prosopagnosia don't see faces at all, taking the blind part of face blindness a little too literally. In reality, they can see faces, but recognizing separate people from facial details becomes much harder. So, for example, if you were to be put in a room with several monkeys, assuming you have no training in handling monkeys, it would be difficult to differentiate between one monkey from another based on their facial features alone. If you spent time with them, surely you could build up some sort of trick to get an idea of which monkey is George, which monkey is Kevin, and this sort of process is similar to what people who have prosopagnosia tend to have to do in order to adapt to their condition. Anyway, back to the story. Gregory, along with scientists Jay Ryan, Mason Radica, David Kress, and Jack Adata, all began research on the new elements under the project name of the Prometheans. They are promised a pay raise and a chance to benefit humanity. They work long hours in a renovated Republic Plaza, allowing them to live on-site with their children. Mason's daughter, Kate, oversees the other kids, including Gavin Daniels, Andrew Kress, and Megan Adata. During testing, they discover that lantrate and dicoberine react dangerously with calcium and radium. Meanwhile, Gregory becomes increasingly hostile towards Jack during the process. Now, there are a few methods of storytelling ahead that give us some clarity of events during this time. First are logs of journal entries written by Jack himself during the early stages as a Promethean. These are dubbed Year Zero. I'll be going over those first, since they are not going to be adjusted by any time travel shenanigans going on. Second are memories that Gavin receives as a result of being in contact with Radical-9. And the third is Gavin himself jumping into the past to experience these events under the alias of Nathan Denning. And finally, visions of different scenes being experienced by Andrew and Jen Kress in a similar way to Gavin. I'll be organizing all of this information in chronological order, but do note in some of these, Gavin's physical appearance in these times will mean that we are not seeing these events specifically outside of his influence. The Year Zero documents begin with a journal entry by Jack Adata dated March 30th, 2007, marking his first day as a freelance research scientist for NASA under contract with the British government. Jack is tasked with studying two secret materials, lantrate and dicoberine, recently discovered on Mars. He mentions that he hasn't met his colleagues yet and expresses nervousness about their upcoming introductions. In a subsequent entry from April 2nd, 2007, Jack discusses the same materials but redacts their names after being reprimanded for revealing classified information in his logs. He reflects on the potential of lantrate and dicoberine to achieve groundbreaking advancements. including the possibility of curing cancer, and dreams of a family vacation with his wife Pamela and daughter Megan if he were to receive a raise. Jack also notes his struggle to remember his coworkers' names and faces, hinting at a deeper issue. He has prosopagnosia, a condition preventing him from recognizing such. He identifies his colleagues by other traits like hair and voice, which proves challenging since they're all wearing similar clothing. He mentions one coworker, Jay, whose wife has cancer. Jack's difficulties with recognition create a sense of tension as he navigates both the project and his relationships with the team. Now, back to the scientists and what is revealed, they worked in the Republic Plaza in Denver. It's still 2007, and a few months have passed. Work is continued on the Lantrate and Dicoberine, and the new faces enter the Republic Plaza, Mason Radica. So now, the scientists include Jack Adata, David Kress, Jay Ryan, Gregory Daniels, and Mason Radica. It's shown that Mason took the job so that he could have a place for his daughter and him to stay while he's earned some extra cash, as Mason's wife has passed away during childbirth. Mason's daughter, age 15, is tasked with watching over the children of the other scientists while her father works on the higher floors. Turns out that the other scientists struck similar deals, room and board plus a paying job to help support their families. At the current moment, the children she is watching over are Megan Adata, age 8, daughter of Jack Adata and Pamela Foster; Andrew Kress, age 4, son of David and Elena Kress. Andrew's the only case where David has his own house, where Andy would spend half of his time with Elena, and the other half of his time would be with his new friends at the Republic Plaza. Gavin Daniels, age 8, son of Gregory and Lorraine Daniels. Kate Radica, age 15. She's staying with her father and taking care of the other children while the scientists do their work. Of course, then we introduce Gavin into the mix as he's returning to this point in time from the Apocalypse timeline. Now, Gavin Daniels arrives in Denver after traveling by way of Icarus to the Logos timeline. He finds himself disoriented and lying beneath a large oak tree at the outskirts of the city. As he attempts to gather his bearings, he discovers he can communicate telepathically with Micah, the Gavin Daniels of the Apocalypse timeline, who reassures him that he's arrived in the right place. Micah urges Gavin to head to the Republic Plaza, site connected to the research on the mysterious substance known as Radical-9. Gavin sets off toward the city. However, he notices the eerie absence of people on the streets. The atmosphere is noticeably thick with tension. When he reaches the Republic Plaza, he enters the building, where he meets Jean Armando. In a moment of improvisation, Gavin adopts the alias Nathan Denning and concocts a story about investigating illegal activities at the behest of President Valhart. Jean, intrigued by his supposed connection to Brian Jackson, allows him through. Inside, Gavin meets Mason Radica. Mason introduces Gavin to his daughter, Kate, who becomes his guide in the facility. As they explore, Gavin learns about the building's secretive operations, including a tragic incident involving a fire that claimed the life of a girl, being Maddie Gray about a year prior. Their journey leads them to the generator room, where Gavin absorbs crucial information about the facility's workings. During their conversation, Kate shares more about her past, revealing how she had to abandon school to care for the other children while her father works. Gavin, feeling a connection to her plight, shares his own tragic past, about his parents' deaths when he was young. As they ascend to the roof, Gavin is confronted by memories of his own traumatic past related to this location, including the very obvious moment where his own body will level this place in a decade's time. Overwhelmed by these memories, he struggles with feelings of nausea and disorientation, and just as he begins to regain composure, he immediately gets sucked back into the Apocalypse timeline, leaving this memory. On April 18, 2007, Gavin witnesses a tense moment involving the four scientists, his father, Gregory, David Kress, Mason Radica, and Jay Ryan. They are gathered around a computer console in a compact room divided by a glass wall, behind which Jack Adata, outfitted with goggles and gloves, prepares for an experiment with the hazardous elements Lantrate and Dicoberine. In the vision, Gregory informs Jack that the experiment's been ordered by Valhart at the request of the Queen. Jack, anxious due to a previous accident involving the corrosive acid, hesitates but ultimately agrees. As project lead, Gregory decided to push Jack hard on this assignment as a form of retribution for the previous accident. Despite Jay's protests that it was unfair to blame Jack, Gregory insisted they needed to conduct the tests, believing Jack to be the safest option. The materials Jack was combining, radium, calcium, lantrate, and dicoberine, resulted in a compound called Radical-9. When the dicoberine interacted with the radium and calcium, it produced a glowing blue substance. However, mixing in the lantrate caused a violent reaction, transforming it into a bubbling, multicolored liquid that attracted more lantrate. This reaction culminated in an explosion that blew off the divider's door, triggering alarms. Jay chastises Gregory for his reckless decision and rushes to ensure the safety of the children in the building. Mason was tasked with locking down the facility to contain the radiation, which, unlike the Apocalypse timeline, this is successful, and the Radical-9 contamination is limited to that of the Republic Plaza. Meanwhile, Gregory and David enter the lab to help Jack, who is severely burned and barely conscious. Once the radiation is contained, it is revealed that all present in the building, including the children, have been exposed to the Radical-9 compound. In the log dated 5 days after the Radical-9 incident, Jack Adata grapples with shock and turmoil following the explosion and its aftermath. Despite suffering severe burns and radiation poisoning, Jack's cells begin to heal rapidly due to the radiation. Yet he is tormented by the loss of his daughter, Megan, who died from the exposure. Grieving deeply, Jack is unable to confront his wife, Pamela. Obsessed with finding a way to resurrect Megan, Jack views her death as a grave mistake linked to the incident. He collaborates with fellow scientists to administer modified beta blockers to the children affected by the radiation, effectively erasing their memories of the traumatic event, and consequently of Megan. While his colleagues choose to remember the incident to avoid future disasters, Jack is solely focused on overcoming the failure that led to his daughter's demise. Feeling ostracized, and the burden of the experiment that caused his loss, Jack addresses the President in this newest log, vowing to pursue his mission relentlessly. He announces his intention to enter Phase 2 of the experiments, convinced that President Valhart's orders triggered the catastrophic events, and is determined to take drastic actions to bring Megan back, regardless of the potential consequences. On January 2, 2008, Jennifer Kress is born as Jennifer Adata, to Jack Adata and an unknown mother. On February 13, 2008, Gavin Daniels witnesses another vision where he is seeing a tense conversation between his father, Gregory, and Jay Ryan in a park. Gregory expresses his deepening concern over Jack, whose powers have dramatically escalated, leading to increased anger and dangerous outbursts. Jay reveals his own troubling dreams, which are turning into foreboding premonitions. Jay urges Gregory to take Gavin and leave town for their safety. This, of course, being the 9-year-old Gavin, and not the omniscient Gavin currently watching in on things here. Their conversation shifts as Gregory considers his family's precarious situation, aware of the threat that Jack poses. The vision then shifts, revealing Gavin's childhood home as Gregory prepares to leave for work, passing by a younger version of Gavin, peacefully sleeping. As Gregory steps out, he encounters Jack, who confronts him with an unsettling intensity. Jack accuses Gregory of having sent him into the dangerous situation, framing Greg as the problem that he needs to now eliminate. Jack asserts control over Gavin's life, threatening harm if Gregory refuses to comply with his demands. In a chilling power play, Jack forces Gregory to destroy his cell phone. The vision then culminates with Greg reluctantly backing away, conflicted by his love for his son, but his fear for his son's life. Up to this point, Gavin hadn't known the reason for his father's abandoning of him, so this is heartrending for him to experience. On February 15, 2008, Jay, Jack, and David are grappling with the aftermath of Megan Adata, and this conversation takes place a year after the event. Jack, now visibly changed with a short haircut and a face marked by stress and anger, expresses frustration over the absence of Gregory and Mason, who have both gone to New York. David, now adopting a contemptuous tone, dismisses their departure as a sign of cowardice. It's important to note that even though David, Gregory, and Jay had been friends for numerous years, it is after this point when that friendship begins to fracture and David begins to align more under Jack's ideals. Jay, caught in the middle of this, nervously insists that their absence isn't a conspiracy, but just a response to the overwhelming guilt and pain caused by their previous actions. As Jack's anger intensifies, he reflects on his traumatic experience, blaming Greg and others for their negligence. David attempts to deflect responsibility by suggesting that it was all Gregory's fault as their leader that led to the problems. Jay acknowledges his part in the tragedy, but insists that he is here to atone for it. David, trying to ingratiate himself with Jack, claims that now Jay is in charge, they can proceed with their work without restraint. Jack, driven by a ruthless ambition, announces his intention to continue the testing, revealing his plan to involve his new daughter, Jennifer, and bring in a new colleague, Sal Moon from the New York branch to assist them. Jay expresses concern over these plans, questioning the morality of testing on an infant. Jack, with manic smile, hints at our current agenda, suggesting that if Sal does not align with their goals, they might have to eliminate him. The atmosphere grows increasingly dark as Jack's intentions become clear, leaving Gavin with a chilling sense of foreboding about the future of the scientists. On May 5, 2008, Gavin Daniels now observes his father, Gregory, appearing disheveled and malnourished several months after being threatened by Jack. Dressed in a black t-shirt and khaki shorts, Gregory is walking down New York City sidewalk, seemingly lost and unnoticed by passerbys who dismiss him as a drug user. Gavin feels a surge of protectiveness and frustration, wishing he could intervene and change the narrative. Following his father, Gavin sees him approach a large building, perhaps the New York branch of the Prometheans he'd heard so much about. Gavin speculates about a potential reunion with his mother, Lorraine, who has a troubled history with Gregory. Greg enters the building like a zombie, struggling to maintain his composure. He approaches the front desk and urgently requests his ex-wife, signaling desperation as he leans heavily against the desk. Moments later, Lorraine arrives, shocked to see him in such a state. Their conversation is fraught with tension, which hints more at their past. Greg focuses on the matter of retrieving their son, and he dismisses their past grievances, emphasizing the immediate need for action. And Lorraine agrees to help, and the vision begins to shift. Weeks later, Gregory is shown to be in a better state, back in a suit and working diligently at a desk. He's joined by Samara Knight, a sharp professional woman, who expresses empathy for his loss, while suggesting they greet an unexpected visitor. Gregory, still consumed by the need to stop Jack, readily agrees. They navigate a cluttered office space to meet this guest, and revealing Mason Radica. Mason embraces Gregory, and their reunion quickly shifts to serious discussions about Jack's escalating danger. Mason informs Gregory that Jack has become more powerful and out of control, referencing his strange abilities, including telekinesis. They deduce that Jack's exposure to Radical-9 has amplified his powers, creating an even more dire situation. As the conversation unfolds, it becomes clear that Jack has been testing on the children with intention of transferring his power. The gravity of their situation deepens as they contemplate the potential for Jack to project his consciousness onto an heir, potentially taking over their bodies. Lorraine's horror becomes palpable as she begins to process the implications. The group discusses their urgent need to devise a plan to stop Jack without triggering a catastrophic reaction, which could result in explosive consequences due to the Radical-9 in the system. And from what we know in the Apocalypse timeline, anyone with Radical-9 in their system exploding would be very not good. On October 27, 2008, Jake Carraway is born in Aurora, Colorado. On November 13, 2009, Matthew Avery is born to Oliver Avery and an unknown mother in the United Kingdom. On June 28, 2011, Samuel Adata is born to Jack Adata and an unknown mother. On June 18, 2012, Sarah Newman is born to Jack Adata and Tracy Newman in Denver, Colorado. On July 23, 2012, Iris McCallum is born in Queensbury, New York. On September 11, 2012, John Ryan is born to Jay and Karen Ryan in Denver, Colorado. Next, we have a vision experienced by Gavin that centers on President Hal Valhart in 2013. Valhart aimed to restore order in a country under British rule and held meetings to support the American people, drawing on his knowledge of pre-war American culture. Despite his efforts, the populace resented the authoritarian regime. And in 2013, Valhart was assassinated in a devastating explosion during a fundraising meeting for the urban poor, which also claimed the lives of his entire cabinet, including 2 grandsons of the Queen. It is rumored that a crazed individual, known only publicly by the moniker the Exploding Man, was responsible for this attack. In truth, though, it actually turns out that Mason Radica, having been overloaded with Radical-9 from his earlier exposure, stumbled into the president's quarter while they were discussing cutting off sections of the country in a bid to appease the Queen. Mason's actions, stemming from his struggles with Radical-9 poisoning, marked a significant turning point in the government's collapse and sparked widespread riots across the United States, leading to the destruction of major cities like Denver in 5 years' time. And this tragic event illustrates the chaotic aftermath of the terror of Radical-9. Next, we're moving to a memory that happens in August of 2013, where Gavin, posing as Nathan Dennings, is scoping through Brian Jackson's memory. He hesitates before knocking on a door, uncertain if anyone's home or if he'll be ignored. Just as he's about to knock, he feels a gun pressed against the back of his head, and is confronted by Brian Jackson. Brian accuses Gavin of not being who he claims, which, fair, and reveals he's been researching Nathan and his other associates. As Gavin tries to explain himself, Brian lowers his gun slightly, but remains wary. They enter Brian's home, where Gavin learns that Brian's been in witness protection after uncovering something about a dangerous virus related to the Prometheans. In an attempt to appeal to Brian's better nature, Gavin reveals that he possesses abilities that allowed him to appear at his home, as there seemed to be no other way to move forward with the conversation. The conversation then shifts to the year, and Gavin learns it's 2013, a critical year for the government, as with what happened with Mason, though Brian seems unaware of the impending collapse. Tensions then begin to escalate as Gavin tries to calm Brian, but Brian, in a panic, questions his presence and demands the return of his family. As Brian raises the shotgun in anger, Gavin makes a hasty retreat, hearing a gunshot but not looking back. He runs down the street, calling for help from Micah from back in the Apocalypse timeline, as dizziness overcomes him, and he ultimately collapses, returning back. On January 28, 2014, Gavin again finds himself having a vision of the Republic Plaza, observing a stark and unsettling scene centered around 4 metallic pods that resemble cocoons in the center of the lab. These pods are surrounded by machinery that appears to generate energy for the cocoon-like structures, with wires sprawling across the floor. Gavin notices Jack, Jay, and Sal Moon, the large man previously encountered in New York, suggesting that the transfer process involving Sal has been completed. Gavin doubts Sal's trustworthiness in this new environment. Jack's harsh voice cuts through the tension, demanding Sal to proceed without hesitation. Sal, looking worn and anxious, leads a small child, no older than 5, toward the leftmost pod, which ominously opens with a mechanical hiss. Inside, straps were designed to restrain someone, create an unsettling atmosphere. The young child, filled with innocent curiosity, gazes up at Sal, who struggles to suppress his own fear. Gavin's attention then shifts to the next pod, where a 15-year-old boy pounds against the glass, tears streaming down his face. Despite his turmoil, Sal straps the young boy into the pod, shutting the door behind him with a heavy heart. He retreats to the barrier, visibly shaken and grasping for breath. As Jack orders Jay to bring him the 2 infants, Gavin feels an urgent need to intervene. Jay, looking utterly defeated, carefully places the first child, Sarah Newman, into a pod, sealing it shut, before doing the same with the second, his own son, John Ryan. The weight of the situation hangs heavily as Jay walks back, appearing utterly drained. With a chilling command, Jack initiates the process. Radical-9 exposure, number 2. The pods begin to glow ominously, their surfaces shimmering with a neon light as they fill with the deadly substance. The mechanical sounds intensify, and Gavin watches in horror as the pods begin to fog up. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, until suddenly, the air is pierced by the screams emanating from the leftmost pods, those containing the 2 siblings. Their pods begin letting out steam, smoke, and then Gavin hears a small, but confined boom. The 2 windows get sprayed with a dark red liquid, blood. Sal begins losing it as it's revealed they are his 2 children, Jet and Jason. Test 2 is a slight failure, recommencing the test for those that survived. Are there any objections, Jay? Jack's voice asks calmly. Jay turns his head to Jack, his eyes still wide. You know, I could easily just kill your boy here and move on with Sarah. It makes no difference to me. Your boy lives because you've stayed by my side. No objection, sir, Jay said weakly. Great, we go in again. Early in 2014, the perspective shifts to Jenny Kress, who experiences a vision of her past as a 6-year-old in the vibrant lobby of the Republic Plaza, contrasting sharply with the current state of its wreckage. She sees herself in a cheerful yellow dress alongside a younger Jay, who appears less burdened than the adult he becomes. We see a scene where Jay confronts Jack, and Jack's unsettlingly gentle demeanor belies his menacing words, as he dismisses Jay's concerns about their unethical testing, and hints at plans involving Jen. Jay, filled with anger and concern, questions Jack's humanity, but Jack asserts his authority and intent to continue on the experiments. This only gets worse when David enters, providing updates on the experiments involving the Radical-9. Jay's emotional involvement leads to a reassignment order, complicating the situation. As David prepares to take Jen for testing, Jay feels helpless and sends a cryptic text before a massive explosion rocks the building, causing chaos. Amidst the smoke and destruction, Gregory Daniels appears. He and Jay spring into action, racing to rescue Jennifer from the experiment lab. As they ascend through the hazardous environment, explosions rattle the structure, and Jen feels a mixture of fear and urgency. Just as they attempt to escape, David confronts them, brandishing a pistol, demanding they back off. Tempers flare, and David questions Jay and Gregory's motives, accusing them of terrorism, which, fair. Greg retorts, and there's no time for this, leading to the violent confrontation where Jay ends up striking David, forcing him to drop the gun. "Greg, are you okay? Dave?" Jay called from the bottom of the stairwell. "I'm here," Greg said. "I've got Jennifer." "Greg, what happened?" He had a gun pointed at me, so I had to de-escalate. "How the fuck did you do that?" "Think I'm starting to get powers like Jack." Jay looked at him concerned. "Another time. We'll have to talk about this another time. We need to get out of here now. You take Jennifer and get out of here as fast as you can. We'll get numbnuts over here to safety. Taking this place down is the last thing I do." "How do you expect to do that?" Greg asked. "You have one more explosive, do you not? Gonna set that up where it's weakest here and hightail it out here with Dave. He may be dumb, but he still has a family. We need to get her out of here, stat." "I only brought with one car. How are you gonna get out?" "I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to meet up with you. Who knows, maybe with some distance Jack will maybe come to his senses," Jay said. "I think you're putting too much hope into this." "Forgive me, but I don't want to lose one of my best friends," Jay said. Okay, I don't either. Just be careful, alright? You too." Out front was a shoddy-looking baby food green-colored car. It was very small, and Greg opened the back door, pushing for Jen's younger self to sit in. "Where's my dad?" I asked, finally done with the crying. "Dad's out for the time being. Things are okay, though. Things are gonna be okay," Gregory said. "Okay, where's Gavi?" I asked. Gregory made no answer. "Is Gavi okay?" I asked. "As okay as any," Gregory said, starting the engine and turning around to me. "Sure would love to see him. It's gonna be his 15th birthday soon. Definitely want his best buddy there to celebrate with him," Greg said. "Yay!" I say, a hesitant sort of sound coming from my mouth. I couldn't tell if it was more excited or scared, probably an even split of both. A final explosion ripped through the Republic Plaza, and Greg held his breath. "Be safe, Jay," Greg whispered. Who's attacking us?" I asked, starting to cry again. "No one. It's fine," Greg said. He must have known that was the least helpful thing he could have said in that moment. He pulls onto the street and begins driving. As they get out on the highway, a car appears in the back window. It lurches down, this time spins itself sideways before it launches up like a tiger. It leapt across the highway like it were alive. It came to stop right in front of our car. We smashed into the rear. It sent us off the side as the front of the car bent up like a tin can. Greg's head slammed into the steering wheel as we collided with the other car. My younger self was propelled forward, but the seatbelt kept me back and having from any serious head trauma. A familiar smell of burning rubber and smoke began to pervade the area. The other car was unfazed by the collision, which shouldn't have been possible. The driver's side door opened and out stepped my father. I could see he's in the passenger seat with a middle-aged woman who was dead from a gunshot wound. My father wrapped his hands on the steering wheel as if this were some everyday Sunday occurrence. Lorraine. Now, you just had to get involved. You just couldn't stay put in New York, and now look at you. Bullet in the brain. Couldn't even say goodbye to your... What were you two now? Separated? Divorced?" He tutted and turned to the corpse. "Doesn't matter now. Whatever will your son think of you when you do such stupid things? How could you not tell me you and Greg were coming to visit?" He waited. "Oh, what a shame indeed. And now look what you forced me to do. Kill a mother. And now I have to go kill a father. I hope this is worth orphaning your son." He bent over and kissed her cheek. Then the car erupted in flames as he stepped out. It repelled from his body as if he had a protective shield around him. I turned back to our car. I saw the window on the driver's side shatter, and Greg's leg popped through. He must have awoken. He crawled through the window and stumbled over the back of the car and thrust his elbow into it. My father removed a large revolver from underneath his coat and leisurely strolled over to the struggling Gregory. I looked toward him. "Turn around! He's got a gun!" I hoped that somehow, someway, he'd be able to hear me, change his fate. Jack got closer as Greg managed to break through the window, and he pressed the muzzle of the gun against the back of Greg's head. He cocks it, and then smiles a devilish grin. "Hi, Greg!" He pulled the trigger, and his brains exploded all over the car, all over my younger self. The gunshot rings out, and I remember it as the loud explosion I heard. Greg's body fell, and his neck caught in the window, leaving his bloodied head in full view for me to see. Jack holstered the gun and shook his head. I felt my body lift for the second time in one day. He lifted me out of the car without lifting a finger, held me out in front of him. I was a crying mess. He stared at me and forced the tears to stop. I remember a vague, terrified feeling that came along with that. He crossed his arms as if he were waiting for something. That something must have been the police, as when the sirens in the distance began to sound, he cracked a smile and uncrossed his arms. In the distance, I saw the flashing red and blue lights. Now, shortly after this event, we see the results of what happened with David as he returns home, and Gavin returns to witness the scene.
I'm falling through the void. Then, I'm lying on a wet patch of grass and dirt. A front lawn, perhaps. I sit up, coughing slightly as my vision refocuses. A large white house sits in front of me. My attention is immediately grabbed when I hear a loud crash coming from inside the house. I rush to my feet and scramble up to the door. There's another crash and I grab down at the handle. I open up the door and run inside the house. I'm looking at two figures facing each other in a cluttered living room. A nearby lamp has fallen over and broken, and I believe it to be the cause of the crash. One of the figures, the one with his back towards me, takes a step forward.
We aren't going anywhere, Elena. I have a lot of work to get back to.
The voice said. I feel like I've heard it before, and then I realize it belongs to David, Andrew's father. Dave, you need to think rationally about this. Our son is watching, Elena said, her voice tinged with fear. She's got beautiful short black hair and bright green eyes. Behind her I see the young child from my first vision with him. Andrew, who can't be much older than 5 years old. His black hair and glowing green eyes just like his mother. He watches the confrontation with interest, but little understanding. I can guess they can't see me, otherwise I would have been acknowledged by now. Why is it only sometimes they can see me?
I'm continuing on in my work, and that's final!
That virus of yours is going to kill this world, David, Elena said.
It's not a virus! It's a cure! It's the cure!
He said, grabbing her arm. She wails slightly.
This work is what keeps you fed and under this roof. And as long as you live under this roof, you will listen to me.
He said, deadly serious. Unhand me, Elena says as she yanks her arm downward, freeing herself from his grip. David reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a revolver. He aims it at Elena, and I can see her face widen in fear. Without any extra thought, I'm running towards David and I jump to tackle him to the ground. I'm surprised when I fly right through and land on the ground between them. I look behind me and I see David's hardened face. It's dirty, there's a wild look in his eyes, his arms shaking almost as much as I'd seen Mason's. I look in front of me and I swing my arms out to try to grab Elena's leg to pull her out of harm's way, but my hands phase through her as well. David, what are you doing? Andrew is watching! Please don't do this! Elena said, bursting into tears. I look back at Andrew and his eyes are wide, but he stands there like a statue. David, please say something. Please put the gun down. I look back towards David, and it looks like his eyes are bugging out. I see his hand shaking. Elena takes a slow step toward him. He looks up frantically and then nearly jumps backward.
Stay away!
David, I can help you. You just need to put down the gun.
I said stay back! All this didn't have to be this way!
Elena takes a slowed step forward once more. In one fell swoop, I see David raise the gun. He raises it and points it at his own head. I see his eyes are watering, and he shakes his head. In another moment, his brains fly across the room in a splattered array of mess. I hear Elena scream as David's body falls to the floor. The gun falls out of his hand and it clangs to the ground. The colors around me begin to drain as I see Elena running up to David and cradling him in her arms, crying. My head hits the floor and I'm back to darkness.
Okay, and now with this, the backstory is now largely complete. From this point on, we're going to be tackling the events on the front side of the plot, beginning with the second Radical-9 Saga book, Telos. We've been looking at a lot of the end of that story from Gavin's point of view, but let's meet up with Gavin Daniels when he enters the story proper in 2018. June 28, 2018. The story shifts to Athens, Ohio, introducing Gavin Daniels, a college-aged young man grappling with cynicism and a shattered focus. He often converses with a supposed imaginary friend, reflecting on his struggles for survival in a town that's deteriorated significantly. Gavin reveals he previously attended Ohio University, which was shut down after the catastrophic explosion in the chemistry building that caused a radiation leak. This disaster transformed some of the students into feral beings he refers to as vultures, who resort to cannibalism in their desperation. Despite the dangers posed by the vultures, Gavin decides to return to campus, hoping to scavenge some food and supplies from the abandoned college, as the air is mostly cleared since the incident. As he approaches the campus, he is spotted by a vulture, forcing him to sprint for safety into his dorm. He manages to enter just in time, slamming the door shut and leaning against it to catch his breath. Once inside, Gavin makes his way to his room on the second floor, where he stocks his backpack with food and water from his old supplies. Nostalgic for his past life, he decides to take a warm shower. However, this moment of respite is interrupted by sound of an elevator, which unnerves him, since he thought the building was deserted. Fearing for his safety, he prepares for the worst as footsteps approach his shower stall. Suddenly, the curtain is pulled back, revealing a girl holding a gun. Addison Thompson, a fellow student and former member of the dance and softball teams. Gavin recalls an embarrassing encounter with her during a party in the dorm's laundry room. Addison is a bit flustered, admitting she's never used a gun before and struggles to maintain eye contact. As Gavin dresses, they both question each other about their reasons for being in the dorm. Addison reveals that she's been holed up in her room, only venturing out once to obtain the gun and stock up on supplies, intending to stay hidden from the chaos outside. Their reunion marks the beginning of a slightly small, unexpected alliance in their fight for survival. Gavin then confronts Addison about her choice to hide from the dangers of their post-apocalyptic world. He accuses her of being a coward, insisting he's merely restocking up on supplies rather than hiding. Addison counters that he's doing the same exact thing, but then opens up about her struggles, revealing her troubled past. Gavin's perception of her as a privileged student shatters as she explains that her parents took on significant debt to send her to college in the first place, and they died during the chaos following the government collapse. Overwhelmed by fear and grief, she had chosen to isolate herself rather than face the reality of burying her parents. Gavin, jaded and distrustful, dismisses her struggles, feeling that at least she had parental love. While he was abandoned and forced to fend for himself, he prides himself on never compromising on his values. Yet his bitterness paints him as a deeply damaged individual. Addison argues that survival can take many forms, prompting Gavin to reluctantly acknowledge her perspective. She apologizes for pointing the gun at him, explaining her loneliness, and invites him to join her in her dorm room, if he's willing to lower his own standards just the once. Contemplating her offer, Gavin decides to accept, motivated partly by his attraction to her. He gathers his belongings and heads to the fourth floor, reflecting on how this is his first time venturing above his own floor, since most of his acquaintances were either gone or dead. Upon entering Addison's room, he notices its similarities to his own, though it was filled with a considerable hoard of supplies. Addison lies on her bed attempting to watch a World War II documentary on a TV powered by a remote battery, managing to connect to remnants of the internet. Their light-hearted exchange is interrupted by the ominous sound of the elevator dinging, causing tension as Gavin realizes his earlier actions of unlocking the dorm may have jeopardized their safety. Addison, alarmed, readies her gun, blaming Gavin for the potential danger. As they brace for the worst, the door suddenly bursts open, revealing a cloaked figure in a heavy gas mask. Addison warns the figure to remove its mask, but before she can react further, the figure lunges at her with lightning speed. Everything moves so fast, and Gavin hears a fire round off. When Gavin's brain begins working again, he sees the close figure close up against Addison, then pushes her off. Slimy intestines stay with the figure. He'd stabbed some sort of jagged blade into her stomach, which cut all various internal organs before ripping him out. The figure looks to Gavin and then says, "She didn't have the guts to shoot me," in a cold and mechanical voice, most likely altered by a voice changer. Gavin steps back, not having a plan, and the only weapon is on the other side of this crazed lunatic. The figure grabs a small square cartridge from the innards of their cloak and presses a button on it, emitting a white smoke that quickly fills the room. The mask they wear must double as a gas mask as they stand with no change, as Kevin begins to feel lightheaded. His body crumples to the floor, numb, yet he can still keep conscious with the last of his strength. The figure grabs him and begins dragging him across the ground. All I can see is the small television monitor Addison had propped up. The documentary had managed to load, and on it playing were the last word Gavin hears before he slips under. And on that cold day in January 1945, Great Britain became the world's strongest superpower. Gavin awakens in a disorienting situation, surrounded by unfamiliar voices and a full-on sense of discomfort. He opens his eyes to find himself in a perfectly square room made of polished wood with two strangers, a hipster-looking man in his 20s named Tom, and a larger teenage girl named Grace. His body aches, and he's immediately frustrated by circumstances, questioning what will happen to him now that he's conscious. Gavin quickly learns that Tom and Grace had woken up before him, and were having their own discussions about the bizarre situation they found themselves in. Both are just as confused about Gavin as they ended up in the room with why they are together. Tom admits he rummaged through Gavin's backpack for anything that could aid their escape, which angers Gavin, as he feels his privacy has been violated. Despite his irritation, Gavin tries to gather information. Tom introduces himself, having found Gavin's name on a piece of paper on the backpack. Grace apologizes for Tom's behavior, but Gavin brushes off her attempt at politeness, his mind rushing back to the masked figure that had attacked Addison before he was knocked out. The mention of the shrouded figure resonates with Tom and Grace, who reveal that they too had seen something similar before they lost consciousness. Just then, there's a sound surrounding the three. An intercom plays out, and a mechanical voice speaks out. "Hello, I assume you've had a nice nap. I am your captain, Leto." Leto, the masked figure, is a reference twofold. One, to the mother of Zeus, Apollo, and Artemis of Greek mythology, and also to Jared Leto, because while nowadays he's a bit of a nutcase with a cult and literally everything associated with that, the 30 Seconds to Mars self-titled album is the unofficial soundtrack for this novel. It is that good. Anyway, Leto informs them that they've been injected with a drug called tubocurarine. A real drug named tubocurarine chloride is often referred to as an arrow poison for use in hunting, but it's vastly been outdated by new and improved drugs. Its main feature is as a skeletal muscle relaxant, and in the context of this game Leto has arranged, it'll cease the injectee's circulatory system within 18 hours, and they shall die a very painless death. The goal of the game, and obviously this is where Talos' other major inspiration comes from, please play 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, and its sequel Virtue's Last Reward, because these two games are amazing. The goal of the game is to find the cure of the tubocurarine within the area that Leto had constructed, and this cure is called Excelavine, reference to the cure to Radical-9 in Virtue's Last Reward, Excelavir. Now, Excelavir is a fictional drug created for that game, and its equivalent in reference Excelavine is similar to a real-life drug that is used to counteract the real-life tubocurarine cholinesterase inhibitor. In Zero Escape, this drug is called neostigmine. Now, a quick diagram to help people keep up. In Zero Escape, Radical-9 is a fictional virus. This virus slows down the brain's processing speed by 1 Radical-6 and causes an increase in suicidal tendencies. Excelavir is a fictional drug that is the cure for Radical-6. In universe, it is created long after the Radical-6 outbreak, so it is unable to save the lives that have been taken due to that virus. Tubocurarine is a real drug. It is a muscle relaxant and will cause the heart to stop pumping blood over time of its injection. And neostigmine is a fictional drug based on a real drug. It is the cure to tubocurarine if injected into the bloodstream. Now, in the Radical-9 Saga, Radical-9, fictional chemical compound based on the fictional virus Radical-6, is the combination of radium, dicobarine, calcium, and lantrate to create mutagenic cells within humans. It causes cellular augmentation and insight/foresight. If the human body has too much Radical-9 in its system, it begins to overload and will eventually cause a nuclear explosion. Tubocurarine, real drug, same as in Real Life and Zero Escape. Excelavine, fictional drug named after another fictional drug, but based on a real drug. Complicated, I know, but it's based on a cholinesterase inhibitor with a name inspired by the Excelavir. Got it? Got it. Leto warned the group to stay alert, suggesting they might not be alone in the playground. As soon as the intercom cuts off, a previously sealed door opens, revealing an exit. Grace hesitates, fearing a trap, but Gavin sarcastically insists he'd rather leave than stay in the room. They begin to venture out, and Tom mentions that the drug tubocurarine, which Leto referred to, is dangerous. Gavin dismissively expresses his disdain for med students, seeing them as pretentious. They enter a large party lounge, where Gavin notices a piece of paper inside a grandfather clock and takes it, though he considers it unimportant. The group speculates about the bizarre situation that they're in, pondering if it's a psychological experiment or some twisted show, and Gavin remarks that the perpetrators must be wealthy to avoid legal consequences. They move through a metal door in the parlor room, which features coffee chairs, tables, and another metal door. Gavin spots another scrap of paper with 0399 written on it, which suggests it's a potential password for the safe nearby. Tom inputs it successfully, and they find another piece of paper inside, prompting a discussion about the significance of the documents. Now, these are the Year Zero journal documents that we discussed earlier that let us in on some of the past of the Radical-9 experiments. Continuing on through the next door, they enter an infirmary and encounter a naked girl with long blonde hair lying face down. Gavin nervously hopes she's either dead or attractive. When she suddenly sits up, he's stunned, noting her appearance. She approaches him silently, pressing a finger to his forehead, and he experiences a sudden, overwhelming pain, causing his mind to go blank. This is where he has one of the visions that give us more context into the Radical-9 experiment that we've gone over previously. The vision ends, and some of the pieces start sticking in Gavin's mind, but he doesn't know why. He doesn't ever remember being part of this nonsense. Doesn't remember being with these kids in Denver, but then again, trying to remember that age is a blur to him, so maybe it was possible. In the second that happens, after, the girl dashes off the long hallway at the back of the infirmary. Tom and Grace check to see if Gavin's okay, as only a few moments have passed for them. Gavin shakes off the effects of his previous encounter and rushes after the girl, eager to understand what just happened. As he runs through the hallway, he hears a loud crash behind him, but doesn't look back, fearing the girl will escape. He encounters a gap in the hallway, crossed only by a precarious catwalk supported by 4 ropes, with the chasm below seemingly endless. He carefully makes his way across, nearly faltering as the catwalk threatens to snap, but ultimately he makes it to the other side. He arrives at a locked metal door, hearing banging from the other side. Deciding to wheel a nearby bar as a weapon, he opens the door, ready to strike, only to find Tom on the other end. Tom explains that they've been stuck in the same room since Gavin ran off, leading Gavin to realize he's back in the infirmary, now blocked by a large gate, presumably the source of the crashing sound he heard earlier. Grace suggests they backtrack, but Gavin points out that there's no clear path. Tom proposes they check for anything they may have missed. Reluctantly, Gavin agrees, suggesting they go down the chasm. Grace argues against it, insisting it's a bad idea, but in her distraction she trips and crashes onto the catwalk, causing a rope to snap. The 3 of them plummet into the chasm as Gavin screams, feeling that familiar pain, as he loses consciousness to another vision. When he awakens, he finds himself in a flooded warehouse beneath the ship, a hole in the hull from above where he must have fallen. Though he's alive, he feels immense pain, suspecting a dislocated shoulder. The warehouse is empty except for him, with the only one acceptable door on a raised platform, while the others are blocked. Frustrated with Tom and Grace for abandoning him, he rises and checks his backpack, discovering that his water bottles had burst during the fall, soaking everything inside except for a box containing very personal papers. These papers are medical records from his childhood in the orphanage in which he was raised after all of the events previously, where he avoided looking at to deny their existence and deny their control over him. Realizing he might die in this desolate place, he steels himself and opens the box, ready to confront his past. It is revealed that Gavin has dementia with Lewy bodies, often referred to as Parkinson's disease dementia. It's a hard pill to swallow, but it explains a lot. Gavin runs up the ramp and through the door. He enters an empty parking garage, empty except for Grace on the ground, blood pouring from a minor wound at her side. She calls to him when she sees him, meaning she was still alive. He runs over and says she caught up to the girl, but she had a gun and managed to shoot her. Gavin nods and runs off, ignoring her calls for help. Bitch abandoned me to die in the water back there, he thinks. The ramp down leads to an identical-looking garage. It isn't until the 3rd floor down where something changes. There's a door with labeled Danger Room, with the cries of Grace no longer echoing down the halls, whether it be by her passing out, dying, or him being too far away. It floats off of his mind. He knows he should have helped her, but every second he wastes not finding this girl is another second they're all trapped in this place. For all he knows, maybe she knows something about this. He reaches for the handle to the door, but it opens before he can grab it, and a body falls onto him, knocking him over. It's Tom, but he's got no time for pleasantries. He's rushing up faster than Gavin can ever see to slam the door shut. "The hell, dude? What's in there?" Tom says, and he stepped in for a second, following the girl to only find out she had a gun. She began to shoot at him, hence his appearance now. Gavin asks him why the hell he left him there all alone, to which Tom says that he left the both of them temporarily, if he could find the girl and try to subdue her and regroup, since both Grace and Gavin were unconscious. He tried to wake them up, but they were out cold. Grace had said she woke up to see the girl. Would that mean that she looped back around to the warehouse? Why would she do that? Tom asks if he's seen Grace around, that if Gavin woke up alone, then she must be awake somewhere, so they can regroup and try to find their way out. Gavin lies and says that he hasn't, so maybe she was further down. Tom agrees, saying that if they lock the door he came out of, then the girl will be stuck in there, if it doesn't lead outward anymore. Gavin questions him locking it, but doesn't object. It's not like they're going to find Grace downstairs, as she's currently 3 floors above them. It's not that Gavin necessarily wants her dead, it's more so there's a pretty big chance that either Tom or Grace are responsible for him being here. One of them is lying, and is Leto. Either that, or it's the girl, but that doesn't exclude the possibility that Tom or Grace could be in on it. And Gavin needs Tom at the moment to help him read his medical record to make sense of his prognosis. If it turns out that Tom is the one, well, he'll try to deal accordingly. Gavin brings up the note to Tom and asks him if he can make any sense of it, saying that he knew Tom earlier to figure out his name. Tom takes the note in hand and studies it, asking if Gavin really knows where Grace went, saying he's not too good of a liar. Gavin grunts and tells him his suspicions of her. He makes the point that he didn't shoot her, but he is willing to leave her if she might be connected to us. Tom thinks about this and begins walking back up, saying the only way Gavin will get his answers if he follows and makes a do-it apology. Gavin struggles with the choice, but he comes to the conclusion that more than anything he wants answers. Even if it comes back grim, he just wants the answers. Why was he kidnapped? How long does he have to live? Why him? Why did his parents leave? So many questions and so little to be answered. Gavin throws a fit of rage before following Tom back through the ramp. Up near Grace, Tom helps her out, asking for some of the spare clothes he has in his bag. He uses a shirt to keep pressure on the wound, and notices that based on the entry point, the bullet must have been really small, and with how it entered, he assumes it shouldn't be fatal as long as they keep it wrapped. And Tom says if they're going to continue, she's going to need to rest a moment to get her strength back. That means they have some time to unwrap some of the tension they've got going on. Gavin groans and says he just wants to get out. Tom says they all do, and like it or not, they were brought here together and have the best chance of leaving if they stay together. Gavin says he doesn't like him or Grace. I'm sorry for the bluntness of it, but not for saying it. It's just how I feel. Tom says he isn't asking Gavin to like him, but he's asking him to set that aside so they can all get out of this place alive. Gavin doesn't have a retort to this, but apologizes for leaving Grace to die. She says it's a start, but begins to sit herself up. The bleeding seems to have largely been held back by the shirt, and Gavin thinks it could start again soon if it's not treated. He says he wants to know if they have any idea of why they were grabbed. He reveals that his dad was mentioned in the logs that they have been finding, but that he has no recollection of back then. Tom adds in that he's glad that Gavin shared because he also felt a connection to one of the names in the logs, but he was scared that if he was found out, he'd be suspected as being a part of it. Grace asks him what he means, and Tom says that Mason Radica is his Uncle Mason, which means that Kate is his cousin. Gavin then turns to Grace and asks her who she's related to, since that seems to be the common thread of everything, but she shrugs it off, saying her family's buried underground. She had a brother in college who loved to write, and a dad who was a nutjob reporter for a business startup that never really went anywhere. Gavin asks for sure if she doesn't have any Uncle Jays or Davids around, which she says she doesn't, which, of course, knowing what we know now, it's clear that her father, being Brian Jackson, is why she is here. Tom also says that he owes Gavin one prognosis, and Gavin's legitimately surprised he's keeping his word. Tom says he doesn't think Gavin deserves it for how he's acted, but if it'll keep him motivated to work as a team, then he'll read it. Gavin says this is fair. Grace asks what he's talking about, and Tom says it'll be clear in a moment. He reads that Gavin's life expectancy is approximately 5 to 5.5 years, with 5 being the unfortunate low, and 5.5 being if the planets align and he prays to the good Lord. Gavin's heart sinks because he knows what Tom's going to say next. He tells Gavin that the record was dated for 2013, 5 years ago. He says the general prognosis for a condition like his is 5 to 10 years based on severity, and Gavin's case is severe. He takes this in, and another second is back to thinking about the escape. He says they should move along, and even helps usher Grace in the direction downward. Tom asks if he's okay. A hollow question, really, Gavin thinks. He's asking just to ask, not so much to get an answer. Which Gavin's okay with, because he's not sure if the answer was worth it. But then he reminds himself that the answer was always worth it. He says now that survival wasn't a main priority, he can focus on the answers. He can use his energy to find the girl and find out why he's here, find out what happened to his parents, find out everything. The group continues onward, and finds that the only way they believe they're going to make any progress is through the room that Tom unlocked. They find that it is still locked, so the girl couldn't have gone out through that door. Tom unlocks it, and they head on through, making it to a pitch-black room. They decide to split up and each follow a straight line until they can find the source of light, as there must be in a generator room. Grace stumbles over what she says feels like a skull, based on the shape of cavities near the top. This freaks her out, and she begins to freak out even more. Gavin finds her in the darkness, and she hands it to him, asking him to confirm what she thinks it is. He grabs for it, blind in the dark, but when he makes contact with it, an intense burning sensation runs over him. Images pass like a blur. He hears a high-pitched scream, and then it ends. The skull isn't mentioned any further, but this is the one that belonged to Maddie Gray, and this is the room where she died. He then wonders what the hell happened, and then a sound interrupts into the room. Tom says he found a switch for the lights. They do in fact turn on, but that's what worries Gavin. An extreme heat. Gavin then realizes that it's wrong. This isn't a generator room. The sign on the outside was barely legible, but it said danger, incinerator room. Gavin yells at them to run out of the room as quickly as they can, and as soon as Grace and Tom discover their whereabouts, right in the center of several jets that seem to be warming themselves up, they follow his command. Through the other side of the room is a single door, the only one besides the one they came through. The girl must have gone through here, Gavin thinks, unless of course the girl had been hiding in the dark and managed to sneak back out into the parking garage. But he has to keep that thought in the back of his mind. His priority is moving forward and finding her forward. He has to trust that she's up ahead, and besides, with this room, he's about to become a furnace. There's no chance he's going to go back if his fears are correct. Gavin and his companions are trapped in a perilous situation as they face the intense heat radiating from the metal door behind them. With the sound of the jets whirring ominously, Gavin decides to retreat to avoid being burned. Ahead of him lies an elevator shaft, empty and daunting, revealing a long drop that suggests they are high up in an unknown location. Peering down, Gavin spots another opening on a lower floor, realizing that a daring jump off the cables might be their only way forward. Tom, sensing Gavin's plan, firmly refuses to jump, a sentiment echoed by Grace. But with the incinerator behind them, Gavin feels the urgency of their situation. He volunteers to go first, driven by a mix of bravery and dark curiosity, hoping the answers lie whatever beyond. Taking a deep breath, he launches himself toward the cable in the center, successfully grabbing on and swinging down. With a surge of adrenaline, he pulls himself onto the ledge, surprised at his own ability. Inspired by Gavin's success, but spurred by the fear of the flames, Tom steels himself for his own jump. As he runs and leaps, he manages to grab the cable, but a horrifying crack echoes through the air as the elevator crashes down on him, killing him instantly. Gavin, stunned, doesn't even hear the impact. The elevator halts just above him, its door opening to reveal the naked girl inside. She appears unfazed, holding a card on a black marker. After a moment, she hands the card to Gavin. Flabbergasted, he opens it to find a grotesque "Get well soon" message, with a teddy bear drawn on the front and one eye crossed out. Inside it reads, "I'm so sorry for your loss. I hope Thomas feels better soon." Realization hits him hard. Leto had orchestrated Tom's death as part of some twisted plan. Overcome by nausea, Gavin's stomach heaves as he finally hears Grace calling to him in the background. Determined to confront the girl whom he believes to be Leto, Gavin rushes down the hallway after her. When he finally catches up, he tackles her to the ground, asserting her she's not going anywhere till he gets his answers. To his relief, she silently nods when he asks if she's Leto. Seemingly, she has finally found someone who can provide the answers he desperately seeks through many questions remain. He asks her why he was taken, and what she plans to do next. She is silent. Again he asks her, this time pinning her arms down beside her. This were any other context, it might have seemed as he were forcing himself on her. Not now. He's come too far for answers, and he's just not going to let her run away. He asks a final time, nearly screaming his question, but then she manages to get an arm free out from under him. He expects her to try to push him off her, but she does something else. She jabs her finger into her own eye socket, soundlessly screaming into the void, as a similar-looking white liquid from before begins bleeding out of her eye. Gavin instinctively backs off, but before he knows it, she dabs him with it across the forehead again. She whispers in a mechanical voice Gavin come to know as Leto. "Hero." Gavin's eyes begin to burn, and the world around him burns away until he sees the children from the previous visions. He watches a younger boy with pitch-black hair, Andrew Crest, chewing a big wad of gum in his mouth near the two of the other kids, Gavin himself and the other little blonde girl, the one who would later die from the Radical-9 exposure, Megan Adata. He notices she has bright blonde hair that looks a hell of a lot like Leto's, but it should be impossible for Leto to be Megan. She was dead. Gavin realizes that Leto had gotten out from underneath him while he was out of it. She must have gone on ahead, Gavin thinks. He tries to follow until he hears gunshots. He sees Leto on the floor, with Grace standing over her with the BB gun in her hands. Gavin scolds her for shooting their only method for answers, but ultimately decides to move forward. They find their way back to the elevator and use it to find their way up to the roof, what is revealed to be the Republic Plaza, the very building in which the Radical-9 was discovered. Grace begins to succumb to the tubocurine in her system, and Gavin can feel the traces of symptoms in his sanity begins to fade when he hallucinates both Megan and Leto. Her as a kid and the naked girl calling him her hero. It gets to be too much for him, and without a second step, He takes a step off the building before passing out. It is at this time where his consciousness is dragged to the Apocalypse timeline as his body explodes in the Radical-9 in his system, and Denver is leveled. In his exploits in the Apocalypse timeline, he then meets up with Micah, and the rest of the events that play out at the end of the Apocalypse timeline happen. And there is a final confrontation with Jack Adata. Jay points behind me. I turn quickly and then I see it too. It looks to be a rip in time itself. Coming right through is an arm I can recognize by the long blue sleeve with the golden filigree. "What is that?" Mason asked. I don't even get a chance to explain as the arm grabs my neck. I feel an intense burning sensation as his hand makes contact. I scream out and I'm yanked through the rift in time. The next thing I see is I'm being thrown against Icarus. I crash hard against the hard metal, and I look up to see Jack standing before me, stationed in the pit of Icarus. "Well, seems like you had a nice reunion," Jack said. I can still feel my neck burning from where he grabbed me. Just what did he do? "What, cat got your tongue?" Jack asked. I try to speak, try to move, to do anything, but I've lost all feeling in my body. "Well, seems like you've made my job all the easier. You weren't supposed to talk to them. You were supposed to let the stupid girl die," Jack said. He walks closer to me, but then he stops. I see a weird look on his face. It turns to one of curiosity, but it doesn't stay for long, and in the next moment his face turns to one of surprise. He steps forward quickly, but then everything I see went dark. I open my eyes and I am in the space between dimensions. And in another second I see Jack's arm once more and I try to swim away from it. I locate another dimension in the distance and propel myself toward it. Right when I'm about to make contact, I feel a hardened grip on my leg. It's the one that got burned, so I wince a little as it tightens. I stretch out and grab hold of a new time and yank myself through. I tumble through and land against the wall. I hear some screaming as I see Jack tumbling in after me. I notice to look around and see I'm outside of Andrew's house. What did you do to me?" I ask, finally getting my voice back. Jack gets to his feet slowly, obviously dazed. "You jumped," he said, looking up at me. As he does, his face grows into one of shock. You kept your body. How did that?" I don't let him finish. I'm running at him and I catch him off guard, sending him off his feet. I've got to find something to protect myself with, anything at all. I look around me and I can't see anything in the reach that will help. Jack gets to his feet and I see an angry look fill up his face. "Why, you little, you're just as annoying as your pesky father," he said. He then brings his right arm up and I see something begin to form in it. It's some sort of purple mess of goo. It looks sort of like some sort of plasma. It begins dripping out of his hands onto the ground below him, and it starts burning the grass around him. Jack takes a step forward and then throws the plasma glob. It hurtles right toward me, and instinctively I raise my hands up in front of me. The plasma coats my hands, but then the strangest thing happens. It doesn't burn or anything, but instead begins to wrap around my hand and arm like a double helix. It dances around my fingertips, and I feel I can will it with my own mind. "What the hell now?" Jack screams. "I'm just as surprised as you are," I said, my eyes not leaving the formed substance. "Must have been when I grabbed you," Jack said, more to himself than me. "Maybe. Is it possible he'd given me these powers by accident? It's plausible he accidentally did the same thing to me as he did to my future self. That could mean I already have my ticket out of here. I just have to survive this fight." "Just how dangerous is this stuff right here?" I asked, walking closer to Jack. "You don't know the power of which you deal with," Jack said, backing up a step. "Oh, how the mighty act," I start. I can see Jack's eyes moving fast from my hand to my face. "Now, do you want to do this the hard way or the easy way?" I ask. Jack is silent for a second and then a wicked grin appears. In a matter of moments, Jack whips his arm up and I'm lifted into the air. I half expected the telekinesis to come in at some point, but it still is just as restricting as last time. I cannot move my body at all. Maybe I don't have to move my body. I breathe slowly and concentrate on the plasma covering my arms. In another moment, the plasma begins to shift and change. It begins to bubble, and in the next moment I see it hop off of my arm. It heads straight for Jack, scalding the side of his head. I hear him yell and I'm dropped to the ground. I look at him and I see that nearly a third of his face has been burned by the bubbling plasma. "You son of a bitch!" In a matter of seconds, Jack has closed the distance between us and he shoves me to the ground. I feel the wind get knocked out of me, and the whole world around us changes in a flash. 1 second we're outside of Andrew's house, and now on top of the Republic Plaza building. Jack looks around himself, confused, and I take the opportunity to kick him off of me. He catches himself in midair and is now hovering a foot off the ground. "You can float now?" I ask. Jack doesn't answer.
He immediately rushes in and picks me up. We're rising up higher and higher. The rooftop of the Republic Plaza begins to shrink to the size of a raisin. We continue to rise up, but then I feel something different, as if everything just fell into place. My beacons of reality, they're all doomed if I can't get out of this, which is why I will get out of this. I can get out of this whenever I need to. I have the power. I concentrate, and then I close my eyes. My heart begins to slow, and I feel the air around us change. I open my eyes, and we're standing back in my college dorm room. Jack falls backwards onto my bed, and I look around quickly. I reach for my roommate's neck drawer, but feel the left half of my body held back. Jack's telekinesis pulls me away, but I pull my hardest to push forward. It feels like my body is tearing itself apart, but I manage to grab hold of the knife inside the drawer and I toss it at Jack. He lets go of me to catch the knife. Just before it reaches him, I feel the metal of the knives. They're cold and hard, but I'm not even touching them. All in one mental motion, I feel them rising out and soaring out toward Jack. I can see I caught him off guard. In another moment, I close my eyes, and I'm gone. I'm floating in the space between dimensions. I don't even care which one I go to. I just need to get away. I need to find a place to regain my thoughts. I need to find someone to help. Bring me to anybody. I'm floating through the darkness, and then I see a sudden light ahead of me. I swim through the space to reach the light. I'm reaching closer and closer for it. I finally reach it and extend my arm out toward it. I get just one slight touch of the light, and I'm dragged in like a stray dust to evacuate. I awaken in the middle of a desolate city street. Buildings are in complete disarray around me. There is nobody around, and the whole place looks like it's been abandoned for years. I stand up and get my bearings, and I cough. Even the air around me tastes toxic. My brain is racing at 1,000,000 miles a minute, and my body is doing its best to catch up. I then hear a stray thought enter my mind. It freezes me to my core, and all other functions stop as soon as I hear it. Gavin. That is all. Just one single word in one unforgettable voice. I hear him. I hear Jay. I turn around in a full circle, looking for any sign of him. Nothing. Telepathy. It must be. I remember Micah saying something about me being able to talk with those like me like this. I notice it's gotten extremely dark outside and stars fill the skies. The two lights close in on me, and I finally see them to be headlights. The car returns just as quickly as it had left, but the one difference is, this time, it isn't a vision.
And this is where we're going to be ending today. We've covered a lot of story here, and next time we're going to be covering the events of the first Radical-9 story, Radical-9, as we cover the topics of Andrew Kress, Jen Kress, and the events of the Elysium Project. If you like this video, you can check out my books over on Amazon in paperback and hardcover form, digitally for download over on my Ko-fi, and web-based for free over on my Royal Road.
Hello, one and all. I think it's time that we get back to talking about the lore and story of the Radical-9 Saga. In 2022, the story opens in Aurora, Colorado, a town that has managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy following the collapse of the government 9 years prior. Life continues with schools focusing on education rather than profit, and a strong sense of community helps residents cope with the aftermath of the societal upheaval. Our protagonist is Andrew Andy Kress. He's a high school senior who once excelled on the debate team before it dissolved. He lives with his mother, Elena, who is grappling with depression after the death of her husband, and his younger sister, Jen, a talented soccer player. The narrative begins with the game in which Jennifer scores the winning shot, showcasing her talents amid the family struggles. As Andy goes through life, he adheres to 3 personal rules. Don't kill people, don't ditch your friends, and don't fall in love. Excitedly, Andy awaits the launch of Elysium, the world's first fully immersive virtual reality MMO developed by Technodome Inc., in collaboration with the enigmatic company Adata. With technological advancements having stalled after the government's collapse, Elysium represents a rare glimpse of progress. Andy is particularly thrilled to have won a contest that allows him to receive a copy of the game at home, bypassing the long lines on launch day. As he prepares to dive into the game, he watches a news segment about its launch event, noting that only 10,000 copies were available. This figure surprises him given the circumstances. The broadcast then shifts to breaking news about a stolen copy from the game allegedly taken by a teenage girl, which adds to his intrigue and anxiety as he gears up.
In the game, Andy creates his character, choosing the username Dex to further disconnect from reality. His avatar closely resembles him, but features longer hair. After finalizing his setup, he is met with the Game Master, Jack Adata, a commanding figure who oversees the game. Andy is then transported to the basement of Castle Elysium, the game's central hub, which consists of 13 floors with unique environments, though this story's focus is primarily only going to show 5 of these floors. Inside the dungeon, he encounters Klein Guile, a player and former beta tester. They quickly bond over shallow humor, and Klein teaches Andy about the game mechanics. Andy discovers he's got a rare sword skill that allows him to split up his sword into 2 weapons, Sander's sword and a blade of pure energy, enabling dual wielding. As they explore, they face some members of Pythons, a snake-themed guild known for their treachery. Utilizing fire-based magic, the Pythons are powerful, but they have low physical defense. In a climactic battle, Andy and Klein do manage to defeat the Pythons, with the defeated players dissolving in a pixelated explosion. Victorious, the pair make their way to their first town, Novus Dande. Literally New Dande, because Dande is one of the towns in an unreleased novel called Habit Unto Instinct, where all of the town names in Elysium are a reference to that story. Andy and Klein attempt to log out of the game at about 1 AM, only to discover that the logout option's been removed. Suddenly, the sky turns red, and a message from Jack Adata appears, announcing that 6,000 out of the 10,000 players have been killed in the game. Jack reveals that the players' VR helmets emit microwaves that scramble their brains upon defeat, leaving their real bodies in a comatose state. The only way for players to escape is to defeat Jack himself, after which the logout function will be restored. However, any tampering with the helmets will lead to fatal consequences for those inside. Narrative then shifts to Jen's perspective outside of the game, where she learns about the situation as she discovers Andy unconscious in his bed. As she navigates the breaking news, updates, and police visits, she interacts with Chief Caraway, the father of her friend Jake, who has a skin condition that makes him a bit self-conscious, being vitiligo. Chief Caraway offers to help Andy by getting him to the hospital, and in the game, Jack bids farewell to all the players, leaving Andy to grapple with the weight of his actions, which have led to the real fatalities of those Python players. Klein begins to comfort him, noting that they were unaware of the deadly stakes and they commit to searching for Jack together. They then learn about Eldon, another powerful beta tester who is organizing an expedition to the second floor, which requires at least 3 players to enter. While splitting up to recruit a 3rd member, Andy meets Athena, a girl who has been observing him. Despite feeling awkward and trying to suppress his attraction, he invites her to join their group. Athena agrees, but makes it clear she has her own motives and won't be babysitting them. Athena will in due course reveal her name as Lindsay Barrett, so from here on out I'll be referring to her as Lindsay. Reuniting with Klein, who humorously shares his failed attempts to find a party member through his failed attempts at flirting, they decide that Andy should upgrade his gear. Leveraging his beta tester status, they visit the blacksmith shop, where they meet Gregor and Beth. Andy acquires a new sword named Elcor, which enhances his dual-wielding skills, and a lightweight armor called the Shroud of Darkness, granting him temporary invisibility. Tensions escalate in the town square when Lindsay confronts Klein, calling him a dirty beta tester. In response, Klein challenges her to a duel, saying if she wins, she can leave. If he wins, he demands to know her disdain for beta testers. The duel takes place in a newly constructed arena, with Andy observing from behind a protective force field. As the duel unfolds, Lindsay demonstrates quick strikes and quick defensive skills, contrasting with Klein's more strong paladin strength. Realizing she can't win, though, as her damage output is just not strong enough to hit his armor, Lindsay surrenders. She explains that her hatred for beta testers stems from her search from her older brother, who has disappeared inside the game. Moved by her story recalling his own sister, Andy convinces Lindsay to stay with their group, fostering a sense of unity among them as they prepare to fight the challenges ahead. The trio then discover that Eldon is actually Lindsay's brother, Aaron. Their reunion is fraught with tension as Aaron expresses anger over Lindsay for entering the game to save him. Defending her, Andy finds himself challenged by Aaron to a duel to the death. Klein warns Andy to take the duel seriously. During the duel, Andy struggles against Aaron, who severely injures him and rapidly depletes his health. In a moment where Aaron severely underestimates Andy manages to stab him, managing to turn the tide of the battle. Ultimately, Andy is able to defeat Aaron, who shatters into pixels just as Andy collapses from his own injuries, fainting from the toll of the fight. Moving over to Jen's point of view, she reflects on her life while lying in bed, recalling her first encounter with Jake in grade school. After being falsely accused of stealing a pen, Jake, a quiet and misunderstood classmate, spoke up to defend her. His act of kindness sparked a friendship between them, despite his struggles with vitiligo, and now back in the present, Jen hears her mother crying in her room, struggling with the family's financial troubles after losing her job. Remembering happier times with her mom, Jen feels a sense of loss. Suddenly, she sees Jake outside of her window, playfully mimicking Romeo and Juliet. He urges her to dress warmly, as they plan to investigate what happened to Andy. They head to Jake's father's office, using his dad's all-access pass to ride the light rail to the outskirts of town. Once in Jake's father's office, they search the computer for information on Technodome and Adata. They discover a heavily redacted file about an explosion at the Republic Plaza in Denver, noting that the Technodome shouldn't have been able to release a game after the company supposedly dissolved post-explosion. Traveling to Denver, they encountered a devastated landscape filled with abandoned vehicles and signs of the apocalypse. Jen finds a tragic scene inside a taxi, of a mother and a baby, both passed away. Jake begins coughing heavily, leading Jen to confront him about his health. He reveals that recently he's been also diagnosed with chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, or COPD, which he had kept secret to avoid worrying her. Jen insists they return to avoid straining him further, but Jake is determined to find a way to help Andy first. Reaching the Republic Plaza, they know its dilapidated state, with the top partially collapsed. Jen must climb over a high gate to enter with Jake's help, and while he goes around to scout for another entrance. However, as soon as Jake leaves her sight, Jen feels an inexplicable pull from within the building, compelling her to step inside. Back in the game, Andy awakens, disoriented in an unfamiliar inn, his heart racing at the sound of a knock at the door. His tension eases when Klein enters, bringing news of the recent events. Klein informs Andy that he'd passed out during the fight, noting his earlier queasiness, and he mentions that Lindsay was taking some time for herself following the traumatic encounter. Klein then produces a gem known as the Heart of Ares, a keystone that was once worn by Eldon, who had died during all of the chaos. Klein explains it is part of a collection of 8 keystones, which, when gathered, unlock a great treasure. They discuss the implications of Eldon's death, acknowledging that his reckless leadership could have resulted in much more significant loss of life if he had led the players to the second floor. As they head to the armory to safely store the Heart of Ares, Andy senses Lindsay's presence. Their conversation reveals her emotional state. She expresses the need to be alone to sort through her feelings, fearing she might cause mistakes if she remains burdened. Despite Andy's concerns about their dwindling numbers, Lindsay insists on her decision and encourages him to stay alive and defeat the game for their group. Once Lindsay leaves, Andy reflects on her struggle and his own feelings toward her, realizing he must not be removed as a broken person needing saving. He battles with the urge to follow her, but decides against it, recognizing the importance of focusing on his own challenges. With Klein confirming that the crystal is safely stored, Andy resolves to manage his own emotions and support his team as they navigate the floor ahead. So Lindsay's now left the group after her sole reason for coming into the game has gone up in smoke. We'll be switching between her POV, Andy's, and Jen's for the foreseeable future. For now, let's swing on over to see how she's handling things. Lindsay walks away from Andy, gripped by guilt over the chaos that has unfolded. She struggles with her decision, knowing it feels wrong, but choosing to ignore that voice in her head. She reflects on everything, how it's all gone to hell, and resolves not to make it worse for others. After urging him to beat the game for us, she continues walking, seeking time and space despite her disdain for both. As she moves through the town, she notices people going on about their lives, unaware of the impending disaster, which deepens her sense of isolation. Eventually she arrives at a still pond at the town's edge, longing for a reflection other than her own. Sitting by the water, she imagines a gust of wind, though the surface remains unchanged. Haunted by memories of Aaron, the reason she entered the game, Lindsay grapples with the weight of her actions and the pain of her loss. I don't give the thoughts the chance to weaken me anymore. I shifted my legs under me and held my hands down at the edge of the pond and threw my head under. It was immediately cold and my eyes opened wide. My head flew out of the water as I gasped for breath. My body, no matter how hard I tried, would try to survive. I gritted my teeth and threw myself back under. I wanted so bad for it all just to stop. I started screaming. I could only hear my voice subdued underneath it all. I was hacking up water that burned my lungs and looking up at the cursed sky above. I was looking up at a figure I couldn't see clearly. I saw a flash of green, and my eyes perked open. Dex? "The hell are you doing?" said a voice that was definitely not his. He came back into view, and it was a young man she didn't recognize. He had short black hair with a green streak and brown eyes. His face looked much older, but there was something about him that said he was younger than he looked. I had no response for him, and when he didn't seem to take that as an answer, he took a step closer. Instantly, I didn't like that, and I knew he could tell it too, because he smiled smallly. "Don't you know how dumb it is to throw your life away in here?" He cocked his head. "When people are trying to stay alive with everything they have, do you know what an insult it is to see someone like you?" "I don't have to tell you shit," I said, shivering. Fuck, I stutter when I'm nervous. God fucking... Fine, he looked away. "Go drown yourself. If you really think it'll make you hurt less, then go ahead. My ex ran in front of a train 7 years ago, and you know what? She doesn't feel anything anymore. I do. I have to live with that fact every single day. And that's what you will do if you sink your head in that pond one more time. The only thing that happens when you kill yourself is that you give all of your hurt to someone else. There's no heroism, there's no healing in suicide. You can't stand up and tell everyone you love face to face that you're going to do it. Then you don't deserve to drown." He was right. I didn't deserve to live. There wasn't even anyone I could tell. Green eyes opened in my mind, and my throat caught. Silencing the rest of my thoughts, I had told him to win the game for us. That's what I said to the boy that he was gonna die here. I'm sure we all were. But he was going to die fighting, doing the right thing, trying to be a hero. It was probably gonna be soon. He might already be dead. He was new to this like I was. He made mistakes. He was sloppy. But he was brave. The real reason I couldn't stay with them is because I couldn't bear to watch them die. Klein was strong. He might have lasted a long time, but even he'd be killed by something eventually. How do I stop? And I saw that he was going to misunderstand, so I corrected. How do I stop thinking this way? How do I get the thoughts to stop ripping me apart? His look softened. You have to kill them. You stomp them into the ground and tear it into pieces. You tell them to fuck off, and you mean it. He offered a hand. I know a little bit about this part of the trip down the road. I can help you find your way back. I looked at his hand, and I saw Aaron's face behind his, morphing into my dead brother. There's a slick smile that almost said, "You killed me." Fuck you. It was a barely manageable thought. I bobbed on the edge of tears as his face vanished. I found myself taking his hand. He helped me up, and then I saw the green eyes flash across his, only for a fraction of a second. But it was there. I could have sworn he smiled as it passed, but now his look was neutral. "My name's Raphael. What's yours?" "Athena," I covered fast. I wasn't ready to tell somebody my name here. A name meant attachment. Names were strong like that. "Well, seems like you need to leave up to your namesake," he said. "Because if you can't, you're handing your ass on a silver platter to the Game Master. Don't want that now, do you?" "No." "Well, good then. I've been looking for another player to pair up with, and I'd like to offer that position to you." "Why?" "Everyone else was taken," he smiled wanly. I didn't laugh. "Come on, it was a joke. No, I don't want to see anybody else die. Too many people have already." Green flashed in his eyes again. I realized in that moment I was thinking about him too much. It was paired with the realization that I did want to live. I wanted to get out of here. I wanted so much. Determined to gain strength in this hostile environment, she seeks Raphael's guidance. He shares his experience with virtual reality, explaining that survival in the game requires more than just physical strength. It demands a comprehensive understanding of the rules of engagement. As their training begins, Raphael begins pushing Lindsay to her limits, demonstrating that resilience was key to surviving the challenges ahead. However, the physical toll of their training weighs heavily on her, and she struggles against the pain that he inflicts. When he strikes her, she momentarily collapses, overwhelmed by emotions and the memories of Aaron. In her moment of vulnerability, she realizes that her fight is not just against the physical dangers of the game, but also against her own inner demons. Well, also the fact that Raphael is an abusive piece of shit, but that ain't any of my business. At this point, many players have started moving to the second floor, where they have recently defeated a boss, but she hesitates to join them, fearing that a new loss would only compound her grief. The thought of facing parallel pain, one connected to a boy she barely knew, overwhelms her, leaving her feeling undeserving of such sorrow. Resting beside Raphael in the inn after a training session, she grapples with her turmoil. Though she initially resisted sharing a room, his insistence reflects how powerless she feels to deny his advances. As she tries to close her eyes and escape his haunting gaze, she finds herself drawn to Raphael. In a moment of desperation, she reaches out to him. seeking solace and distraction from the darkness that surrounds her. Moving back to Andy and Klein, who have since moved on to the second floor, floors are separated by teleporter pads that require items called teleport crystals to move forward. Luckily, Klein has a few left over from Beta, but he'll have to restock soon enough. After arriving on the new floor that resembles a vast forest, Andy reflects on his sister's aspirations to study biology, humorously imagining that she'd excel as a forensic examiner due to her meticulous nature. As they move deeper into the woods, a scream disrupts the tranquility, prompting them to rush toward the source. They find a young boy surrounded by aggressive wolves. Andy springs into action, vaulting over a wolf to position himself between the boy and the pack. He swiftly takes out the alpha wolf with a powerful strike from his sword, Elcor. Klein arrives just in time to fend off two of them that were about to attack. Andy reassures the frightened boy, telling him he'll keep him safe as he prepares to defend against another wolf. As the fight intensifies, Andy uses his skills to eliminate the remaining wolves. He engages in a fierce struggle with one, ultimately overpowering it. After the battle, the young boy named Sam expresses relief and gratitude, but also anxiousness over his missing father. Klein and Andy offer to help him find his dad and help ensure his safety. Klein gives Sam a potion to heal his leg, and this is where Sam fully introduces himself, and the group agrees to team up so they can help protect the kid while they help find his father. Before they move, though, Andy notices a shadowy figure moving in the underbrush. As the figure emerges, it's revealed to be a woman named Rose who's clad in black armor, crimson accents, and wields a spiked whip. She claims to be Sam's caretaker, and demands that Andy hand him over to her. Sam clings to Andy's leg, frightened by Rose's presence. Klein recognizes Rose as an admin of the Python Guild, which catches her off guard. Their previous encounters become evident as she remembers Klein's awkward attempts to flirt with her. As the confrontation escalates, Rose reveals that she's not alone, and a group of 20 players emerge from the trees, effectively surrounding the group. Rose taunts them, asserting her dominance, and gives them one last chance to surrender Sam before she attacks. As she prepares to unleash her gang on them, Andy grips his sword Elcor and stands firm, ready to protect Sam against the overwhelming odds. The tension mounts as Rose's gang closes in, signaling an imminent clash. As the attackers charge, one assassin reaches Andy first. Quick to react, he uses his shroud ability to become temporarily invisible, swinging and catching the assassin off guard, knocking him down. The fallen assassin yells in frustration as a healer tries to attend to him, but Andy tries to twist the assassin's knife away and sends him crashing onto the healer. As they each try to flee, Rose ensnares Andy with her thorned whip, pulling him to the ground and inflicting painful wounds. Struggling to free himself, Andy hears a cry of pain and turns to see Rose falling to the ground, shot by a mysterious young woman with white hair and a bow. Resembles the goddess Artemis. The woman, introducing herself as Luna, quickly accesses Andy and asks if he can fight. As she demonstrates her skills by shooting another mage and dodging attacks, Andy's inspired by her confidence. She will later introduce herself fully to Andy as Aria Avery, so from here on out I will call her Aria. Aria continues to rain arrows down on their foes, pinning Rose to the ground and causing chaos among the remaining attackers. Klein, who's been battling fiercely, takes advantage of the distraction to regroup and gain the upper hand against one of the mages. Encouraged by the unfolding scene, Andy helps Sam to his feet and prepares to assist Klein by launching bursts of light at the remaining mages. The tides of the battle are shifting, and with Aria's unexpected support. She regards him with a smile. It was quite the hairy situation you boys were mixed up in. But lucky I came in to save the day. Save the day? We totally had that handled, Klein argued. I shook my head. No, we didn't. Honest and cute, she said, and then immediately turned to Rose. Now, it is mighty fine time that I finally caught up with you. Conniving bitch, was all Rose could mutter out. She was too weak to pull the arrows out of her body. Do you two know each other? We used to be partners in the Pythons. I left when the game turned out to be real shit, so she put out a hit on my entire group. Couldn't take the fight to us herself, so she had her thugs from her clan do it. I was the only one who made it out of the ambush, and so then I made it my goal to get her to pay her dues. She looked to me. Sure, you have your own reasons for fighting, so in that sense, for this fight, we had a common interest. Andy expresses his belief that there must be a way to stop the unnecessary killing, rejecting the notion that killing Rose is the only solution. Aria shares her disillusionment with the Python Guild, stating their aggressive approach only intensified after the game revealed the real consequences of death. Aria at this point then asks to join Andy and Klein. Despite Rose's mocking remarks about Aria's intentions, she genuinely expresses a desire to fight against their common enemy. Just then, a loud roar shakes the ground, causing alarm. Andy turns to Rose for an explanation, but she feigns ignorance, claiming to be incapacitated. Klein decides that Andy and Aria should investigate the source of the roar while he watches over Rose to prevent any malicious actions from her. Sam is instructed to stay behind for safety. As Andy and Arya approach the source of the menacing roar, they encounter a massive creature known as the Ultimate Chimera, a terrifying blend of various animals, including a lion's body, a goat's head, and a snake for a tail. The creature emits a fearsome scream that shakes the surroundings. Startled, Andy hides behind a tree while Arya identifies the Chimera as a boss from the game, noting the orange crystal pendant it wears, recognized as a keystone. Realize defeating the Chimera is necessary to obtain the keystone, which could help them get closer to getting out of the game. As they prepare for battle, they sense the creature has spotted them, heightening the tension. "I'll cover the front, you take the rear," I called out to her. "How gentlemanly of you to save me the rear." She fired 3 shots at the head to get the snake, to get its attention. Arya deftly dodged the snake's biting and gnawing. She took her bow in 2 hands and pulled it apart to reveal twin knives. She sank one into the side, just under its left eye, and ripped downward. I caught a glimpse of its crimson fangs that looked like they could have punctured a school bus. Maybe if I could get on top, I could get better control of the situation. Control is what keeps me alive. I ran at the beast, who for a second looked confused in why its prey was offering itself so easily. I jumped, stabbing Elcor into the beast's leg, hanging on with my other arm. I heard a roar of pain from all 3 heads, but I kept going. I felt like I was climbing a mountain of fur, using Elcor as my stability on the way up. "You okay up there?" Arya called. The beast spun on itself. The snake was tired of being irritated and not getting to eat its fill, so it gave the task of the girl to the lion. I glanced over my shoulders, saw that Arya had chased the snake and stabbed both of her knives into its right eye in the midst of its screams. She removed them and stabbed at the other eye, blinding it fully. "I have the snake covered. Think you can take care of the projectiles? Can't predict those if I'm focusing over here." "Sure thing. Thanks." And she grinned and backed up to dodge the snake's whirling head. The goat's head began puffing its cheeks, and an idea formed in my head. I waved my arms around, taunting the goat head to fire. It opened its mouth, and the green acid flew at me. I rolled out of the way, causing the acid to land in the Chimera's back. The acid had already ripped through the fur and flesh of the beast. Part of its spine was visible, and the flesh seemed to be breaking apart where the acid had made contact. I ran to where the acid burned the beast's flesh, and I dug Elcor inside and ripped it back as I cut open an even larger wound. I ran toward the beast's rear, and then it had been too much. The beast fell to the ground and vaporized. We both fell and landed hard, Arya harder than me. Keystone clinked to the ground as a remnant of the battle. My breath was short. I looked over at her, who had done the same back to me. "Well, wasn't too bad," she said. "I guess you did okay." I smiled small and let out a hearty laugh. "I can take okay." "Well, that's a shame, because I was selling you short. Great idea to make its own acid work against it." "Yeah, idea," I said. "The totally on-purpose plan that I enacted after sizing our mighty foe up, and totally didn't accidentally use to our advantage." She bumped against my shoulder playfully. "Okay, fine, I take back my praise." She looked over toward the keystone and picked it up, gazing at it in the light. "So is this what you were talking about?" I nodded. "Yeah, fortunately that means we just took down the boss of this floor." As they head back through the forest, they notice signs of their previous conflict, like scorch marks left by Rose's whip. However, they find that their companions, Klein and Sam, along with Rose, are missing. Andy checks his party menu and confirms that Klein's still alive, prompting them to follow a glowing tracking arrow, leading them deeper into the woods. As they walk, Arya and Andy share personal insights about their experiences in the game, discussing their feelings toward guilds and the various challenges they're facing. Andy reveals that he tends to prefer solitude to avoid the emotional burdens of his real life, while Arya challenges him on this mindset, suggesting that healing might be easier with friends around. The conversation deepens as they explore their vulnerabilities and past relationships. Arya expresses her desire to be with someone who understands the weight of their shared circumstances, hinting at potential between them. Andy wrestles with his feelings. They then exit the brush to find a giant amber wall that reached higher than they could see. There was giant writing inscribed on the face of the wall. 05, 19, 03. Andy expresses his frustration at encountering a progress lock this early in the game, banging his head against the wall in disbelief. He and Arya discuss the situation, noting that the arrow suggests a path beyond the barrier, and questioning how Klein managed to get through. With a timer indicating they must wait over 5 days to proceed, Andy's irritation grows. Determined to find a way around the lock, they decide to split up and search for an alternate route, agreeing to meet back in 10 minutes if they have no luck. However, their attempts prove futile, as their weapons are ineffective against the barrier. Turning to each other, they realize they have no choice but to wait. Arya comments on the situation, and Andy laments the frustration of being stuck. As they prepare to return to the first floor in search of something to pass their time, he notices Arya's glum expression. This moment leads Andy to resolve that he never wants to see her look that way again. Andy and Arya return to Novus Dande, which feels eerily quiet compared to its usual bustle. As they discuss the recent chaos caused by Jack's intervention, Arya reveals she was in the forest when the players began dying, reflecting on the unpredictability of everything happening. Despite her guilt, she tries to lighten the mood by proposing a full-body reset to release bad energy, encouraging Andy to join her in the stretching exercises. As they engage in this unconventional activity, Andy feels a sense of relief wash over him. Their lighthearted banter is interrupted when Arya unexpectedly kisses him, leaving Andy momentarily shocked but intrigued. They discuss the anonymity of the game and how it allows people to express themselves more freely than in real life. Arya shares that she was homeschooled in London, back when Andy mentions his public school background, noting the contrast of their environment. Their conversation deepens as they reflect the state of their world, with Andy expressing his anxiety about the future. Seeking to prepare themselves for the challenges ahead, he suggests they train together, to which Arya agrees. She leads him to a local training hall. They engage in a sparring session. As they practice, Andy struggles with overthinking his moves, leading to mistakes, such as losing grip of Elcor during their duel. Arya critiques his approach, encouraging him to stop second-guessing himself and to embrace the natural rhythm of fighting, liken it to dancing. At this, Arya playfully teases Andy about his lack of dance skills. She invites him to join her in a dance to help him find his rhythm and gain confidence. As they move together, Andy's surprised by how natural the flow feels, contrasting his usual awkwardness. Arya laughs, saying that it's okay to feel vulnerable, and the moment turns more intimate when Arya pulls Andy close for a hug, expressing her appreciation for his companionship. As they step back, Andy spins Arya in a playful dip. They continue their training in sparring expressions. As they practice, Arya demonstrates her skills with their daggers and her bow, while Andy struggles with his coordination, but begins to grasp the rhythm of their combat. During the fight, he surprises Arya by catching one of her arrows and using it to his advantage, ultimately managing to get close enough to point a sword at her neck, claiming an unconventional victory. Arya is taken aback by his quick adaptation and blushes, which Andy notices. After this, she suggests they take a break and find an inn to rest. Andy reflects on how long it's been since he's had a proper rest, acknowledging the toll that all of this time has had on him. When Arya mentions the inn, Andy awkwardly asks if they could have separate rooms, fearing any misunderstanding about their relationship. Arya reassures him that she was hoping for the same, diffusing the tension between them. Andy reflects on his relationship and past traumas while walking with Arya. The conversation shifts to Klein and Sam as Arya expresses interest in getting to know them more. This prompts Andy to share his thoughts about them. Sam was a boy searching for his father, and they had just met, so there wasn't too much about him that he knew. And Klein. Andy describes Klein as difficult and somewhat problematic. There was a bit of homophobic tendencies and a bit disrespectful towards women, but he'd also acknowledged that Klein saved his life during previous encounters with hostile players. Arya reassures Andy, suggesting he doesn't have to justify his friendship with Klein, and encourages him to focus on the possibility of positive change. Their conversation becomes more philosophical, with Arya proposing that Andy might be able to help Klein grow beyond his negative traits. Andy laughs off the idea as cheesy, but considers it more seriously. Their lighthearted banter evolves into a deeper connection, and Arya expresses optimism about the potential for change in people. The narrative shifts when Andy wakes up at the inn to find Arya at his door. She appears anxious and wishes to share more about her story, revealing her troubled upbringing in London, where strict population control laws led her to being an illegal child. Arya explains how she was hidden away by her father, a government official, to protect her from the consequences of her existence. Tragically, her brother Matthew was taken away and killed after he was discovered. Haunted by guilt for surviving while her brother had perished, Arya shares her father's decision to send her away for her safety. As they discuss their shared experiences of loss and guilt, Andy empathizes with her pain, recalling his own childhood trauma of witnessing his father's suicide. It is at this moment that Arya asks to stay in the room, and fully introduces herself as Arya Avery. The passage ends with Andy feeling a sense of relief and connection as he drifts off to sleep beside her. Back in reality, in the Republic Plaza, Jen explores an abandoned receptionist's office, noticing its stark black and white decor. While searching for clues, she discovers papers about meetings with a Mr. Radica, whom she suspects is the head of the company associated with the game. Of course, with our knowledge that we know that Mason Radica was just another scientist. Hearing a noise from upstairs, she assumes that Jake has found a way in and decides to take the stairs for safety. On the second floor, she encounters debris-blocked doors and eventually finds an open room with scattered papers, one of which highlights the words Lantrate and Dicoberine. Confused but intrigued, she moves to a seemingly intact desk, discovering schematics and a small flash drive. Suddenly, an older man in a white suit, named Jay Ryan approaches her, warning her against rushing outside. He reveals he's also investigating the company behind Elysium, suggesting a sinister connection between the police and the game's creators. When Jen questions him about his motives, Jay explains he was a former co-worker of Jack Adata and left because he disagreed with trapping players inside a virtual world. He reveals that the police are corrupt and aligned with them. Jay's goal is to find a way to enter the game without causing players to fall into comas, intending to restore the logout function. It is at this point when they are interrupted from sounds of a siren from outside. Jen is witness to Jake's father arriving on the scene. Thinking he's going to scold Jake for taking his keys, she's horrified to see that he shoots Jake and piles him in his cruiser before leaving the scene. It is at this point that Jen, alone, decides she can't back out of the situation now. Moving back to Andy and Arya, they engage in a deep conversation about their chosen names and the identities behind them. Arya had chosen Luna, inspired by a character from Harry Potter, who represents individuality and resilience. The days pass, and on the final night, Andy has a nightmare that reveals that the countdown isn't for when the barrier is going to be erected. It's a countdown for when flames will engulf the lower floors, killing everyone inside. He shares his concerns with Arya, and they agree that they need to act quickly to cross the barrier before the time runs out. However, when they seek support from others, they begin to face skepticism. Though Arya backs Andy's instincts, determined to find a solution on their own, they head into the forest toward the barrier. Amidst an eerie silence, they hear a metallic noise and rush to investigate, discovering that a group of players in a chaotic fight. In the midst of this, a girl named Seraphina is injured, and the group hints they may have found a way to cross the barrier. Now, we're going to quickly follow back with Lindsay as she's training with Raphael. A very easy difference to see the two people training who are clearly not in sync with one another. Lindsay engages further in sparring, both with her mentor and tormentor. Despite landing a hit with her katana, Raphael quickly gains the upper hand, using aggressive tactics that leave her gasping for air. As their verbal sparring turns physical, Raphael belittles her, claiming she is still the broken person he found. This provokes her further, igniting her anger and desperation to assert her strength. But despite her determination, Raphael's manipulation and physical dominance overwhelm her, culminating in a painful kiss that signifies both her defeat and his continued control. Now, moving back to Andy's POV at the barrier, Andy's group faces a harrowing challenge, learning they must push themselves to the brink of death to cross. One of the players, Book, overwhelmed at the thought of hurting himself, panics and flees, leaving the remaining members at their last legs. Another member, Jax, suffers a severe breakdown, leading to a tragic fate that highlights their vulnerability. Despite the overwhelming pain, the group decides to head toward the mountains for another new direction. Andy struggles but finds a surge of energy, helping Arya and another player, Pella. They feel hunger for the first time, marking the journey's toll on them. The reality of their injuries becomes evident, especially with Arya's bloodied legs, indicating that the world is more real beyond the barrier. Spotting a cave on the mountainside, Andy contemplates the risks, while Arya reassures him they all share responsibility for their journey. Inside the cave, Pella uses their electric magic to illuminate their path. When a snake-like creature attacks, Andy reacts instinctively, showcasing his growing skills. The group's dynamic lightens with humor, revealing Pella's feelings of jealousy about their relationship. They soon notice teleport bats, crucial for obtaining crystals needed to progress at the top of the cavern. After a chaotic chase, when they saw light, Andy cleverly turns invisible to strike the bats, with Arya providing cover. They manage to defeat them, collecting the crystals, and Pella expresses her desire to be more proactive. They then arrive at an exit in the cave, which takes them to an open clearing with a teleport pad. From here, they use the teleport crystals to arrive at a large, ominous room lit by a starlit sky. Arya uses her menu to locate Klein, discovering he's still alive, but in danger with Sam. The atmosphere is then foreboding. The display indicates they're not on the expected third floor, but instead a different that is unnumbered. Upon finding Klein injured and slumped against a big structure, they quickly support him. Klein reveals that Rose took him by surprise and transformed into a powerful plant monster, incapacitating him with a toxin. As they regroup, they realize the game has drastically changed. They now bleed and can no longer heal with the endgame potions. Klein expresses confusion over the time that he lost, believing it only to be hours when it was actually the 5 days. With determination, they prepare to confront Rose, climbing to the top of the spiral staircase where they encounter her, now fused with a giant flower. Andy, Arya, Klein, and Pella face off against Rose at the top of the altar. They find themselves with the cobalt flame burning in a pit where Sam is suspended above by chains, unconscious. Rose summons spores to attack them, but Arya counters the power of her keystone necklace, dispelling the spores and surprising both her allies and Rose. In the chaos, Klein manages to cut off part of Rose's tail, but she retaliates by capturing Pella with her thorny appendage, getting a fatal blow and ending her life. Klein tries to intervene, but it is too late. The fight continues as Andy navigates the petals of flowers that Rose has transformed while urging her friends to stabilize her. Arya and Klein coordinate their attacks, with Klein ultimately rescuing Sam by cutting his chains. As the battle reaches its climax, Rose, weakened and connected to the flower by fleshy cords, attempts to rise but fails. Andy cuts the cords, causing Rose to scream in agony as her monstrous form begins to collapse. "Ah!" she muttered out, coughing up the liquid. "Go ahead, kill me. I don't want this anymore. You've won," she said. "Why did you bring Sam here? Why did you need him?" I asked. Rose looked at me like I asked her something in a foreign language. "It goes so much deeper than you. I don't want anything of it anymore. I just want..." I shook my head. "No." "What?" "I'm not stooping to your level. You don't deserve to get off that easy," I said, and then I looked at the others. "We're leaving." "Seriously?" Klein asked. "We're just gonna leave her here? What if she comes back for us?" "You know I will," she coughed hoarsely. "I have no other choice." I looked from him to her. "No, that's just an excuse. Sure, if you go back to your guild master, that Orochi." My eyes flashed over to Arya. "Then yeah, I'd bet you're as good as dead for failing. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything but survive. Survive and know that I warned you about this." I got up close in her face. "You and the rest of your guild ambushed us from the very start, and it's because of you that I had to take my first life. Those people you took into battle with you, they're dead. They're not nameless mooks who do anything you say. They were people. Who am I to treat you the same?" I asked and stood back up, looking to Arya and Klein. "Come on." Arya nodded and set Failnaught, her bow, back. Klein was looking at me with a look of pride and nodded. "Man, that was some heavy shit, but I agree with you." He turned to spit on Rose. "But fuck you." After their intense confrontation with Rose, the group moves past her onto the altar, where she lied defeated. Andy feels overwhelmed, particularly about Pella's death, and expresses his frustration. Arya comforts him with a hug, reminding him that they are not completely unsuccessful. They were able to save Sam. They turn and see the unconscious boy in Klein's arms, looking peaceful. Arya reassures Andy, emphasizing their victory. She shares a tender kiss with him, and they find solace in the fact that they're alive and have a chance to escape. We then shift back out of the game to check up with Jen and Jay in the Republic Plaza. Desperate to help, Jen agrees to assist Jay with their plan to restart the generator on the 5th floor. Jay reveals a vial of bright green liquid called Radical-9, which he needs to enhance a project he was working on, known as the Rabbit. He says that the Radical-9 was a potent compound made from a mix of earthly and Martian elements, designed to override the storage function of devices and create an amplified energy output, likened to a super battery. As Jay prepares to apply the Radical-9 to a flash drive, he explains its dangerous properties. Physical contact with humans can lead to disastrous consequences. He recounts a tragic accident involving a coworker that ultimately led to Jack Adata, the creator of Elysium. The incident drastically altered Jack's mental state, making him power-hungry and morally compromised. It's implied that he now exists within the game's framework, using the players as his mere vessels for consciousness. Jay plans to confront Jack directly to disrupt his control over the players trapped in Elysium. He proposes they must locate him within the game, using a modified Adata helmet. He explains that while the players believe they are dreaming, they are actually trapped within a fabricated reality controlled by Jack's subconscious. Jen takes the rabbit and heads to the 5th floor, where she finds the generator. After a few attempts, she successfully plugs it in, causing the lights to flicker on. Pleased with her progress, she returns downstairs to find Jay working on a helmet, similar to the one her brother wore. She informs him that the generator is operational, and they share a brief, nervous exchange. As Jay tweaks the helmet to simulate the game without the invasive cord, he asks for her name, which she introduces herself as Jennifer Kress. Jay reacts with surprise, noting that her eyes are different from her family's, and he reveals that he knew her father, David Kress, and was close friends with him and another colleague, Gregory Daniels. After completing the helmet, Jay confirms it could help save her brother. Jen volunteers to enter the game. They first check a monitor connected to the helmet, which displays a video feed for the different game floors. They spot Andy fighting alongside a group against a muscular man with a hammer in a Victorian-style town. Determined, Jen urges Jay to send her there to rescue Andy, and he nods, preparing the helmet for her entry into the game. Now, this is a little bit of a flash forward to the events of the game, so I'll return back to Andy's point of view that lead up to this point. After recounting Andy's prophetic dreams about the lower floors being consumed in flames, Klein reacts with disbelief, but decides to check on their friend Gregor using his in-game messaging. He confirms that Gregor is alive, which provides a glimmer of hope for the group. Klein expresses his eagerness to move forward, hoping they can reunite with Gregor and collect another keystone. As they activate the teleporter to the third floor, the environment transforms into a vibrant landscape, filled with flowers and brick roads leading to that same Victorian-style town. Arya admires the beauty, and Klein teases Andy about his relationship with Arya, prompting playful banter among the group. Arya surprises Andy with another kiss, more so at Klein's expense. It is at this point that they seek an inn for rest. We now shift back over to Lindsay's point of view after all this. She finds herself at training hall with Raphael once again, feeling emotionally and physically broken. Their training has been intense, and they grapple with their inner turmoil. A sudden scream shatters the tension, drawing their attention to a wall of flames engulfing another player. Panic sets in and the instincts kick in as they try to flee. The dream Andy had has come true, but of course nobody around here is around to hear of it. Raphael grabs Lindsay by the hair, attempting to pull her back, but as she struggles she manages to break free and sends him stumbling off of his feet, which ultimately costs him his life. Realizing that the time limit for their escape is running out, Lindsay races toward the teleport pad, desperate to reach the second floor before it's too late. As she dashes through the city, she sees the sky above filled with purplish haze, which she recognizes as a rift. A terrible many-headed dragon emerges from the rift. It is the source of the blaze as it flies across the world. Lindsay is trying to escape from the spreading flames, but is soon engulfed by the smoke and the heat. She runs into the barrier, and realizes she's too late to escape the inferno behind them. The time has run out. Her frantic attempts to break through result in severe burns. However, in a moment of despair, she experiences an inexplicable shift and finds herself on the other side, in a tranquil landscape with green grass and a bright blue sky, while the fiery chaos looms ominously behind. However, her relief is short-lived as she discovers her arm is severely burned and appears to be a charred mess with bone visible. Overwhelmed by fear and the horror of her situation, she vomits and realizes the extent of her injuries limits her movement. Desperately trying to regain some control, Lindsay attempts to reach for her sword below Dow, but her injured arm is unresponsive and heavy. With no other option, she sheathes her weapon and takes a deep breath, choking on the ash in her throat. She realizes she must keep moving to survive, even as her body protests. Resolved to push forward despite all the pain and the uncertainty, she resolves to keep walking, hoping that, against hope, that survival is still possible.
Moving back to Andy and company, they have arrived in a new city that feels more urban than Novus Dande. It is called Novus Callis. Klein pays for 2 rooms at the local inn, but they decide to regroup in one to strategize. Andy finds a seat while Klein places the sleeping Sam on the bed. Arya checks on Sam, prompting Andy to ask if they've heard back from Gregor, to which Klein shakes his head, raising Andy's anxiety. Suddenly, Andy notices something odd about Sam. His body seems to flicker.
She slid over to him and placed a hand on him, but it went right through to the sheets. I don't understand.
Sam's not real.
I looked at him, a sinking feeling in my chest. What do you mean? He smiled, like every other one of his smiles.
He's a fake, a sham, a program, and nothing but, meant to lure, deceive, and otherwise trick. There's no longer any reason to do so. So he's gone. Really, it is that simple.
He stood up, stretching once more, and placing his hands behind him. Klein, what the fuck are you talking about? This isn't funny, I said. He looked to me.
No, it's not particularly funny. But then again, it wasn't really intended to be. That feeling inside of you that's building, it's right.
So, you're him? Klein smiled again. He tapped his foot on the ground as if impatient, but his face said he could do this all day. Slowly I started to see changes from his facial features. What I'd known as Klein had completely disappeared from his face. It melted away, growing older, and we were face to face with a man that I didn't recognize. He had hazel eyes and short blonde hair. He cocked his head.
You can call me Jack.
He walked over to me, looking down.
I have been looking for you for some time. I am glad to know that no time was wasted.
Me? I asked. What do you mean? And what the hell do you think you're doing keeping us in this game? This is all you, right?
Yes, this land is of my will. I care very little about how much you understand of it. My purpose under the name Klein was simply to confirm a theory. I have, and will now be taking my leave.
Leave? Oh, fuck no, buddy. I stood up, nearing his face. We found you. You're letting everyone out of here. His lips pursed.
Well, you didn't find me if I revealed myself, and I don't think I shall. But you tried, and in the end, it may not matter, but you can take some solace in the fact that it was a solid attempt.
Well, that was your mistake, I said. We've got you cornered in this room. Jack's face lit up.
Do you actually think I'd be so foolish to leave myself defenseless? This body here is an extension of my own will. You could try to kill it if you would like, but I exist separately. You would gain nothing and lose much. Do you still dare to try?
I gritted my teeth. You bastard! You son of a bitch!
Language, Andrew. I would have thought your mother would have taught you better.
It felt like a rod was jammed up my spine. He looked at me with incredulity.
Oh yes, I know all about you. Didn't I say? I was looking for you.
He smiled at my horror and then stood up tall.
Well, if that's all then, I'll be taking my leave. If you're so penchant you can try to find me, keep climbing your ladder, boy, and you just might find what you're looking for. If not, then enjoy this world I've built as long as you can. It'll be my greatest gift to you.
He turned to Arya, looking at her softly, and then grinned.
You made a wise decision staying still. Your life is spared.
You think I believe your crock? She asked. Hardly. He turned a curious look toward her.
Well, not as wise as I initially guessed.
Arya drew out her bow and fired an arrow. It soared through Klein, who grinned but didn't move.
You just don't understand. But that's okay. It'll click in time.
What do you want? I asked. This seemed to surprise him. He turned from her to me. You obviously want something. You said to find me? What? Is it to kill me? Why are you here?
Kill you? It's hardly that simple. Why?
He walked over to me, throwing out an arm and grasping my throat in an instant. I felt his cold grip seal around my neck.
I could do that right now.
He dropped me to the floor.
I could have done it back when we first met, or when you fainted after Eldon died. My goal isn't to kill you, Andrew. But don't be mistaken.
You won't
make it out of this game alive. My goals don't guarantee your safety.
Without another word, he vanished from our view as if he never existed. In the aftermath of the encounter, Andy and Arya discussed their next move. Despite the chilling revelation of Klein being Jack, Andy decides that their plans remain unchanged. They resolve to continue, despite their many setbacks. After some rest, Andy awakens to find Arya sitting up in bed, deep in thought about their chaotic situation. They discuss the possibility of contracting an old weapons expert that Klein had previously brought up for some new gear, though Andy expresses concern about the costs. Arya insists it's worth reaching out, and once she sends a message, they decide to explore the town while they wait. As they venture outside, they are struck by the unusual sensation of wind. They notice a giant clock tower speculating might need the next level of the game. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shatters the atmosphere, prompting them to rush toward it. They arrive at a horrific scene where Gregor stands menacingly in black armor, wielding a massive hammer. He's just killed another player, as another version of him splits off like a perfect clone. He brutally pursues a fleeing survivor. Disturbed by Gregor's violent transformation, Andy prepares for the confrontation, instinctively drawing his weapon and urging Arya to provide cover. I ran up to meet the third Gregor copy. He lifted his gargantuan hammer over his head, and I swung my sword out to his legs. He offered a roar and pushed up against me with the heft of his weapon. Arya fired 2 shots over me and 1 in the sky. The second swung his hammer in an arc and blocked the first 2. The third landed perfectly from above and shattered the copy into pixels. The fragments returned back into the original Gregor, who stood by. He lifted and slammed his leg down. 2 more copies erupted from his body in a shower of the fragments. 2 more joined those copies, and then 2 more. They encircled us, 8 of them in total. The fuck? Arya said. His copies have less durability than the original. Do you think he has to split his life in half to meet your copies? I don't know, but I don't like it. Cover me? Arya asked. Of course. She marked her daggers and I went invisible.
She ran forward and stuck one of her daggers into a copy's chest. He shattered and returned to the original. 2 Gregors were running toward it from both sides. I thrust my sword into the chest of the one closest to me. Arya spun on her heels and drove her daggers into the chest of the other. Both of them dissipated, revealing a third who thrust his hammer out, sending Arya back. She tripped and fell. He towered over her, and I... Dex? Lindsay was standing on the edge of the battlefield holding her arm. I looked for a fraction of a second, but that was enough time for... Gregor brought his hammer down. No! The world went silent. One of the remaining Gregors picked me up and held me tight. I dropped my sword. I couldn't focus. My vision went blurry. My mind was racing, but no thought stuck. I screamed louder than my lungs would let me. I felt my whole body vibrate, and a sudden light enveloped me. Gregor's eyes opened wide. I opened mine to darkness. I wasn't held down anymore. I didn't have anything on me. All I saw was a small ball of concentrated glowing light. I walked over to it. Inside the center, I saw some color. I went deeper until I felt myself falling inside. Gregor's eyes opened. Wherever we were, I was looking at things from his point of view, unable to move or speak. Up above was a small, candlelit ceiling. Something at the edge of his vision started to flash. It looked like a symbol of some sort, almost like the Greek letter alpha. It kept flashing until Gregor focused on it directly. The symbol changed and now it started to spread text across his vision. "You will head to Novus Calus," it said. "You know your purpose. Kill as many as you can before you are killed. You are to begin immediately. This will be our final communication. Do not fail me." Andy rips himself out of Gregor's mind as he's reeling from the traumatic experience of witnessing Arya's death. He's initially overwhelmed by grief and despair, struggling to communicate with Lindsay, who tries to encourage him to stand and fight for his life. He manages to take advantage of the situation he has placed Gregor in, and manages to end him. As he begins to try to process his trauma, it is at this point when Jen enters the arena. She confronts Andy about abandoning her during the chaos, and despite her anger, she's determined to help and introduces Jay, who can communicate through her helmet. Jay claims he can assist them in escaping the game, stirring mixtures of hope and skepticism. As they begin to process the event, Andy takes time to bury Arya's body among flowers, reflecting on their bond and the losses they faced. The group reconvenes at an inn, where they talk about each of their harrowing experiences, including Lindsay's insights on the lower floors and the fire that captured so many in its claws. It is at this point when Jay reveals that Jen really should know the truth of her birth, leading Andy to disclose that Jen is not his biological sister, truth that he kept to protect her, and this revelation unveils deeper family secrets, including Andy divulging the truth of his father's suicide, and Jay adds in the connection to Jack Adata, being her birth father. Despite all of this emotional upheaval, they refocus on finding Jack and escaping the game, with Jay outlining a plan to sever his hold over them. It's at this point that Andy reconciles with Jen, the private conversation acknowledging his shortcomings as a brother and expressing his love for her. They decide to seek out Oaken, the player that he and Arya were going to be trying to find out. Their encounter with Oaken leads to the establishment of a cautious alliance between the group, leaving them slightly more united as they brace for the dangers that lie ahead. Andy decides to trade in his trusty sword, Elcor, which has been significant to him all this time, and he gets in return a unique cutlass and revolver hybrid named Flintlock. Despite his initial hesitation to part with Elcor, Andy recognizes the necessity of upgrading for survival in the game. Next, Lindsay steps up to replace her sword, the Bo Dao, as her injuries prevent her from wielding such a large weapon. Oaken introduces her to the Lamps of Longinus, a spear with historical significance, which she eagerly accepts. He also offers her a set of purple armor that enhances her defense, which she equips immediately. Oaken then turns to Jen, unsure of what she might need. Lindsay reveals that she has been collecting funds since she's been with Raphael, so she does allow Jen to acquire a silver cane named Zarathustra, suitable for a spellcasting class. The group discusses the importance of practicing their new weapons, as Andy had informed them of how many training sessions he had with Arya previously. And Oaken directs them to a sparring hall located in the commercial district. Before they leave, Lindsay suggests that Oaken join them on their mission, but he declines, recognizing the risks involved. As they exit the shop, Oaken locks up, and the group heads out to follow his directions, determined to prepare for their upcoming battles in the quest to escape. While training, Jen is practicing with her newly acquired staff, but accidentally unleashes a fireball, causing some chaos and prompting apologies. After a brief demonstration of her abilities, she asks Lindsay to help test her combat skills. This training session lasts for hours, during which Andy practices using his new weapon as well. He gets comfortable with its mechanics, including its gun functionality, but accidentally shoots Jen in the head, causing a moment of panic, despite her inability to die in the game. Jay warns them about the risks of drawing his Jack attention if he keeps responding. As the train winds down, Jen expresses her exhaustion and concern for her mother, revealing she hasn't been able to rest properly. Andy offers to help her get home safely. As Jen's avatar vanishes, Lindsay challenges Ansi to some more training, and they engage in a more intense sparring match. During their fight, Lindsay's frustrations about her brother's fate come to the surface, and in a moment of anger, she accidentally injures Andy with her lance. Though hurt, Andy reassures her as part of training and encourages her to channel her emotions more productively. After tending to his wound, he insists on continuing the training, demonstrating their commitment to improving their skills and also being a more healthy sparring partner for Lindsay. Now, pulling back out to reality with Jen and Jay, Jen removes her helmet after feeling exhausted and achy. She talks with Jay, who seems concerned about her and Andy's involvement in the dangerous situation. Jen reassures him that she chose to be here, and she can't back out now given what's happened with Jay. As her conversation continues, Jen reflects on her home life, revealing the struggles that her mother, Elena, and Andy has had in raising her. Jay offers to help Jen around the house, showing his willingness to support her during this difficult time. Jen appreciates the offer, and they discuss finding resources for her mother once the immediate crisis is resolved. Once they're back home, Jen sneaks back in, feeling guilty for hiding her activities from her mother. And as she settles in, troubling thoughts of Jake consume her. Overcome by exhaustion, she falls asleep, and experiences a vivid nightmare, which we've gone over in the last video. This is when Jen was seeing the escape with Gregory Daniels and his eventual death. Then, awakening in her bed, Jen feels unsettled, but determined to take a mental health day from school the next day. She leaves a note for her mother, expressing her love, and she calls Jay to reach out for support. Returning back to the game, with Andy's point of view, we return to him and Lindsay training together. The physical and emotional toll of their training is palpable, as he and Lindsay spar intensely. Andy's leg does eventually give out, leading to a moment of respite where they share a quiet reflection in the morning light. Lindsay confides in him, revealing that she struggles with understanding herself and her feelings, which she links to the intensity of their training and everything that's come before. She expresses gratitude for Andy's presence. Andy finds it challenging to articulate his feelings in response to Lindsay's vulnerability. He acknowledges a mutual spark of attraction between them, but wrestles with his emotions, particularly in light of what happened with Arya. Their conversation deepens as Lindsay admits she might have unfairly pinned her feelings onto him, and they agree to take things slow just as friends with focus. As they conclude their training, Lindsay hits Andy up, teasing him about his age and their previous discussions. They make their way back to the inn, where Andy is finally left alone with his thoughts. Overwhelmed, he reflects on the loss of Arya and the burden of having to take more lives, leading to a torrent of tears. He grapples with the complexity of wanting to be a good person while feeling burdened by guilt and despair. In his solitude, he recalls the struggles of his mother, who has been trapped in grief ever since the death of his father. Andy resolves that once the crisis is over, he'll help her find peace and slow down from her endless cycle of pain. As he finds some sense of closure in his thoughts, he finally falls asleep, dream-free. Andy awakens feeling a bit more at peace after the emotional turmoil of the previous night. He assesses his injured leg, finding that while it still has a hole, it is starting to scab over and isn't bleeding actively. He recalls the urgency of the situation and adopts a mindset inspired by Lindsay. They won't be in their current predicament long enough for the effects of the injuries to matter. Suddenly, Jen's avatar appears, startling him. They exchange greetings, and Andy learns that Jen returned home safely and left her mother a note about her whereabouts. Their conversation then shifts to the Radical-9. Jay explains that an accident occurred while experimenting with the elements discovered on Mars, learning to a catastrophic chemical explosion that affected everyone in the facility, including children like Andy. Jay reveals that Andy is likely affected by this compound, which can cause serious changes in personality and abilities. This revelation weighs heavily on Andy as he grapples with the implications. Jen expresses her desire to help Andy. Just then, Lindsay knocks in and joins them. After ensuring Andy is okay, they discuss their plan to move forward and escape. Lindsay set up some basics to provide cover as they prepare to leave the game. Andy leads them to the clock tower, suspecting it houses a teleporter to the next floor of the game. They gather the teleport crystals that Andy has had before, and they step onto the pad as they approach. They arrive on a vast desert landscape filled with harsh winds and sand as far as the eyes can see. Andy shields his eyes as he takes the lead in the daunting expanse. It is here where he and his companions face the fearsome multi-headed dragon, who is named Orochi, who is the true leader of the Python Guild. Lindsay identifies the creature as the one responsible for the previous attack on the lower floors, and panic sets in as they realize it has a keystone, making it an even more significant threat. As Orochi lunges at them, Andy quickly assesses their situation and starts to fight back. Despite his efforts, the dragon proves resilient, retreating into the sand and re-emerging with 3 heads attacking simultaneously. In the chaos, Andy finds himself climbing one of Orochi's heads and, with a well-placed shot, manages to severely injure it. Lindsay seizes the moment, using her Lance of Longinus to inflict further damage. Amid the fight, Jen channels lightning to combat the dragon, and Andy experiences a strange vision just like he did with Gregor as he gets closer to Orochi's core. It is in this vision that Andy sees that the true identity of Orochi is Benjamin Gupta, who is the lead developer of the Elysium project, and Andy sees a meeting between him and Jack Adata. As Orochi continues to wreak havoc, Andy confronts the entity within the dragon, ultimately finding a way to merge the human essence within the beast, allowing him to extract the Heart of Hades, a powerful keystone that can create portals, which explains its travel between the floors. This act not only brings Orochi to a dramatic end, but also gives them potential means to escape the game. The trio contemplate their next move using the Heart of Hades, which leads to a portal opening to a new area, their goal being to skip ahead in the game. However, this is more challenging than they think, as different views of potential landing spots realize it's more dangerous than not. Despite the setbacks, they finally find a safest option, which leads them to an ancient temple within the same floor. As they approach, the steep staircase poses another challenge, and as they struggle to climb, Andy becomes frustrated, but eventually considers using the keystone to teleport up instead of climbing manually. As they slip through a portal and into the temple, Lindsay humorously claims credit for their descent. However, Andy is eager to escape the gritty taste of sand and urges them to hurry inside. The trio enters a narrow, dark hallway made of the same gray stone as the temple's exterior. As they venture deeper, they discover a large torchlight room containing a green gelatinous creature, identified as the Plasmic Wraith. Despite their attempts to attack you with their guns and weapons, their efforts prove futile. Lindsay quickly suggests going for the creature's core, but even that strategy fails when her lance bends under the Wraith's ooey form. Jen then steps up with her magic, unleashing a stream of fire that partially stuns the Wraith, revealing its core. However, it manages to make an escape. Andy, drawing on his game knowledge, warns them to remain vigilant, predicting the creature will return with a trick. They encounter a maze-like structure within the temple. Jen, feeling strange instincts, lead them through the maze, which Andy finds frustrating because he has no clue to the logic of it. Eventually, they navigate back on the right path, leading them to a room filled with gold, dominated by a massive statue with a keystone embedded in it. Recognizing that the statue likely holds the Wraith's next form, Andy suggests they snatch the keystone before it can react. Jen then devises a clever plan using the Heart of Hades, using the portals to extract the keystone from the statue, making it explode upon impact on the ground. Emboldened by their success, Andy leads the group down a newly revealed path, and after a thrilling leap, they find themselves in a quaint barn in a new area called Novus Semper. The scenery is quite enchanting, with a golden grass and a sunset sky, much more rural than the previous town areas. As they explore their new surroundings, they deduce that this place is another town, possibly going by the ongoing joke of the new versions of previous towns. After confirming the area is deserted, Lindsay suggests a break, while Jen decides to return home, promising to return later. As night approaches, Andy realizes he slipped into one of Lindsay's memories of her old bedroom. Despite his instincts to pull back and avoid the memory, he was compelled to confront it to protect himself and Lindsay from potential danger. He hears distressing voices and a scream, prompting him to retreat, only to find himself face to face with Lindsay's anguish. He seeks to comfort Lindsay, who is dealing with guilt and the massive trauma of her past, specifically regarding her brother Aaron's attempts to protect her from their abusive father. As they share their experiences, Andy reassures her that her struggles don't make her weak. He emphasizes the importance of having someone to share burdens with. This conversation goes deeper to reveal the depths of Lindsay's trauma, including her and Aaron's running away from their father and the difficult living conditions they faced afterward. Lindsay expresses her fear of being a burden, but he counters that friendship involves mutual support. It is then they face an unexpected threat, a violent shaking that interrupts their moment. Jay reappears and explains he has found a vulnerability in Jack's subconscious. Jay's goal is to use the mental ship to break the bounds of the game they are trapped in. The process is dangerous and could lead to catastrophic consequences, but they go through with it. As they navigate the ship, Andy and Lindsay are tasked with confronting Jack, who could threaten their lives, knowing that they're doing a full forward assault. Their journey takes a surreal turn when they enter the ballroom, resembling the Titanic, only to be confronted by a looming, shadowy creature, a giant centipede-like enemy. I took out Flintlock, and Lindsay readied the Lance of Longinus next to me. "You ready for this?" she asked me. "Would much rather fight a giant bird or a lion or something, but I'll manage." The beast bared down on all of its legs and on its back. I could see a human figure grafted onto whatever passed for its skin. It was a sickly gray that looked like it grappled like a tumor. The main body screamed a gory scream flew both of its back. "Okay, the body on its back is our focus," I called out. "Don't bother attacking the black bits." Kinda hard when the black bits are a majority of its body. I worked my way to the side of the beast, and finally its back. I turned my head to see the backside of the decrepit body clinging onto the creature. Its face was buried within the shadows. I felt the wind leave my body as the horrid creature lost contact with the beast. The shadows that held it together began to fade for good. It landed on its feet and walked slowly to me. I was paralyzed as it took its time. It raised a hand and pointed a decrepit thumb at me. Andrew! It screams out between its unintelligible noises. There was a liquid dripping from the creature's mouth. It was a black ichor that singed the floor when it made contact. "I'm not afraid of you," I yelled out, bringing Flintlock upward, changing it back into a sword. Lindsay ran up to the figure's side and lunged her lance out, but it jumped past her, letting her slide to the ground alone as it rushed towards me. It grabbed my head with both of its bony hands and forced my head down, forced me to look at its rotting face. "Lindsay, help!" I tried to yell, but it comes out in short bursts. The creature screamed once more. Its sound pierced my entire body. I could feel its screams inside of my chest. It nearly snapped my neck, pulling my head, and I let go. I stared directly into the hollow eye, and it was its complete darkness. I shook all over as it brought its head closer until it touched mine. I blacked out. And he finds himself once again in a surreal landscape filled with the bubbles of light representing memories. A new one appeared, and despite his determination to escape, he was abruptly pulled into the light against his will. When he regained consciousness, he was lying on asphalt, feeling sore and aware that he had control over his body. Confused, he realized he was in a distorted version of his school in Aurora, aware that this wasn't the real world but a projection in his mind. As he attempted to navigate, he noticed its familiar surroundings, bare trees and the clothes he wore when entering Elysium. But something was deeply, deeply wrong. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck the school, causing an explosion that sent him reeling. Despite being in virtual reality, he felt real pain. Struggling against the physical agony, Andy made his way to his house, feeling an overwhelming sense of sickness. As he approaches, he is desperate to find his family, calling out for his mother and sister. The atmosphere was oppressive, and each step up the stairs felt like a monumental effort. Upon reaching his room, Andy encounters a horrifying sight, a body hanging from a noose above his bed. The rope, initially dull brown, begins to glow crimson as he gazes at it, intensifying in hue. Hanging from the noose was the same naked corpse that clung onto the back of the shadow centipede. Its face twitched slightly, and then it looked straight at me, with that shit-eating grin it carried outside. I was frozen where I stood. All of a sudden, the horrible creature opened its mouth wide, broken teeth and infected gums all staring blankly at me. The black blood spilled out of its lips and down the front of its body, slowly coursing toward my feet. I tried to run, but my feet were planted on the ground. I couldn't move them anymore. "Come on, no! Get away from me!" I yelled louder and louder as the liquid neared. It bubbled up as it made contact with my foot. It burned like lava. It didn't care for my screams. My body was almost completely covered in the black goo, all the way up to my chest now. I was crying openly and I couldn't stop it. The body finally made its way to me, and it placed a sickly hand on my cheek. My heart was jumping out of my chest as it placed its other on top of my head. I lowered its neck stump and sprayed me with the face with the blood. I finally found solace in the dark once the goo covered me completely. I only heard one whisper continuing on and on for what seems like forever. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. And you are alone. I could scream again, and so I did. So I did. Andy wakes up disoriented on the ballroom floor, with Lindsay hovering above him, visibly relieved. As he regains his senses, he feels the chilling air sweep through the ship, and Lindsay's appearance begins to distort, revealing the face of a corpse beneath her skin. In a panic, he sees her stabbing the creature that had just attacked him, and once freed from its grip finally, he feels a warmth return to him as Lindsay checks in on his well-being. They exchange a brief conversation about how long Andy was unconscious, with Lindsay revealing it was only a matter of seconds. Together, they decide to move toward the captain's quarters. As they navigate past tables and a malfunctioning intercom, they encounter Jay again, who checks on them before warning that the stairs ahead may be difficult to climb. The duo ascends an ornate staircase, its dark wooden railings reminding Andy of his own home. The climb grows increasingly strenuous, but he attributes it to the ship's altitude rather than any physical ailment. Upon reaching the top, they find a sealed metal door, which surprisingly opens easily. Inside the captain's quarters, they discover a room lined with computers. Andy reports this to Jay, who is not currently viewing their surroundings. Lindsay remarks on the lack of functioning screens, prompting Andy to investigate. He identifies one computer that appears operational, and when he approaches it, he taps a key, bringing up a black screen with green text on it. Jack Adata, 2008. Error. Error. J. Ryan, 2008. Colorado. Under surveillance. Gregory Daniels, 2008. Not available. Deceased. David Kress, 2008. Not available. Deceased. Mason Radica, 2008. New York. Unknown whereabouts. Lorraine Daniels, not available. Not available. Deceased. Elena Kress, 2008. Colorado. Under surveillance. Karen Ryan, not available. Not available. Deceased. Tracy Newman, not available. Unknown. Unknown whereabouts. Luna Radica, not available. Not available. Deceased. Pamela Foster, not available. Unknown. Unknown whereabouts. And he says that the year must relate to the year the experiments were done on them, that Jen spoke about seeing. Eddie notices his parents' names on the list and his heart starts racing when he notices that his mom is listed as being under surveillance. Lindsay asks if there's any other information, and he backs out of the window to find there's a similar looking graph titled Children. Megan Adata, 2008. Not available. Deceased. Andrew Kress, 2008. Colorado. Elysium. In progress. Gavin Daniels, 2008. Ohio. Natos 1 and 2. Failed. Catherine Radica, 2008. Not available. Whereabouts unknown. Jennifer Adata, 2008. Elysium. In progress. Samuel Adata, 2013. Not available. Deceased. Sarah Newman, 2013. Unknown. Unknown whereabouts. John Ryan, 2013. New York. Under surveillance. Jason Moon, 2013. Not available. Deceased. Jet Moon, 2013. Not available. Deceased. Jay reveals that Gavin, the son of Gregory and Lorraine, was involved in a significant incident in 2008 and is now 4 years older than Andy. The conversation shifts to their loved ones, including Jen, Jay's son John, who had been raised in New York to protect him from the dangers posed by Jack. Jay explains that he has sent him away to ensure his safety, a decision made under duress due to Jack's increasing power. As they discuss the potential fates of others, Andy reflects on the tragic outcomes of those involved in the 2008 incident. Jay expresses a desire to reunite with these individuals, believing that gathering their strengths could help them combat Jack and restore some balance. Lindsay acknowledges the gravity of the situation, while Jay admits to feeling remorse for his past decisions. Andy expresses understanding and a willingness to help, recognizing that while they may not be able to change the past, They can strive to make the present and future better. Jay commends Andy for embodying the best traits of his father, who believes he would be proud of. As the conversation progresses, they prepare for what lies ahead, with Jay suggesting they brace for turbulence. Lindsay shares her own fears about returning to a life overshadowed by loss, expressing a desire to join Andy and Jay in their fight against the oppression of Jack. Andy assures her that they would welcome her as part of the effort to rebuild after the chaos. Just as they settle into a moment of camaraderie, the ship unexpectedly stabilizes, contradicting Jay's warning of impending turbulence. Andy's confusion escalates when a figure made of azure crystal emerges, revealing Klein.
25. You son of a bitch, Lindsay spat at him. I should have killed you back at the start. Klein cocked his head and looked like he had just won the lottery.
Yeah, you should have. You would not have been able to, but you should have. Shame. I should have killed you then too. But I didn't. Imagine the generosity I had to demonstrate in saving the life of the person that I thought Andrew here liked. And, get this, he didn't even like you. He liked the white-haired chick who met her end with a mallet. I wish I could have gotten that hit myself, but I'll take issuing the order.
I will never forgive you, I said.
But Andrew, look at how things worked out. The three amigos are back.
He held out his arms.
Even if one of us is missing an arm.
The three amigos was never a thing. It was every player, and then there was you.
Maybe so, but playing pretend every once in a while is fun, no? Like how I let you get so close with your little scheme here. Do you really think I didn't notice that interference the first time Jennifer entered this game? I could have refused her entry the second I noticed her breaking in.
Why didn't you?
You still don't get it? I needed you to come here.
He motioned with his hands.
You lost the girl who was going to carry you to the end. You needed someone who would help pull your ass out of the sadness you had. A sadness I fully could not even begin to understand, mind you. But lo and behold came your redemption with the first girlfriend, plus the long-scorned sister. It was so perfect, even I couldn't have orchestrated it.
She's not my girlfriend, and I grew on my own accord, I said.
Potato, it's just like I told you from the start.
Jay, I'd appreciate a helping hand here, I called out.
Oh, he can't hear you. I shut him out.
Klein said, his face shifting to Jack Adata.
It isn't interesting if both sides cheat.
It isn't fair if one side does either.
That is the part where I point out your stupidity, for thinking I play fair.
Lindsay fell to the ground beside me. Her eyes went lifeless. Lindsay! I called out. And... Jay's voice cut in, and instantly I recognized Lindsay's body started to vanish, as if it never existed. I looked up at Jack. Oh, shut him out, you said?
What?
He barked, his composure broken, if just for a moment.
No matter. You are what mattered anyway.
I shook my head, standing to my feet. Oh no, she mattered a whole lot to you. It completed this whole thing for you perfectly, didn't it? Put a whole nice bow on it. What were you gonna do, kill her and laugh over my newfound depression? His lips snarled as he took a step toward me.
I'm done joking with you.
You never were joking. You were never anything but a maniac, I said, bringing flintlock up and firing around. The bullet and gun vanished from my hand faster than I could fire it. I looked down as the weight simply left my hand.
Trying to use weapons in my own mind against me, like trying to suffocate the ocean with a garden hose.
He laughed. I'd piss in the fucking ocean just so you could taste a little bit of humility, I said, the bare teeth. Klein held his arms in defense.
Whoa there, what's up, buddy? A bit of afraid not there? Oh, I'm afraid not.
Go fuck yourself, I said.
Seems you still haven't learned your lesson.
Jack sighed, placing his arms back to his side.
It's a shame I love teaching it. Unfortunately, this isn't the right atmosphere for this kind of lesson. I can understand you wanting to fight us on the broadened ship, but I'm not the biggest fan. I'm up for a little...
He blinked, and suddenly we were suspended above the earth on a single flat glass pane.
atmosphere.
I yelped as I fell on my ass on the glass pane. Looking around, I saw the infinite cosmos surrounding us as the lights and colors expanded as far as the eye could see.
I see I've caught you off guard. I like to go for grandeur, and it is here that I will ask you one question, Andrew. If your answer is within an acceptable parameter, then you won't have to worry about anything else for the rest of your life. However, if your answer is unsatisfactory, well then, and only then will I kill you and let your body here float among the infinite vastness.
Oh, how kind of you, I said.
I'll give you a choice. It is entirely within your realm of control. Is that not kind? I've always given you the choice. I've pulled heaven through hell to give you this choice.
If the choice is to join you, then you could forget it. I'm not teaming up with a megalomaniac.
Team up? I can't believe you consider yourself anywhere near an equal. I have to say you are much funnier than your father. No, that was not my question.
Then what is it?
I wish to inhabit your body. You can keep your consciousness. It'd be the minority, of course, that is a necessity, but you would remain alive. You'll get to experience all of this world and the real world's pleasures. Anything you wanted could be yours. All at no effort to yourself.
That is by far the worst sales pitch I've ever heard. Jack shrugged.
I'm a scientist more than a salesman. You can't say that I didn't try. Ah well, so your answer then is no?
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Did you honestly believe I'd say yes?
You wouldn't believe the kind of people that'd say yes when their backs are at death's door. Even the purest of heroes eventually break. You're no pure hero yourself.
No, but I'm the hero who's gonna kick your ass and put an end to your bullshit.
Not the first person to say it, not the first to fail.
He took out a ring of keystones from under his coat. They all shined brilliantly on the ring. To wonder what could be done when you control all the powers of the universe, he marveled. How do you have them?
I assumed you could have figured that out. I wanted them, and so they came. It is that simple.
That's... I gritted my teeth.
Not fair. You're not the first to say that either, Andrew. Face it, everything you have said and done, will say and will do, has been done, said, and tried before. You're far from the first, and you shall end up like all the rest.
Fuck, what do I do in this situation? I'm royally fucked. No, you're not. My mental eyes opened wide, and I was looking out through Jay's eyes back in the Republic Plaza. I don't know how I knew they were his, or that's where he was, but I just knew. I felt a reassuring feeling deep in my core. You have Radical-9 flowing through your system. He brought you where you are because he's scared of you. He's scared of all of you. You all pose the risk of dethroning him from his kingdom that he's built up. He wanted to take over you because he thinks you could be stronger than he is. Use that against him. I blinked and was looking back at Jack. He must have noticed a change just as I had, as his look wasn't as cocky as it was when I left him. I stood back up and looked at him, dead in the eyes. I felt a sort of magnetism underneath my skin, boiling in my blood. I thought back to every single person I had seen die in this awful, terrible world. Of all the pain and chaos sown by this one pathetic man. I knew in a single instant that nothing I did in this world could ever kill Jack. He wasn't connected to Elysium in the way the rest of us were. If I mustered up all my strength and obliterated him here, should that even be possible, then he'd just be like Jen and pop back in. Nothing would change. Maybe he's baiting that for me. Maybe that's how he wins. If he kills me, my blood is still warm. Maybe use it against him. There is something I can do. I thought of each and every player in this game, and I closed my eyes. I thought of ejecting them one by one. I felt around like a giant hand in my mind, scooping them up and holding them tight, breaking the helmets of every single player that remained. I smiled when I felt that hand close over the last person.
What did you do?
Jack asked. You baited me into hating you, I said. You knew I was infected with Radical-9. Probably guessed I had the ability to see things. Probably guessed that I might awaken into a new power, and my life was on the line. That's what happened to you, right? You were on death's door, and look what happened. A new man.
How do you know that?
You thought that by baiting me, you'd get your fresh body, without the attached consciously. because you knew you could take over me at any time you wanted. But if my consciousness existed within it, you were scared I could take you over.
I am not scared of anything.
You were terrified, so you led me here so you could break me to my last legs, literally and figuratively, so you could have everything you wanted. I started to shake my head. But I won't let you. I released all the other players, just like that. It was easy.
No, this isn't how it is supposed to be. Leave my work alone.
He rushed me, but he faced a wall. He pushed against it and made some leeway, but he was making quick work of it. But I couldn't tell he didn't expect there to be a wall in the first place.
You son of a bitch, come here!
I'm leaving, Jack. I know I can't kill you here, I said. I've been against killing from the very start. You knew that. You tried to exploit it, but guess what? You're gonna get what you want. I'm only gonna kill one more person, and it's gonna be you.
You are doing nothing but feeding on the slugs of the earth!
Jack roared. Goodbye, Jack, I said, seeing the world around me vanish into a dewdrop. I know about Megan. She was an accident.
Andy awakens in a hospital room the next morning. He is disoriented and struggles to adjust to his surroundings, realizing he's been kept alive during his time in the virtual world. As he collects himself, he is filled with a sense of urgency to reunite with his family, particularly Jen. Andy encounters Jay, who expresses relief at his survival and shares he managed to rescue Lindsay from the situation. Jay mentions that Andy has developed a form of telepathy, which excites him and indicates his critical abilities. However, Andy's primary concern is finding Jen, prompting him to insist they leave for their home immediately. As they navigate through the hospital, Andy feels the weight of his body after being immobilized for so long. Jay helps him along, reassuring him that they'll deal with any obstacles together. They finally reach Andy's house, where he's overwhelmed with dread upon seeing Jen's distraught face at the doorway. Their siblings' reunion is bittersweet as they learn that their mother, Elena, has killed herself. This realization hits Andy hard, causing him to collapse in the snow, while Jen, relieved that her brother is alive, is devastated by their loss. They share in this moment of grief, and Jay, who has known their mother longer, provides emotional support, becoming a new anchor for the two. In the aftermath, Jen expresses a desire to put their mother's remains at rest, suggesting they burn the body to bring her peace. Jay agrees to help, emphasizing the legal ramifications of their actions, but asserting they have little choice against Jack's oppressive influence. The siblings come to a consensus about their course of action and resolve to find others who were affected by their situation. We took off as the blaze started behind us. I was in the passenger seat and Jen sat in the back. Jay was driving as fast as he could to the supposed meeting spot with Gavin Daniels. We were on the road for 10 minutes before I told him to slow. What? Your friend, can he wait 15 minutes? I think, why? Take her right here, I said. Castle Rock is nearby, isn't it? You're looking for her? Jay asked. I told her she could find company in our merry band of freedom fighters, I said, attempting a joke. It came out terse and sad. Of course, I can't dare imagine what sort of condition she must have woken up in. How much do you know? Enough. Well, she only told me, so you'll have to play mum. He did not reply. Just like that, I said. We turned off the exit to Castle Rock and were headed our way to where I felt that Lindsay was. I think more than ever we all needed another friendly face around us. I think more than ever we all needed to heal. And we'd meet this new friend of Jay's. I'd see if he wants to join the cause, and then you'd best be ready, Jack Adata, because we're coming for you. And that's where we're going to leave it this time. We have now covered the story Radical-9. And since we covered Telos in the previous episode, we are now caught up and ready to cover the year 2029 with the story Dreamer. We'll be checking that out next time. If you want to check out the rest of my stories, I have them available for free on web-based versions on my Royal Road. I also have paperback and hardcover versions for purchase over on my Amazon. And I also have digital versions that you can buy, that you can download over on my coffee shop. With that, check you guys next time.